sanctuary of Delphi is probably the most extraordinary of all ancient Greek sites. Delphi amazes all who visit it. This place is the center of the world. The ancient Greeks called it the omphalos, which means the navel of the earth. Zeus, the father of the gods, wanted to find the center of the universe, so he sent two eagles flying from the opposite ends of the universe. And the place where they met was Delphi.
Welcome to Delphi, Indiana, where our storied past is fueling a stellar future.
Whenever and wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation, sometimes we must interfere. When human lives are in danger, when human dignity is in jeopardy, wherever men or women are persecuted, that place must, at that moment, become the center of the universe.
I'm going to go on the record right now and say that they are trying to kill Rick Allen.
Yeah.
They want him to die.
Yeah.
It's like always like in and out, in and out. They don't want us to see it.
Because he's my size. Chains and collars and leashes all over.
It's all about optics. You don't have all of those people around Rick Allen because they want to keep everybody else safe. They don't want us to see Rick Allen. They don't want us to look at Rick Allen. They don't want us to see his face and his eyes. Remember when he came in June and he was all doped up and he was dissociative and he was experiencing psychosis from being tortured and starved and sleep deprived and probably withheld his medication. All of these things that they were doing to him so that he would show up looking like a zombie and couldn't protest or assist in his defense. Guess what? The eyes of the world are on them. They're not allowed to do that to him anymore, and they have tried to break him. And Rick Allen, he's not going to break. Look he has done a year in solitary confinement. A year.
He's on the upside of things. Like if he's still alive, he's getting better every day.
His attorneys get thrown off the case, and he turns to his wife and he says, "It's okay. You didn't break him. You're not going to break him. He's not guilty. Whatever they're trying to do, you're hip to it. It is not going to happen."
What is corruption? It is dishonest or fraudulent behavior, usually perpetrated by those in a position of power or authority. It is a betrayal by those entrusted to protect and serve all, to show favoritism to none, and to safeguard and uphold our inalienable rights to liberty and life. Corruption destroys trust, erodes goodness, and hardens the innocent, who suffer as a result. By its most basic definition, corruption is a departure from what is pure, what is correct, and what is true.
In Fahrenheit 451, novelist Ray Bradbury wrote about what we leave behind when we leave this world. Everyone must leave something behind when he dies, my grandfather said. Something your hand touched some way so your soul has somewhere to go when you die. And when people look at that tree
or that flower you planted, you are there. It doesn't matter much what you do, he said. So as long as you change something from the way it was before you touched it into something that's like you after you take your hands away. The difference between the man who just cuts lawns and a real gardener is in the touching. The lawn cutter might just as well not have been there at all. The gardener will be there for a lifetime. Greg, he was that kind of gardener. His legacy will be what he touched and what he left behind, long after he took his hands away.
So when it comes to corruption, there can be no compromise. It must be exposed and rejected at every turn. We cannot tiptoe toward justice, knocking once or twice, hoping that someone is home. Justice is a door that, when closed, must be kicked in.
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge has basically taken away their defense?
Am I the only person in the world talking about attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline?
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge has basically taken away their defense?
Taken away their defense.
Like, am I in crazy? 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 Like, am I in crazy?
Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Talking about attacking the timeline.
What's the strategy today?
Winning.
Winning. Whose motherfucking hair is that? What's the strategy today?
Winning.
Winning.
The consensus has been challenge the timeline of the murders. Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Good morning, y'all. I need to reset my camera because it's not connected, so give me 2 minutes and I will be right with you.
Get ready for a dream of a lifetime for you and two of your closest non-binary autistic friends. Join us for the first ever annual Richard Allen Innocent Gala at the Richard Allen County Courthouse, formerly the Carroll County Courthouse.
We'll have a one-time silent auction thanks to Max Baker. We'll be auctioning off Nick McClelland's whole ass.
Get ready for a dream of a lifetime for you and two of your closest non-binary autistic friends. Join us for the first ever annual Richard Allen Innocent Gala at the Richard Allen County Courthouse, formerly the Carroll County Courthouse.
We'll have a one-time silent auction thanks to Max Baker. We'll be auctioning off Nick McClelland's whole ass.
All right, we're just gonna get started because I know y'all have been waiting. How's it going? No, I'm not in a bathroom, although, it's a good question. I'm in a room that's relatively empty. So if the echo becomes unbearable, okay, that might be better. If the echo becomes unbearable, that should be better. Let me know. How are we doing, everybody? How's everybody feeling on this closing arguments, November 7th? It's been a wild ride. Much better, says DB. Okay, good. Excellent. Let's see. Who is here? We got KO. We got Hammy. Cakey. We are stressing this morning. I need Steve Mullen to help me, Geek Squad, with my camera. Hi, fam. I'm about to explode with anxiety. Same. Although I'm feeling actually pretty good today. I felt worse yesterday. I don't feel too bad today. I mean, I'm energized, a little buzzy. I don't know if anyone else is feeling a little buzzy, a little bit, buzzy, a little frenetic, a little got some justified righteous anger coursing through my bloodstream. I do believe Andrea got in. I saw a list that our friend Rafael Sanchez, he loves to doodle, he loves to write and draw on his little pad. So he made a list of everybody that was in line waiting. And I did see Andrea's name on there. I did see Lawyer Lee's name on there. I saw a couple other people that we know. So that's good. Rick's name was there yesterday, protecting her spot. That's also good to know. We need a live stream of someone waiting outside. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. I don't know. The updates today will probably be like minimal. I imagine we'll do opening or, whoever, they'll do their closing and then they'll probably take a break. We'll get an update and then we'll hear the other side's closing, take a break, etc. So we'll just have to kind of hang in there until, hi, Mandy. Good morning. Bean, Jancy. Lana said that Andrea was inside the courtroom today. Excellent. From what I saw yesterday on FaceTime, the line switch was wild. Oh my God, yeah. I'm one of those people where like I'll get anxious thinking about like having a parking spot if I'm like going somewhere. So yeah, definitely would hate to have to think about paying attention, taking notes, and then sprinting down to the front of the line for the afternoon session. I mean, that sounds like a nightmare, honestly. Hey, Fiend, our electric Werecat, it's good to see you. Oh my gosh, hi, Mom. I love you. I love you, Mom. I know exactly who you are. All right, En, hi. Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom. I just checked out Truth and Transparency. Andrea made it in. Awesome. I heard a young boy puked this morning at the trial waiting in line. I hate getting sick. I hope the little fella feels better today. That's so sweet, DB. You're very, very kind.
always thinking about the underdog, the little guy. True Crime Fangirl is here. Welcome. Really nice to see you. Yeah, KO wants to know, DB, who brings a child to a fucking murder trial? It's crazy how the van theory, the prosecution theory, they're acting like it's fact. Oh, we can talk about the van because it's closing arguments. So we're just going to let it all hang out today. I hope everybody's ready to do that. Look who the cat dragged in. Fiend actually did a watch. Fiend did a social justice transparency for us and for himself. He went. He didn't tell anybody. Sneaky little thing. I don't blame him. And he went to the last 2 days of trial. And we're very grateful for Fiend for watching. I don't know if you saw in the intro video I did. Fiend, I don't know if I can say this. I'm just embarrassed if I do. It's all right. It'll be fine. But when we went to Groundswell, Courtney and I've told this story before, but Courtney and I were walking. It was freezing, probably about freezing in Indianapolis. And like downtown Indianapolis, the wind just like whips through the buildings like it does in every city. And Courtney, my little Texas rodeo queen, I thought she was gonna just pass away. Her little bones were so cold, but we did not anticipate. We really didn't know what to anticipate that morning. So when we got there, we saw three people actually. I'm thinking of the 3 people standing at the meeting place in Military Park. And the first person we saw was just this dude with a beanie, and I don't know that. No, we brought signs. So just standing there, kind of chilling. And I was like, oh my God, Courtney, I think that's one of ours. And then we saw another person kind of walk up to him with a sign in hand. And we were like, oh my God, there's people here. It's very emotional. I was like so thrilled to see 2 people protest there to demonstrate and protest with us. And then we ended up having a crowd that was remarkable and amazing. I'm very proud of. But spent the whole day with this dude. He told me his name, introduced himself, hung out, did our little protest all together. And then at the end of the day, as we're leaving, I give him a hug and he says, by the way, I'm Phoenix on Twitter, on X. And I was like, oh my God. I spent hours with this dude, had no idea that this was at that time, this kind of anonymous, abstract person on X who was, doing what he does still. But I had never met him. I didn't know that's who it was. And I was like, oh my God, way to wait until the end of the day to tell me that. Anyway, I just remember that vividly. It's funny. That's his style, man. Low profile. Fuck Carroll County. Hello, Ariel. Is the background music in this intro the same as the intervention background music? I don't know what you mean, but maybe? Oh, you mean like the show? I don't think so. It's like an epidemic sound, royalty-free freebie that I like. Let's see. It's time for Rick to go home to his loving family. Hello, Royal Wheat. Hello, party people. Hello, Mavhawk. You were cracking me up last night. Christine Beck. Hammy. Nobody Nothing. Hello. Welcome. Hi, Lindsay. Hello. Did anyone see Gray talking shit in Defense Diary stream last night? No, I missed that, but that's okay. Because we're going to talk some shit later today, too. Hey, Crypto Tax Lawyer. Good to see you. Our girls. Yeah, justice for Abby and Libby, man. Please. Well, way overdue. Julie Melvin pointing. LOL. Yeah. Julie, when I think it was WTHR came and we, wanted to do like an interview. They never aired that, I don't believe. I've asked Bob since, hey, did y'all ever do anything with that footage that you took when you like made us all stand, huddle for like 30 minutes and asked us questions and whatever happened with that? He doesn't answer me though. Bob Siegel only tweets to argue with my male counterparts. So maybe one day we'll get an answer as to what happened to that footage. Thank you all for continuing to keep eyes on Delphi. There's so much corruption here. Thank you for shining a spotlight. Free Rick Allen. Thank you for being here. And likewise, who's your cold cases? Our pal. Spicy chicken nuggets. I want to like Rick Allen, the girls, the jury sees this man didn't do this. Yeah. I'm feeling confident. I feel different about this. At this juncture, I feel differently than I have in the past, even when, the truth has been revealed, and surely, the masses and the public and people will see and understand, and it doesn't always work out the way that we want it to or hope that it will. But this jury, I just feel like for whatever reason, this jury is really special. And who knows, maybe they suck. I doubt it, though. They do feel like it feels like a very special group of people. And I feel like Rick's story and Abby and Libby's story, first and foremost, and their murders and what happened to them and the people that loved them and came together to try and get justice for them. I mean, it's hard not to be impacted by everything that's happened in the past 7.5 years. It would be nice if we could see some kind of justice or resolution, but I do not believe that can even begin to happen until Rick is exonerated, acquitted, exonerated, free, home, filthy fucking rich for everything that they've put him and his family through, living his happy life with his family far away, restored to wellness, and then perhaps an investigation that is worthy of the girl's memory and legacy can be conducted so that finally their loved ones and their families and their community and all of us, everybody who has cared, can actually get some fucking answers and figure out what the fuck happened to Abby and Libby and who did this to them. That would be good. That would be a good question to answer. DB is corruption. Okay, I'm going to speed up. I'm sorry if I missed anybody in the chat. Hello, woman. But I love all of you. I'm happy you're here. Ems, hello. I'm so grateful for you. Thanks. You like my pretty purple eyes. Let's see. Krebin. Nick totally has coke-dealer ass. Coke-dealer ass? Oh, I've heard of coke-dealer hair. Coke-dealer ass. I mean, I guess if it's anything like, well, never mind. I'm not going to talk about Nick's ass this morning. I'm not gonna do a harass just yet. Max Baker is my husband. Yeah, did y'all see my tweet this morning? Apparently Max, our defense daddy in training, is a bit embarrassed, a bit bashful and embarrassed about the attention that not even in his outburst, his appropriate and justified clapback that the prosecutor has gotten. He's a little shy. I said, well, get used to it. There's no amount of embarrassment that the cranks here can't amplify and exploit for our own laughs. So, and I'm just kidding. We love Max. We protect Max. Did the brand and type of ammo match between the crime scene and Alan's house? If they did, that's the worst detail for me to get past. Interesting. I'm going to let one of our designated ballistics daddies, firearms daddies, address that, because I have no idea. To me, it just seems like ammo is pretty, I mean, especially 7 years later, it's like, I don't know, people switch up their brands maybe. I don't know. But maybe not. Maybe that is a weird thing. Okay, so I am going to pull up X for us. And if you're new here, welcome to R&M Productions. Court is now in session. Very happy to have you. Bashful, ain't that a reindeer? Yeah. Yes, it is. I'm afraid the jury is going to be hung, and not in a good way. I did mean to put a poll up, and I'm gonna put a poll up here in a second, because I do want to see not so much what we like, what do you think about Rick, but like, what do you anticipate a jury decision being today? We're gonna do a little YouTube poll. The state never went so far as to say that it was an exact match. Yeah, that's one of those details that I imagine like they probably like would have if it was a direct match, because it's one of those details that seems quite incriminating to their suspect, the defendant, whether or not it means anything. It's one of those details that they could certainly use. So, crypto tax lawyer taking my role as the community pessimist. Yeah. I agree with Fiend here. He said, I would assume it definitely isn't. They would have probably mentioned that.
Twisted Branches, watching from the UK. I only discovered your channel this week. I want to say thank you for making this feel like a safe space to hang out with like-minded people that want true justice for the girls and Rick. That is so, so wonderful to hear. That's exactly the kind of space that we have tried to facilitate. I say we because, yes, it's my channel, but I mean, it really is like a collective, like kind of, yeah, it's like a collective effort, 100%. And the reason it feels safe and comfortable here is just because the people here are remarkable and amazing and wonderful. And I do believe at the end of the day that this is really what we want. We want justice for the girls first and foremost, and that cannot come until and unless there is justice for an innocent man who has been wrongfully accused, arrested, charged, convicted in the public opinion, and tortured and abused for far too long. Is Judge Jessica in here? I missed her. I hope she's in here. I'm about to have to shut a window, y'all. It's windy where I am. How's the weather where everybody is? Don't dox yourself, unless you want to. I'm so beautiful on the outside now, Hammy. Extra sassy. Cranks are gonna crank. The jury will not send him back to that nightmare. Voice of Crystal, I hope you're right. I think that you will be. She needs more furniture. The chat makes the channel. Angela's the furniture in the room. Yeah, for sure. Except there's no furniture. I hope it's not as echoey today. If it's really insufferable and unbearable, I'll make something. I'll do something else. But it's freezing cold where ZCS is. Marissa says it is chilly here in the Chicago area. The weather is dull and gray in the UK. Angie's amazeballs. You're amazeballs. Cold, cold, cold. Everybody says it's cold. Good morning. It's so cold here. Your other mic may be better. So this is the only mic I have. What do you mean? My other mic. Okay. Unseasonably warm here for real. Yeah, same, Deaf Otter. It is unseasonably warm here too, where I am. Judge Jessica, I would love to hear what you learned about the doctor. Yesterday, the state decided for their rebuttal witnesses, they would call the Dr. John Martin, not to be confused with Dr. Marmon, but Dr. John Martin, who has been a psychiatrist in corrections, various institutions and various settings of corrections for 40 to 45 years. It's a long time to be a doctor in a correctional facility capacity. So anyway, we have some beef with Dr. Martin, who was questioned. The direct examination of Dr. Martin yesterday by the state was, left some to be desired, but the direct examination, I don't know what I said. The cross-examination of Dr. Martin was a wonderful series of events for the defense because he sucked. He was awful. I don't know what the state thought that what they were doing there, but he really ended up being another, I feel, beneficial witness to the defense because they ended up, oh, she posted it. Okay. A mentally ill man died under his care in Florida. Well, that's really, really alarming and not at all surprising, given that Rick very, very could have and almost did die under his care. So awful. Adopt 17 more dogs. The fur will dampen the echo in the room. That's a great idea. I also am going to close the windows here in a second because we're about to blow away. Let's see what Judge Jessica has to say. One moment, y'all. Oh, DB is on it. Dr. Martin's Florida lawsuit. Mentally ill U.S. Army veteran. God, I hate that. Dies at half his body weight in segregation unit at Broward County Jail. His crime, throwing rocks. A mentally ill man throwing rocks, and they felt it appropriate to. Let me make this bigger so I can see it. Oh boy. During his 155 days in jail, Raleigh Priester withered to half of his body weight. Hi, DB.
Trigger warning. Trigger warning. This is fucking disturbing.
Can you repeat that, DB? I didn't have my volume up.
I was just saying trigger warning.
Okay.
Trigger warning.
Okay.
This is fucking disturbing.
All right. Thank you, DB. Do you want me to? Yeah, I'll read it. So, like DB said, thank you, DB. Thank you, baby girl. Trigger warning. This is going to be a disturbing read. Mentally ill inmate dies of half his body weight in Broward County Jail. Lawsuit alleges neglect. This is from 2014, and this took place in Florida. During his 155 days in jail, Raleigh Priester withered to half his body weight. 6'2" father of two was found dead. He weighed 120 pounds. When he was arrested 5 months earlier, he weighed 240 pounds. Priester, 52, spent the final months of his troubled life in solitary confinement at the sheriff's jail. Oh, this was at a jail. Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. All right. This is very, very disturbing, but basically, he died, he withered away, and his family sued the sheriff's department. He was a U.S. Army veteran. He had a 2-decade history of schizophrenia, and he died in 2012 at a jail in Pompano Beach. It was a seemingly immature act that landed him behind bars. He was jailed on the morning of February 6th, hurling a rock at a Fort Lauderdale parking garage attendant, hit him in the upper back after he was told he was trespassing. Okay. So a 2-decade history of schizophrenia. DB, do you want to turn the page? Or can I turn the page? I don't think I can. Thank you. So he spent 11 years in a mental hospital after a jury found him not guilty by reason of insanity for burglary and robbery. A very rare verdict of an acquittal that's often argued for, but rarely with success. So his 5 months behind bars was interrupted by a week-long hospital stay after he was found unresponsive in his cell May 2012. He had pneumonia, hypothermia, anemia, a blood infection, and was suffering from malnourishment and dehydration. The patient is critically ill, noted the doctor's consultation report, and medically he's very fragile. He was put on a high-calorie diet, gained 11 pounds. He was sent back to jail with specific instructions for his continued care. Within 6 weeks, he was found dead on the floor. The medical examiner said that his manner of death was natural, caused by a heart condition. The autopsy report noted he was thin, known to often refuse to eat or drink. Please keep that in the back of your mind as we finish reading this. Okay. Named along with the sheriff's office is Broward County Armor Correctional Health Services, which provides healthcare to the county's jail's inmates, and 2 of its doctors, John Martin and Stacy Frankovitz. John Martin is Dr. Martin, who was also was the psychiatrist treating Rick, prescribing his Haldol. Next page, DB, please, if you can. I think that's probably it. Thank you, sir. Despite voicemail messages and emails, neither doctor could be reached for comment. The spokeswoman declined to comment on his case, but emphasized that Armor supports its dedicated employees. Of course they do. Because fuck the dead inmate.
They have overseen healthcare since 20. So this is Armor is probably a Centurion equivalent, DB. If I'm wrong, correct me. But they're probably like a private, whatchamacallit, healthcare. They probably contract with the jail, I imagine, with their staff. I'm sorry, y'all. There's like a lot of activity going on around me, so I'm getting a little distracted. But if it gets loud, because I can't tell if it's loud for y'all, like if you can hear all of it, let me know if it gets a little noisy. The lawsuit seeks an award of damages for mental and emotional injuries, funeral expenses, punitive damages, court costs, and attorney fees. They neglected him to death, Lauer says. They should have treated him like a human, fed him, brought him to the hospital, and treated the multiple infections that he had. It's indefensible. Yep, that sounds really eerily kind of similar to what we're seeing with Rick. He should have been hospitalized, much sooner. The legacy that Dr. John Martin left behind in Broward County, Florida, watching mentally ill Army veteran slowly starve to death. I can pull it up too, DB, so that you don't have to. I know you're probably working at Chipotle, so. Okay, this morning, prosecutor Nick McClellan spent 58 minutes walking jurors through the evidence and the testimony presented against Richard Allen. During his closing argument, the prosecutor replayed video of Bridge Guy showing gory crime scene. Oh, he showed more gory crime scene photos, and he played Rick's recorded confessions for jurors. The defense is next. Excellent. Good. Cool. I can't hear any background noise. Excellent. I'm tired of inmates not being treated like human beings. Hey, Just James, welcome. Max forgot about the motion in limine that said the defense could make fun of Nick. Yeah. Updates are rolling in. Prosecutor Nick McClellan finished his closing argument in just under 1 hour. The defense is up next. They have up to 2.5 hours, just as the prosecution did. So let's see, what time is it? 10:41. So he took probably like an hour, 58 minutes. Just heard from Bob Siegel, who's inside the courtroom. The state used 58 minutes for its closing arguments. After a quick break, the defense is up next. Bob says that he expects jury deliberation to begin this afternoon. He went about 40 minutes more than we would have expected. Yeah. Day 18. Prosecution has concluded. Okay. This is great. Catastrophe, if you're in here. 10 out of 10. Okay. Post-punk mama. Ooh, Jesus. Nick pretty much just said, look at how horrible these murders are. Please believe that it was him, even though I've shown you nothing to suggest it. Let me just re-traumatize. Special Judge Frankel published the order that she signed on October 28th, quashing former Carroll County Prosecutor Rob Ives' subpoena to testify. Here goes DB. More from Judge Jessica. The deeper I dive, the worse it gets. More cases of neglected mentally ill men held in solitary confinement at the Broward County Jail under the care of Armor Correctional Health. Am I correct in saying Armor Correctional Health is the kind of like a comparable entity as Centurion, which is like a private health care, private corporation that contracts with public jails and prisons to provide healthcare staff and services. Centurion is actually the private company that. Why do you think the defense didn't put Kathy Allen on the stand? Why do y'all think that they didn't put Kathy Allen on the stand? I have my thoughts as to why. I never really considered that they would. I actually was quite hoping they would not. That seems like a reasonable thing to wonder right now, given all that's happened. Yeah, actually, another jail in Indiana last year, and I know a lot of us in here were following that case, there was another severely critically mentally ill schizophrenic man in a Indiana County jail who died from neglect, just from neglect. Because as we've seen with Rick, people who are gravely, seriously ill with a psychosis or a debilitating mental illness oftentimes they're not able to function at a high enough level to take care of themselves, and they should be in a hospital, and oftentimes they're not. Wayne 15 update on XDB, since you're in the driver's seat. I can't believe that they might start deliberating. Thank you, by the way, Steve. Welcome, Steve, friend of the channel, friend of all of us, and Angel, Steve's cat that has 2 different colored eyes. Love that. Good to see you. Putting Kathy on the stand for Judge Jessica would be completely unnecessary and make Rick anxious. I totally believe that. I agree with you. Okay, I'm going to pull up X and take over for DB, who... Thank you very much, sir. I'm here smelling my food cooking. Got distracted halfway through typing. Why is Wish TV reporting that only that Baldwin wrote Rick on a coffee cup and gave it to Rick, and normally Rick gets coffee from the courthouse, but today Andy Baldwin got him one from a local coffee shop? I don't know, but good for Rick. That was very kind of Andy. It's the least that he could, comfort that Rick could get. Maybe Rick will be free before the day is over. I am like, that would be crazy. I want Rosie to bring the heat. I wonder who is going to bring forth the closing arguments. What do we think? I know that yesterday Andrea was saying in her stream that she thinks that while Andy Baldwin is really like the more, he kind of has had the most maybe emotional connection with the jury. Are you sure y'all can't hear what's going on around me? Jesus Christ. It is so loud.
We literally cannot hear a single thing.
Okay. I'm trying not to.
Song is fucking crazy these days.
What? Okay. Thank you, me passenger 33. Welcome. So good to see you. I'm happy you're here. Thank you for being generous and for bearing witness with all of us. DB says, I heard that Rosie was doing the closing. That makes me happy. That does make me happy. I think that Rosie is, how did Andrea say yesterday that Rosie has like the appropriate amount of, I don't remember how she said it, but oh my God, hold on one second, y'all. I'm so sorry. My camera's on. Hi. Hey, y'all. I'm sorry about that. Like I said, we're moving, so there's just a lot of stuff going on inside and outside. So apparently Rosie is going to be giving the closing arguments today, which is, I think, great. I'm trying to pull up. I wonder how long their break is going to be. I'm not showing my screen. Sorry, y'all. Let's see. So we've got Bob Siegel, as always. Boone is chilling, as he does. There he is. See him? He's not too worried. He's given off some pretty confident vibes, so. All right, I believe all of you. I'm going to stop stressing about it, I promise. I sent you the clip of you saying it was loud in the background on Discord. Okay, I believe you. I'll let it go. I promise. Who's your cold cases? Long time friend. And I really appreciate that, Hoosier, and I'm glad you're here. And thank you for being here, and thank you for all of your hard work and contributions over the last 7, 5, 6 years, however long you've been following, far longer than I have. Actually, when I first started following Delphi, I watched a lot of Hoosier Cold Case videos. He was kind of my like spirit guide as to the Delphi case. Don't want to hear from Russ McQuaid today. I don't know about y'all. I've just about had it with Russ McQuaid. I could probably go the rest of my life without hearing from Russ McQuaid again. What do y'all think? Dude is fried. Yeah, the only people that don't have a body under their belt or blood on their hands, the defendant and the I almost said the judge. We know that that's not true. The defense and the defendant. Hey, good Jer, good to see you. Yesterday was my birthday. Happy birthday, Kristen. One in the chat for Kristen. Love Kristen. Love her spunk and her spirit and the fact that she is a fixture now in our community here. Happy birthday. I hope it was a good one. After Andrea started answering questions last night, my friends took me to a bar arcade. Still trying to recover. I hope that you had a really good time. I love arcades. Weircat might be on the prowl. Beat it, McQuaid. Does anyone know who was able to get into the courtroom, the public seats? I think that Raphael had a list yesterday of people. I believe it was, let's see. Who do we know on this list? I hope it's okay that I share this. I think it is. Oh my God, thank you, everyone. You are so welcome. We're so, so happy that you're here. Arcade bar sounds so fun. This is almost over. We're going to have to get together and watch these evil flicks just because we need to still talk about the trauma bond bullshit we got. Yeah, I am anticipating, I'm very excited and hopeful for, justice. In my opinion, justice means the innocent go free and the guilty are held accountable. And in this case, Rick needs to go free. Fiend is almost home and he can give a report here in a bit. Good, Fiend, we've missed you. I know that I've missed you so much. Yesterday, Mandy and Woman and I think in the chat last night, we had a moment, we were like, wait a second, what the fuck is Fiend? We haven't seen Fiend in a minute. DB says they missed you. Just James got excited. That's okay. The one thing that I am like, I will never forgive. I'm all about forgiveness and moving on. Forgiveness, it's for me, not for them. I'll never forgive Judge Gull for hiding this entire trial and the fact that there is no So the audio we will get. I'm 100% confident that the audio will be released, and at that time we will we'll relive all this trauma again together, and we'll listen to it together. But until then, we're kind of in the dark. But there is no video. There's no record of the proceedings in terms of video. We'll never get to see what went on inside the courtroom. And while that's really upsetting and unfair and for everybody that cares and who have followed, if there's one thing that I could see out of all of the evidence and all of the, inside the courtroom from the last few weeks, I want to watch Rick and Kathy and his attorneys if and when he is found not guilty. Hi, Freckle Joy. creating a sidewalk shit show. That's such a good way to say it. What is the 1 for? It's Kristen. It's Kristen's birthday. Kristen here, our good friend. So we did our little cult our little cult activity. Put a 1 in the chat for Kristen and her birthday. Because bitch covered the cameras and made people not speak into the mic. I'm gonna kick her in the shin. I'm gonna cry. I'm so excited and scared. I want to become a member. I can't find the link. I think it's in the description of this video. And if not, I will share it. I think that I have a link tree somewhere that I will also share. But first, let me make sure there's no critical updates. So they're going to probably, it's 11 o'clock. Do we think that Fran will have the defense start their closing arguments before lunch? Because they get 2.5 hours. They are allowed it 2.5 hours. Whether or not they want or need all of them is, you know, up to them, but they are entitled to that. So I wonder if she'll start before or after lunch. DB says they 100% should 100% start before lunch. Yeah, because they mentioned that they'd be deliberating maybe as soon as this afternoon. They've been hiding the truth about something else that I just uncovered. Hello, Snarky Sass Angel. Good to see you. Thank you for adding percent. I forgot. I got you. Jamie, where's Jamie? I miss Jamie. We have another birthday. My birthday's the 27th. Oh, well, happy early birthday. I hope that we get to tell you happy birthday on your birthday. Heidi is so anxious today. I'm really interested in what they lean into. What happened in closing arguments? Did I miss those? So the state just concluded their closing arguments. They took 58 minutes, and to summarize what the prosecutor focused on, he spent 58 minutes walking the jurors through the evidence and the testimony presented against Richard Allen during his closing argument. The prosecutor replayed the recording, the video of Bridge Guy. He showed gory crime scene photos, and he played Rick's recorded confessions for jurors. The defense is next. So again, just more trauma blasting to the jury and the public, because that is the state's entire case. Is this crime is heinous. It's traumatic. We're going to pull on the emotionality. We're going to trauma bomb everybody. And by the way, the guy sitting in the defendant chair is the one that has to pay for it. And it's like, go to Tara Jordan. Oh, somebody help with that. I can't, y'all. I need to not, because then I'll start running my mouth. Really leaning into traumatizing these poor jurors. Yeah, and everybody who's in the audience. They shouldn't play Bridge Guy. I agree with that. Snarky, can you send DB some screenshots on Twitter or email? We got to see the video of Brad Weber on his way to testify. Yeah. I have spoken to an eyewitness who was friends with Taryn and Patty's at the time Libby was born. Okay. What else we got? Kara says, we've all shouted out Andrea Burkhart for her awesome coverage of the trial. No, it's not as good as cameras, but it's close. I'd be remiss if I didn't express gratitude for each and every one of her line sitters and all those who gave up a spot so that she could get in. It was very appreciated. I told my husband this morning when the trial's over, I don't know what I'm going to listen to. Well, I don't think we're ever going to run out of shit to talk about in this case, let alone any follow-up or residual. How come one of us is holding up a sign and the other one isn't? Asks this man. And DB says, to me, the real question is, how come one of us has multiple YouTube channels dedicated to convicting an innocent man and one of us does not? Who is this nugget, dude? big day today. My husband's client. Oh, this is Kara. If y'all are not following Kara Weineke, go follow Kara. She's amazing. She was one of the attorneys who filed as a relator last year, and she and her team went on to file 2 writs of mandamus before the Supreme Court of Indiana. And Kara had a enormous part to play in Rick's rightful defense attorneys being reinstated after they were thrown off the case by the tyrant herself, Judge Gall. I never thought I'd see ticket scalpers in front of a courthouse. Nothing but class. Wish TV is posting more right now. Let's go to our Wish TV blog. Our glitter blog. At 9:17 a.m., prosecutor Nick McClelland began closing arguments. He tells the jury, that February 13th is a day that Delphi will never forget. The day. Today is the day. He says the state has proven that Alan is bridge guy. It's a weird start. He tells the jury the state has done just that. It is so because I say it so. Never mind your eyes and ears. It is so. McClelland talks about that day where Libby was the last time she talked to Becky Patty, Libby's grandmother. He's showing the jury a PowerPoint of Libby and Abby's Snapchat photo from Kelsey's car. He recounts the search Libby's father made and how he called Becky Patty. McClelland tells the jury about the search and that Brad Weber, the neighbor, let them look around his property. He says they did not look through the house at that time, however. No one asked you to talk about Brad Weber in your closing, dude. Do we have a list of who got in? Yes, sorry. And I started reading it and then I stopped. Andrea and Lee were both on that list. Judge Jessica. And then there were just like community members, like 2 members of from the murder sheet, 2 people I think from WTHR, a couple like private citizens whose names we see a lot, like Aspen. I'm trying to think who else I saw in there. Someone said if we just wait for the prosecutor's closing, it'll all come together. Oh, okay. Before court begins, News 8's Kyla Russell reports that defense attorney Andy Baldwin writes Rick on a coffee cup and gives it to Alan. Normally, Alan gets a coffee from the courthouse, but today Baldwin purchased one from a local shop. At 8:47, Alan enters the room. Russell reports he has a regular large-sized Bible today, not the typical Gideon-style one he's had in the past. He is heard saying that he loves the coffee. He shows defense attorney Jennifer Auger a verse in his Bible. Prosecutor Stacey Diener is seen hugging the German and William family members, of course. Abby's mother is crying and being comforted by family. Anna is there this morning, y'all. Our heart and thoughts go out to Anna and her family. I cannot imagine. I truly cannot imagine. God. Bob said he got a lanyard from Kathy, so it's okay. So Bob is and will be inside too. So we've got Lawyer Lee, Andrea Burkhart, and Bob Mata. At the very least, our 3 attorneys are inside. Mandy, I don't know the answer to this, but my gut is going to go with hell no. Hell fucking no. The interview with Abby's grandmother. Cliff Williams? Yeah. The interview broke me. Me too. If the jury says guilty, we can't let that be an endorsement of this treatment of defendants. Whether they come back with a guilty, not guilty, or hung verdict, yeah, I agree. We need to continue to raise hell about what has transpired here. Oh my God, Freckled Joy. I saw a clip this morning and I had that same thought. Those were skinny jeans. He had like some, like,
millennial emo vibes. Some like My Chemical Romance jeans is what I thought immediately. I'm like, damn. Okay, Brad Weber. The civil suit's the only thing DOC will pay attention to when they pay out. Hey, Post-Punk Mama, on your way to work. I hope that you have a safe drive and a good day at work. Bob said they'll do a joint stream for verdict watching because, of course they will. That's good. Nick is all done. Yes, the state has concluded. So at 9:04, Judge Bull enters the room. The jury enters at 9:07 and court's in session. Bull says the jury again had supervised contact with their electronic devices. She explains some of the case-specific jury instructions. The jury must follow all law while deliberating, and the jury must consider all the facts. Bull reads all the counts against Allen. Allen shakes his head as Bull reads charges that say he killed Abigail Williams and Liberty German. She explains the concept of beyond reasonable doubt and the definition of murder. Did she explain the concept of beyond reasonable doubt? I would like to know exactly what she said too, because if the state proved beyond reasonable doubt Allen killed the girls, they must find him guilty and vice versa. I fucking hate this shit, y'all. I hate this shit. Bull explains intentionality and what that means. Okay. Anyway, this is the most, I read this earlier out of order, but I'll read again for, I think a couple of people were asking. Prosecutor Nick McClellan began his closing arguments at 9:17. He told the jury February 13th is a day that Delphi will never forget. He said the state has proven that Allen is the bridge guy, and he tells the jury the state's done just that. McClellan talks about the day where Libby was the last time she talked to Becky, Libby's grandmother. He's showing the jury a PowerPoint with Libby and Abby's snapshot photo from Kelsey's car, and he recounts the search that Libby's father made and how he called Becky Patty. McClellan tells the jury about the search and that Brad Weber, the neighbor, let them look around his property. He says they did not, however, look through the house at that time. Okay. Thanks for sharing, Nick. Refresh it. Just did. Thank you. They're adding more about Nick's closing every couple of minutes. Perfect. Thank you, Ariel. Appreciate that. McClellan goes through the testimony of several people on the bridge and in the area that saw Bridge Guy, from Betsy Blair, who saw the girls, to Sarah Carbaugh, who said that she saw Bridge Guy muddy and bloody. And we all remember Sarah Carbaugh's spectacular testimony about seeing the muddy, bloody man. That's not what the instructions say. I would like to, I think we should read the jury instructions in a minute here, just because they are important. May find. Yeah, exactly. It's supposed to be may instead of must find. They always do that shit. You may find him guilty if the state proves it beyond a reasonable doubt, but you must find him not guilty if the state does not meet that burden. Nick didn't even prove the bridge guy was real. I am muddy and bloody, says Captain America. I'll get you the order. I read it. Thank you, Kate. I think if you can you send it to me on X? That'd probably be the best way because I can't click on links in here. Nick just pretending all these witnesses weren't absolute bombs for the state. Once I threw up in the back of a 1990 Ford Probe. Can you get in trouble for glitter bombing a judge? This judge, you can probably just get in trouble for wearing glitter in her courtroom. Yeah. The prosecutor goes on to say, that doesn't happen around here, referring to the murders. Should we have a live where we just talk about all of the bodies that have piled up in Carroll County as a result of a number of things and law enforcement's ineptitude, inability, and indifference towards preventing, investigating, and legally prosecuting crime? We can talk about that if Nick McClellan wants to insist that this kind of thing just doesn't happen here. Little girls don't get murdered here. Never mind the 4 that were murdered 3 months ago. We don't need to talk about them. He describes the bodies being found, and he shows photos of the girls' clothes in the Deer Creek. He describes the crime scene as being secured. He begins to talk about firearms and how officers in Carroll County carry 9 millimeters, not 40 caliber. Remember that for later. Okay, Nick, we'll remember that they didn't just sit through hours and hours of testimony like 3 days ago from a firearms examiner.
He goes on to show the crime scene and says, this is what they saw. He shows a phone that was collected from under Abby's shoe, which was under her body. He says they collected a cartridge and shows it at the scene. McClellan shows the jury a photo of Libby's phone. He shows the bridge guy from February 13th. He says the video shows the moment they were forced down the hill by the guy in the video, bridge guy. I don't have them already, Kate. Thank you to whoever gifted Scotty a membership, and thank you to people who are members, and thank you to everyone who continues to gift memberships. That's so nice. None of these instructions matter. The jury does whatever they want. True. However, we have seen a case with Nick McClelland where the jury instructions were so distorted and so poorly explained that it was appealed. Like, and Judge Bev and Karen Reed case, I do think that a judge, either with intentionality or just like being insane and pro-state, like Judge Diener, it doesn't, whatever. I do think that a judge can impact the jury's understanding and interpretation and conceptualization of what the burden of the state really is. Like 80%, in my opinion, like beyond a reasonable doubt, Judge Diener was like, he nailed it. 80% is about fair. That's perfect. No. I don't know. I don't think that we can quantify whatever beyond a reasonable doubt is, but to me, it's 100. That's what beyond a reasonable doubt is to me, 100%. There are no alternative possibilities or explanations, period. None. I don't know what's so hard about that. It's hard. You have to be certain. You need to be certain. And if there's even 1% of doubt in your mind, then the state didn't do their job. And so don't reward the state for failing by giving them a conviction that they did not earn. It's very simple. He says, we've proven that Rick is bridge guy, and nobody with half a brain believes that. The jury certainly does not believe that. There should be an option for the jury to convict the prosecutor of crimes instead. Or for the jury to turn around and like, okay, we find the defendant not guilty, but while we've got you here, Prosecutor McClelland, Judge Gold, Jerry Holman, and Steve Mullins, I love that he wrote Rick on his coffee cup. Good Lord, it's fucking me in my feels. Such a soft and kind gesture of humanization the last day before he may start his new life, something normal. How long has Rick been referred to as Richard Allen, the Delphi killer? His name is Rick. And actually, Andy, in the first interview they ever did with Andy, he says, Rick, that's his name. Rick is his name. He goes by Rick. Like, he made a point to say that immediately. If there's 1% doubt, it should be not guilty. I totally agree. Nick McClelland spoke loads of nonsense just to confuse them. We should watch it. I'll link it. Thank you, DB. Put a one in the chat, everybody, for DB, baby girl, who continues to keep our streams going when I am doing a boon or walk or a whatever the fuck else I do and get distracted over here. Thank you, DB. Lindsay, my dad's name is Rick. It's nice. The coffee is going to be content for days. Well, we can do a content on this side too. I don't know if y'all know this about us, but we can do a content or two over here. We've been known to do a content, and we've been known to do a viral, and we've been known to do a rowdy. So Rick registered himself as Ricky for the jail calls. Boony baby intermissions. I wish I could scoop up Rick and fam and stay with me in Banny Lake, Washington. That would be lovely. My hope for them is like get far away. Look at Bonker's doggy. He does look like Boone. Yeah, Boone has like some spaniel, maybe some dachshund, maybe a little poodle. He's got like a pointy little snout. He's a mutt for sure. But Bonker's babe, your dog, beautiful. Maybe some Labradoodle or Labrador. Hey, Nick, were you in Indiana on February 13th? If so, you're just as likely to have committed the crime as Rick. I agree with that. I do agree with that.
The jury should be allowed to make some recommendations for further action if they vote not guilty. Judge James is having a blast with the old the Ronnie Logan lore, and I love to see it because there is no shortage of Ronnie Logan lore in this case. I'm very concerned if he's released tonight or the next few days, he's gonna need protection. I think that he will. I think the only thing worse for the state than Rick surviving and being fine would be somebody hurting him at this point. They've got enough, they're like in enough trouble. I think they probably realize that, but like they're not in any position to be letting anything happen to their suspect, who hopefully very soon should be exonerated. Okay, look at your Twitter DMs on it. Thank you, Kate, my love, my friend, my confidant, my pit bulldog on Twitter, making us laugh and scream. Thomas says, remind me, I'll show you our dogs. We have 3. I'm in England. This county does the jury stay for the sentencing and ag cases. In this county, does the jury stay for sentencing? Does the jury? So if he is found guilty, they will schedule sentencing for a later date. And I do not believe the jury. I believe the jury is released from their jury duty after the conviction and or exoneration or acquittal, whatever, is read and entered. And then I believe the jury can go home. Can Rick sue? Yes, and he will. Rosie has made that very fucking clear. Very clear. Yeah, even though I wouldn't want him to file, even though I would want him to file a massive lawsuit, I would not blame him for never having his name spoken in the court again. I think that his defense attorneys and the attorneys that have kind of been on the peripheral of Rick's case, who are very invested and who care a great deal about it, will be sure to handle this if and when it comes time to that. And yes, they can be at sentencing if they wish to. Does Gold do the thank you. So Gold does the sentencing if he's found guilty. Yeah. Oh yeah. She sure do. She sure do. Okay, jury instructions. Thank you again, Kate. I'm going to read them right now. And they were, I don't know that these are the newest, like I believe that the defense wanted to amend a couple sentences for the wording. Y'all, I've been muted. I'm so sorry. I've been muted probably for like a minute. I apologize. So over here talking to myself. These are the jury instructions. I think that the defense did ask to amend a couple things in them. And Kate, if these are the most recent ones, let me know. But I'm pretty sure that there's a couple things that were changed, but pretty much the same. Hi, Luke. This is insane. McClellan said in his closing, Weber let us search his home, but we didn't look through the house at the time, thus introducing reasonable doubt. On purpose? Question mark, question mark. I can't even begin to guess,
as to why they do the things that they do and have done the things they've done in this case. I just, other than they didn't see it going that way. I don't know. It's crazy. It's just absolutely nuts. Do y'all want to go through jury instructions? Nick literally highlighting that the girls could have been in his house. Right. We didn't check his house at the time, but we looked on his property and stuff. Is he throwing the case or is he just dumb? I almost feel like he's throwing the case. And I started feeling that way halfway through, I want to say, when they kept letting Mullen go on the stand and not, I was just thinking, like, are they trying to throw the ball game here? What are they doing? I almost feel like they don't want him to be convicted because then, or at least those complicit and implicated in the worst of the crimes against him. Andy Baldwin is a quality human. Andy Baldwin is a Chad. That dude, I mean, they all are, but Andy Baldwin that's why do you think Judge Cole hates him so much? Why do you think she has such vitriol and disgust and contempt for him? Because he is a good, honest, decent man, and because people see that in him. After calling eyewitnesses that proved literally nothing. Thank you, Kate. Appreciate you. I want to do a poll really quick because I figured out how finally. Rick will be found not guilty, guilty, hung jury. Start poll. DB does not think that was him trying to throw it. Yeah, probably not. Y'all, I did a poll. I finally figured it out. I did a poll. Okay, here we go. I'm available to review my very poor notes if you want. We'll come back to jury instructions because I do want to hear what Fian has to say. And here is the link again to jury instructions. Check Twitter. Okay. Fian, I think you have a link, but I'll send it again. And we'll get our weird cat up here. Talk to us about his experience in the courtroom. What's today? Oh, this is old. For some reason. Oh, that's okay. Here we go. I'll come back to this, Kate. Fian, I sent you a link on X. Weird Cat has notes. Yes. Yes. New one copied in your video. Okay, thank you. I followed this case since the beginning, but I have a friend in Muncie? How do you say that? Muncie or Muncie? Muncie, Indiana. Who had never heard of it. I had to tell her. Who voted guilty? Okay, let's see. I'll leave it up for a bit. We've got 78% not guilty, 4% guilty, 18% hung jury. Weird Cat.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, long time no talk.
I know. How's it going?
Pretty good. I'm surprised the link that DB sent me worked this time. He usually sends me an old link and it never works.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So what's up? Give us the rundown.
Not too much. I decided to go to Delphi for a couple days of court on the DL. And interesting. I'm not sure where to start. So the whole entire situation there is crazy with the the public access. It's just a madhouse. So you get the good idea to go basically people that go for the morning session are not able to get back in for the afternoon session. Generally, the only people getting back in for the afternoon sessions, if they go to the morning session, are people with like a whole line sitter network. So Hidden True Crime, Lawyer Lee, Andrea, and occasionally might be somebody else. So like the first, so basically lined up inside the courtroom like after the morning session started, and then those people will get in, and then people with line sitters will get in for the afternoon part. So you end up waiting a lot less time and indoors and during normal daytime hours to make an afternoon session.
Right.
So I think that was definitely the play to make, to actually see some stuff. And then the second, so in the first day, even Murder Sheet, they just left, for the afternoon session. They didn't see any of the afternoon session. So I mean, I know that they wanted to paint themselves as comprehensive, but they're not even sitting through court all day each day, because they just, I don't think that they always have the resources to do it. Like you gotta organize a line sitter, which I don't know how they can't do that with 10,000 people on their Facebook group and stuff.
I thought that they did, or at least they were.
I mean, it seems to be haphazard. The second day, Anya that did have a coordinate. I'm not sure if she bought the line sitter spot, or it seemed like it was originally reserved for Marv, but then Anya ended up with it. But the second day that I went, lined up immediately at when it opened at 9 a.m. and they made an announcement that they were only going to let 16 people in from the public. And I haven't seen any new decorum order, and I was number 16. And that was from lining up immediately as soon as the doors opened. So very fortunate to get in the second day, and that's where I heard the cross of Dr. Martin, which is both horrifying, but also I'm very glad to see it with my own eyes, because they played the video that previously was not viewed by the public, because they were playing it for the witness, and it just had to be positioned to where at least half the courtroom could see what was on there. And I mean, definitely worth seeing it. The way that doctor conducted himself, kind of tells the story of what, it kind of confirms, what a lot of people hypothesized about how he was being treated.
Right. Say more.
On that part, working back.
Yeah.
I mean, so it was kind of hard coming in halfway through, because we didn't see the direct of Dr. Martin. He was already on the stand, it just seemed like this was the way it was going. They were gonna start the cross, and I was still perturbed by the lack of public access part, because I couldn't get over it. They only let 16 people in. Technically, it was 18. They've just got two rows for the public. So they would let 16 in, and then they let two more people in. And one was a Dateline lady that was behind me, and of course she had asked me if I was a YouTuber or something. I was like, I mean, a dabble, not really YouTuber. And then she was talking to someone behind us, and then she comes up and she's like, "You didn't tell me you're Twitter famous. You're X on Twitter, and she's saying it real
Yeah.
loud, and Anya's standing like right in front of me. I'm like, keep your voice down. Like, I'm not trying to advertise that like through the entire I'll also just add a note because Andrea always does it. Dude, I really liked Nick's suit yesterday. Like, I thought he was dressed flashy.
Who? Nick's outfit?
I was really, yeah. He had like a light gray suit that had like a square pattern on it and a black shirt, and then he had like a rainbow argyle tie. And it was he looked good. I mean, not his hair, but like his suit he looked well dressed. I agree. I mean, Andrea did a really good job recapping like exactly what I saw. Like, so that I spent a lot of time catching up on Andrea's stuff, both to catch up on the morning session where I didn't have access to a phone, and then also just confirming like that she was accurately reporting what I also saw and just what additional details. Like, I mean, she's obviously a much better note taker than I am. I do not understand this. Like, I was partially right. I thought the rebuttal case, like he should keep it very streamlined because of how much they've shot themselves in the foot with everything else thus far. But like, I just still didn't expect that it would go this poorly. Like, I don't know why. I mean, they ended their case on like the worst note. The worst.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you mean with Dr. Martin and them?
With Dr. Martin, and just like the uncertainty of the diagnosis, the in and out of psychosis, that he wasn't there to actually really diagnose the guy, that he wasn't on site, that he didn't spend time with him. He never did an actual examination, or he did an entry interview, and that's the whole basis. And then everything else he's just getting to get like gleaning from Dr. Walla, and like the integrity of his notes and his general integrity. And like, I mean, he's basically just a doctor that's contracted to sign off on scripts. And it had gotten so bad at Westfield that they had a backlog of 200 to 250 like cases where like they needed to be seen by a psychiatrist, and like he's just trying to slam through this backlog, just like full speed, and like he's not spending time with these patients. Like he's just trying to get them caught up to like make it better than it was before that. And I mean, he was not a good witness for Diener. She was exasperated. He was laughing and stuff, and he was like not like, he wasn't really clear on his answers, and like he definitely was like, I mean, you had to question like whether some of his answers were correct, and then other times like he was being way too honest with his answers, like that didn't help the state at all. And sometimes he'd just be like, yes or no answers, and like it was clearly the answer that the state did not want. I mean, it was jarring. Like, and like when they played that video, like it was just a huge bombshell, because Rosie just got him with the like. Rosie started like trying to like get him to rethink like what was going on with this discrepancy of like, you said you saw him this day, but like we just showed this video and these two things are not lining up, dude. Like they just aren't. And like, Diener got him on asked and answered, because he gave a wishy-washy answer, and he tried to answer it, and Rose is just like, fine. And he's like, did you haven't seen that video, like does that make you question your analysis that he was no longer under psychosis on that day? And Dr. Martin says yes, and they're like, no further questions. And it was just like,
And that's how they ended it.
I mean, it was just, I mean, towards the end, there was a little bit more after that, but like that was just such a devastating yes answer. Like Rosie didn't do anything more after that. Like he just got them. Like he just
didn't need
like,
to, yeah.
I mean, it was. I mean, I really like. You got to appreciate like the verbal sparring that is like our legal system, but that's so much more of what it is than like, you know, justice and getting to the answers and stuff. But there is like a lot of gamesmanship and like, you know, sport to asking questions and formulating them right and getting the little pieces of information out there. But like, you know, the perspective, you know, like how it comes off to the jury is like much more important than, you know, like the impact is more important than like the details a lot of the time. And like,
yeah,
I mean, the defense team, I mean, Rosie is on point. He's brilliant. But yeah, I mean, that video was super hard to watch. And like a lot of people are like, oh man, like everybody's like craning their necks to kind of like see it over everybody else. Like basically only one half can see it. And, you know, that's what I was doing. And I mean, it started getting uncomfortable and I kind of like caught myself and I was like, because look, like caught a glance what's in front of me and it's all of Rick's family and like they can't watch. And like, it's like, I mean, it's just him being restrained and like drugged against his will and just put into a catatonic state and just like it was really horrible. It's horrible that they're doing that to people. I mean, it's just it's subhuman.
What do you think that you were watching? I know they're like, oh, a medical procedure, but like, I mean, what did it look like to you? And I don't mean like the specifics or anything, but like, given the testimony of the doctor and what he said from the morning of that day versus what you saw in the video, like what was your takeaway? What was going on? What were you even?
Well, like they had. I mean, this is the problem that like, you know, they didn't want this video. The state didn't want this video in, and like whoever, I mean, is probably Rosie, but like, but the team in general, like, I mean, this date came up in Dr. Martin's like testimony, and they're like, "Whoa, wait a second, that's the same date as one of the videos that we put in previously." And like they got it. They got a date stamp, and the state like had no like they clearly weren't cognizant that like these two dates matched up. Like they weren't
already admitted.
Yeah, it was already in there. Like otherwise they wouldn't have never mentioned that date probably because of the recourse of, well, you can clearly kind of rebut what's being said here because you've got it on video of, you know, you've got the time and date. So like, I mean, the doctor didn't have a clear answer of when his interaction was. He tried to say it was earlier in that morning, but I don't think that he really substantiated that answer very thoroughly. Like he didn't have an exact time of when he saw him.
Well, even if it was that morning, I mean, it's still, I mean, to try and.
Right. Because he starts off the video of like not looking well. So even if
he's in the video, so this is Dr. Martin.
No, Dr. Martin is not in this video. Like,
okay, it's a different doctor.
Separate interactions. Like his interaction is just like basically a quick checkup, you know, and like he was, and they really got him on like, well, where's the video of that? And then like they didn't have a great answer for that. Well, it probably happened before, and like you know, like this is likely just a like at the cell door, the prison door, like he's just checking in on him, looking at him, and like supposedly that's where another confession happens, and like, but like his notes aren't like, his notes aren't like comprehensive or anything in this stuff. They're like very check mark type of notes. Like he says, alert and oriented to person, place, time, and lucid. Like that's a very generic thing to say. That's just like very baseline things of like
This person is sitting up straight
check,
and for
person's live, breathing, you know, like, you know, alert, whatever. Like he's not actually doing any sort of like thoughtful like analysis of it at the time, but like but he's like, oh no, not psychotic. While he watches the video, like, oh, do you question whether he may have been still psychotic? Answer: yes. Like, because he sees it with his own eyes too, and you like when the psychiatrist is looking at it, like, you know that he wasn't alert and oriented, you know, like he was like that he's the exact opposite of that. So and then, you know, another question that they asked the Dr. Martin is just, you know, one of the jury questions, and like I don't know if they knew the answer to this beforehand, but like they felt, hey, let's go ahead and answer it. When you see what's on that video, is it possible that he's feigning? What's Dr. Martin say? No. Like, it's obvious. Like, he is not alert and oriented. He's probably still psychotic. Like, it's
100%.
definitely not
He's
feigning.
had a
These are
time.
just straightforward answers that he can't even lie about because it's just so blatantly obvious.
Thank God that video exists. I mean, on one hand, it's so deplorable that they're filming their, you know, war crimes, I say, but on the other hand, imagine if the defense didn't have, if they didn't have all of the evidence of their torture and abuse of him, all, you know, all that time. Like,
yeah, and I don't know if they they were thoughtful about kind of picking certain dates to make sure that they had stuff. So it might be credit to Max as far as making sure they had that date in their arc, in their, you know, their montage, you know, like that was an important date to make sure you had documented just in case it came up. And then it did come up. He was not paying attention and went ahead and mentioned this date, and then boom, shows that's not what the situation, and it's just plain, and you can get the doctor to confirm all that stuff, and that he was wrong. Like, I don't know what he was writing at the time. He's just probably just doing everything just on the fly, you know, like
if he even laid eyes on Rick that day in person, I mean, it was literally probably just laid eyes on him and checked off his refills or whatever. Like, there's no way that he actually did an actual appropriate, like, thorough and even not thorough. There's no way he evaluated Rick on that day.
Sure that guy ever does a thorough evaluation on
no, and there's no way
I
that's accurate.
That's the sense that you probably should have gotten, like, based on what the testimony was. Like, it's almost impossible. Like, he's running around with like a chicken with his head cut off, just trying to, you know, get the scripts out, and like, you know, he's not even really the one determining like like, should this person be on Haldol or not? Like, you know, he defers to Dr. Wallace. She's the one that would know more about it. Well, you're the fucking psychiatrist that has to prescribe stuff, dude. You have to make sure that you're doing your due diligence in prescribing like serious medications.
I'm not even convinced that anything that Dr. Walla put in her notes, because we've, like, at this point, not we, but like you and the jury and some members of the public, they have seen with their own eyes the true state that Rick was in at the exact time and dates when he allegedly made these statements. And I mean, Dr. Polly, and then I'm going to let you, you know, go on your note. I want to hear more from like your experience, but Dr. Polly Westcott said, I mean, she clocked Walla right away. And that's like, there's a difference between like an actual expert in their field and a Dr. Walla who's just kind of playing dress up. Dr. Polly made one of the most damning points about Dr. Walla's documentation of Rick's confession. the fact that Rick, much like with this Dr. Martin example, like the same day that he's allegedly, supposedly telling Walla about this van and he's confessing and blah, 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 the same day we know from other video that he is acutely psychotic, very unwell. And yet Walla in her notes details this confession from Rick that is in a narrative format, as if he sat down and he said, here's what happened. And he went through in like a linear, logical, a timeline of events where things were in order. And it was like he was telling her a story. That right there calls into that right there erodes all credibility and legitimacy of that confession. I think Rick was so ill that Dr. Walla knew that she could just make shit up and he wouldn't know one way or another. He's probably like, oh, I said that? Okay. I don't think he did.
Right. I think that you would definitely have to question whether those sorts of notes are actually representative of things that he actually said. And I don't know. You know what? I think that she's still under. I think that she is retained currently still by Centurion, so that she has like some future, you know, potentially. Even though she got in trouble, Dr. Martin got shit canned for sure. Like he's taking some of the blame.
I want to call out though this too, like the Haldol probably was the appropriate course of treatment for Rick because he was psychotic. My issue with the Haldol is that they were over medicating him because they were giving him oral Haldol, PRN injections of Haldol, and regular injections of Haldol, and then the 30-day injection that's supposed to last a month, they were giving it to him like every 2 weeks. So and that's outlined.
I mean, there's no way of knowing. I mean, a doctor would need to a doctor needed to see him and determine a course of treatment. Like that never happened. So like whether he should have or should not have been on Haldol, or maybe probably not Haldol, probably a different antipsychotic, you know, would be far preferable. Like they were just doing everything completely haphazardly with no like concern for like his well-being at all.
And Haldol is it's like an old veteran, you know, old faithful, tried and true antipsychotic. It's cheap. They know a lot about it, but it's not to say it is the best one. But most of these are convicted inmates. They get what they get. You know, it's a state facility. It's not like they're getting the best, highest level of care anyway. But for a pretrial defendant who's but this is why people who are designated a certain, like they categorize them A through E. Rick was too sick to be there, period. Like none of these doctors should have been treating him there because he was too sick.
Right. I mean, the differentiation between him being an actual offender and being a pretrial detainee, like there was every reason to treat him completely differently. And if they treated him differently, like it was clearly only worse, you know?
Yeah. Okay. So what else from your time there? So Dr. Martin was a disaster.
Dr. Martin was a disaster.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Everyone's dying to know how you think the jury, what was the jury's reaction or perspective or whatever? How do you think all of this was hitting with the jury?
Oh, you cut out.
The jury. I mean, just you being in the courtroom watching the jury. Do you think that they
were?
Well,
during the video, I was definitely trying to watch the video more, and the only thing that kind of distracted me from that was really noticing how Rick's family was responding to it. I looked over at the jury a little bit, and they have seen this before. I'm not really good at like the jury analysis type of stuff. I really don't have any idea what they're thinking, you know. I get that. I think that from some of the questions, I think that there's at least a few like pretty staunch, not guilty, like people there. I think it's likely that there's probably a couple more staunch guilty people there. I mean, I think it's going to be
on the jury.
I think that there's a split. I think it's gonna be a mixed jury, and they're gonna have to fight it out. I'm not sure what the split
What about
is.
it gives you that idea?
Mostly from the jury questions and whether they're sympathetic to the state or they're really accusatory against the state.
Okay.
I mean, they definitely throw out some gotcha questions that like put the state in a bad light, and I think that like people are doing that because they they're not convinced. They're very suspicious of like law enforcement and IDOC and like this entire scenario. But at the same time, like I think there's like one of the jurors that, like is the mom of somebody that's a law enforcement officer, and like I don't know. I think that they're much more sympathetic to like the state probably just has it right. Oh, and the other thing I'll just say that when you were mentioning it earlier, we're gonna get the audio. Besides all the shenanigans with the audio, Judge Gull herself like whispers in court. Like you're not gonna, the audio ain't gonna have her on it.
Well, they have, but they're
the mic ain't anywhere close to her.
What?
Like she's made sure that like this audio is gonna be trash. It's gonna be bad audio.
Well, maybe they can do an interpolation of the audio and enhance it.
Right. Right. I don't know. Yeah, they'll bolster it with the transcript, but like they'll change the transcript to whatever they want. I don't know. It was really, really weird. I mean, it when people said it's hard to hear, like it's really, really hard to hear everything. The only people projecting their voices are the attorneys. I think Nick and the defense attorneys do a good job. Diener doesn't. Diener's quiet, but and so one of the things that happened yesterday was notice that Luttrell wanders in like an hour after like the cross starts, and we're like, where the hell has he been? And so like when we got the Andrea, watched the Andrea update from what happened in the morning, like apparently Luttrell was a disaster in the morning and like came off really bad. I think that he may have like taken some heat from Nick for not doing very well.
Mm-hmm. How's his podium?
I didn't even notice that there was a podium. I don't know if they moved it out or what happened with it.
After all that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who did Luttrell flop with? Asks Judge Jessica.
I forget what that was. Maybe that was 2 days ago. But yeah, I don't remember seeing a podium at all. I forget. I'd have to go back to what Andrea had said, but there was some. Let me see where I have very bad notes, and I'm also just jumping around a lot. The morning. Oh yeah, that was 2 days ago when Luttrell came in late. It must have been with. So the first Tuesday when I was there, most of the testimony I had was the Stacey Eldridge and the bombshell with the headphones being plugged in, which I mean, I think Nick kind of did a okay job mitigating it. I think the Luttrell bombed with the bullet stuff in the morning. Which I missed all of that. Or maybe it was Westcott that he had bombed with. I think it was Westcott with the psychological stuff. But yeah, the Tuesday I saw the Apple Health data stuff and the knowledge C.db stuff, and like that was it was having seen some of the Karen Reed trial, like I was kind of interested in like, what do you got like in your extractions? Like what's there? And like, it was so telling as far as like they had this, and like Cecil and Bunner, like they had this information of like, there's clearly this audio output event that has a start and stop time to it, and they just completely ignore it. Basically, like, there's a note, and there's just like, oh, I didn't know what that was, or like there's not enough research on what that is. But like, besides whatever it is, it's very clear that something happened at 5:45 p.m. and ended at 10:32 p.m. and like
Right.
like something happened, like, and that like what they did, their stupid like Google search out in the hallway, and I swear like it was kind of hilarious because OJ just roasted
that man.
destroyed him for like, is that like that's really what you do? You do a Google search, you don't go by peer reviewed information, you don't like this is the standard, this is the standard, you just randomly Google something, and like maybe that's the explanation, and the explanation is stupid. Like, it's like, oh, it could have been water or dirt. Okay, well, how does water start at 5:45 p.m.? How does dirt start at 5:45 p.m.? How does water or dirt stop at 10:32 p.m.? That the time frame for this, and it's not like, Stacey Eldridge very plainly says one means wired headphone. That's what's plugged in, or an auxiliary cable.
DB showed us, he pulled up like the actual, I can't remember what it was, but he pulled up the actual like knowledge C, whatever the fuck guidelines, and it said one, it's like a specific, right. And I think it even said one also means that audio is playing. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if they said that.
So like Stacey Eldridge also got in there. Like, I don't know if she kind of did this on her own accord, but like milliseconds before the wired headphone is plugged in, or the auxiliary cable is plugged in, milliseconds before that, incoming phone call.
What do you think they gather from those facts? Like, what is their
I'm not sure, because I don't know that the defense completely, I mean, they weren't there to see what was happening, but something happened, man. Like, that was my takeaway, is like, oh shit, dude, like there's something going on with this phone during this period of time. And like, Nick really tries to conflate it. Well, it's not moving. It's not moving. It's not moving. It's just, it's in one place, going in and out of service. Like, okay, that doesn't explain the headphones being plugged in, man. And like, your definition of moving is whether steps are being tracked on Apple Health. That's not the only definition of moving. Like, you can be stationary in a car, and your location is moving. And I mean, they didn't really get into like, well, what's the, like, do you have location on all these places? And I mean, the destruction of the on-off log of when, which includes not only every time this was turned on and off, but also when it was turned on, like in and out of airplane mode, like that's all completely lost. And like, Stacey Eldridge really like said, basically they completely destroyed their ability to like really do a full analysis on this phone, because they didn't do a full file system extraction. Like, they immediately got their hands on the phone and didn't try to do that first. And once you ignore doing that, like, it's lost forever. And especially when you also are playing with turning the phone on and off, and like, what I think they said in February, what are the dates that they turned this phone off on? Turned off and on during February, September, and October. And like, it was 6 months later. And like, some things are time dependent. Like, 6 months is too late to get some of this stuff. And you've messed it all up. And I mean, like, was that purposeful? Was it accidental? Like, you're just incompetent? Do you not know what you're doing? Like, Are we really supposed to believe that you don't know what audio output means? Like, you can't take a guess. Can't take a guess what that means. Like, and they got up there on the stand like, I had no idea. Didn't know. Don't know what that means. Like, they're liars. Like basic common sense would tell you, like, anybody could take a wild guess of what that might mean. It's not that complicated.
So it's not just that it was a false read. It's like actually more complicated than what, like the water damage and dirt theory to explain this away has been debunked. That's not what happened. Like, they have technology.
Like you would need a crazy additional explanation of what is happening at that time where water, dirt introduced and then extracted from the phone. Like, that doesn't make any sense. That would be a crazy explanation. Like, there's no explanation for that. Like, something's got to be happening during that time. Like, there's that part's not in dispute. That you've got something that happened, which is
yeah.
I mean, they're not aux cable, like they couldn't differentiate whether it might be the cable that you use to play music on, like, your car, but like, once you plug it in, you silence the phone. Like, it's going to route the volume to, or the audio, rather than coming out the speakers of the phone. I mean, I thought that, this is what really, like, it's speculative, but like, I mean, I think when the defense has alluded to, like, getting into a vehicle and stuff, like, that starts to make the pieces like fit a little bit better. Like, did they get into a vehicle? That's when your steps stop. It's easy to plug the phone into something without really registering any steps. Easy to park a vehicle into a metal building that might affect, its signal, its reception. I've seen the crazier speculation has been like, oh, a cop put it into a Faraday bag. I'd put that a little bit less likely, but I wouldn't rule it out. But something's going on, and I mean, I think there are explanations that aren't, like, I don't think Nick really wanted to hammer on, well, what's the most reasonable explanation for this, and like wanted to say, like, it's sitting there just going in and out of service. Like, I don't think that's the most reasonable explanation, given this information, the totality of this information. I don't think that's the most reasonable explanation, even close to it. Like, something else was happening.
Beam, do you mind if I read
and I don't know.
Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, it's a little bit frustrating that we didn't get more information, but I just don't know where the defense is with information that they have. Like, I mean, it's very strategic where they have to end and how much they want to provide and where they think they are in meeting, solidifying reasonable doubt.
What is specifically?
Something that could be what's that? One of the things that I thought was like really interesting that both sides did not flesh out was regarding Rick's location, because they made a point of reviewing the precision history reports, and they had it for Libby's phone, and it showed some stuff, and then there was a jury question. They're like, well, couldn't you get the same thing for Rick's phone? And they're like, yeah, and like, okay, and like, would you need the phone to be able to do that? No. So you don't need the phone. Both sides don't need the phone to pull that report and
So why
look at it
did neither
and look at
side
it and
present
show
it?
where he's at. I don't have any idea. Like neither side wants to say, which
Well, maybe
I
they
don't
couldn't
understand.
get it then.
I mean, it sounds like they can get it.
I mean, maybe like technically and hypothetically and presumably they could, but perhaps for some reason, like there were a lot of things on Libby's phone that are just missing that shouldn't be, but because of the way the evidence was not preserved, like I don't know, it's almost like there's a lot of data because of how long they fucking waited to try and get it. It's just gone.
Yeah, and I don't know. It might just be like, I don't know. It might just not be super helpful to either side. You know, it might be close, but not. You know, might be close to the area, but not in the exact right area, and the state doesn't
Well, and would
think that
that
it'll
fall
help
under
them, and defense is worried that like, well, that might seem like it's too close, you know, for comfort. So both sides don't provide it, but like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, we don't get the answers. We don't get the actual information. Like, we get what both sides think is their best argument, but not really the actual core data.
Would that be geofence related though? That like location data, because we know that.
Well, I think it was how I'm not good with the providers basically.
You're kind of
in
cutting
the
out a
interest
little
of like.
bit. Can you repeat that? You
Sorry.
cut out for a second. No, it's okay.
So I'm not. My understanding is basically that the providers will just constantly ping to be able to kind of like document this information, and like, so like you're being pinged all the time by your service provider in the interest of providing you better service. And so based on that, like they've got a history of your location. And you don't need the phone to get that. They've got those reports at the provider level. But I don't know. I don't know why neither side. I guess both sides just thought it wasn't helpful to their case.
Well, if the state didn't present it, then the defense has no reason
Right.
to.
Yeah. Right. I mean, if I was on the jury, I would definitely be. I mean, this is the thing that solidified it the most for me throughout this case. Is just like, where's the beef? Where's that? Like, the lack of evidence is the strongest evidence that he's most likely not involved in anything. Like, otherwise you would just be able to show something.
So I was talking to Court, and then I want to read an update. So we'll kind of just like shift gears for a second. But Courtney and I think DB and I were talking about like just what a like dud the trial in terms of like, I mean, like nothing was revealed. Nothing was. There's just so much that we still don't know, and so much evidence that they just didn't vet. And a lot of it is because the state has been playing hide the ball with discovery up until this week. There's like they were still trying to get shit, you know, the Google searches and shit. Like they've been making it impossible for the defense to do their job. And so Cecil's report didn't even get into the hands of the defense until last month. So what are they going to do with it? I mean, the woman, it sounds like the phone expert got on the stand and was basically like time limitations. Like, this is what I was able to do. Right.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they she wasn't the greatest witness, and Nick did a pretty good job on cross, just kind of beating her down. But like, I mean, the reality was that she had a pretty narrow scope of what she was looking at.
Right.
And, I mean, a lot of it had to do with like, what is this thing? What is this thing that's on the report? It's always been on the report that they claim they don't know what it is. Like, and like, it's obviously something. It's something with a start time and an end time, and it's the headphones being plugged in, the auxiliary cable being plugged in. And I mean, I think they just also just had to have her like be able to speak on the steps and everything. But I mean, and also just, you know, explain some of this in more layman's terms to the jury. I thought she did a good job of like very making it accessible what she was talking about, which is, you know, it's hard when you're talking about the knowledge sea database and, you know, kind of like comparing it to like, hey, this is what comes out is this kind of like a spreadsheet, and it's, you know, we can tell by looking at this and this, like this is what we're looking at. And, you know, like when they pulled up the start time and the end time for that audio output, like, I mean, I thought that's almost the biggest thing that I've even, like, biggest new piece of information that's come out in the whole trial, because it requires somebody to do that. Like,
human hands
human
access
hands.
the phone. That's the only explanation that makes any sense, even if it's, I mean, it's the only explanation that makes any sense. Something occurred that resulted in that reading of like the officer headphone, and then something occurred again at 10 whatever the fuck that resulted in another reading of you know, the unplugged. Like something happened to the phone, meaning somebody touched the phone and Rick wasn't home. Therefore, even if they're like, well, he could have gone home and someone else, their theory, they can't just like pick and choose and cherry pick and say he's the only guy, period, and then just ignore the fact that somebody else touched that phone. Like they can't be doing that. The jury's not stupid, even if they're skeptical. Like they're not stupid.
I mean, that's for the state is the like, this isn't their best theory. It's not even a good theory. Like they're like, if they wanted to make Rick fit, they'd have some explanation for him being there much later and during that period of time. You know, they have nothing for it.
Can we read this together?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I think we're all going to really enjoy this. So McClellan tells the jury, this is just a continuation of what we read about his closing. McClellan goes over the timeline with witnesses when they arrived, where they went. He says that Brianne Wilbur arrived at Freedom Bridge at 12:25 that day, walked to the bridge, took a photo at 1:26, ran into Bridge Guy while walking back to Freedom Bridge. McClellan tells the jury about Betsy Blair passing a camera at the Hoosier Harvest store and heading to the High Bridge. He says Kelsey German's car was also seen on camera passing after she dropped off the girls. Blair saw a man on the bridge and passed Libby and Abby when they arrived. He says the Bridge Guy video was taken at 2:13. He tells the jury that Libby's phone stopped moving at 2:32, and he says that Sarah Carbaugh passed the Hoosier Harvest store at 3:56 and saw Bridge Guy as he was muddy and bloody. McClellan says if we can determine who Bridge Guy is, we can determine who killed Abby Williams and Libby German. Nope, not really, but
I think there's a jump in logic there.
I would agree with that. It's a pretty big jump. It's like an Olympic hurdle. McClellan moves ahead to 2022. He describes Kathy Shank finding the lead sheet regarding Gallen. He describes Shank taking the tip to Tony Liggett, a detective working on the investigation. He describes Conservation Officer Dan Doolin downloading a photo of Allen from the BMV, Bureau of Motor Vehicles. McClellan says that it was determined Allen's car was the only 2016 Ford Focus registered in Carroll County in 2017. He's just doing a gaslight because he's literally going against his own witness testimony. Like, it's not, anyway. He says former Delphi police chief Steve Mullen went to the Hoosier Harvester and got footage from the camera there of Allen's Ford Focus. He says on October 13th, Mullen called Allen for an interview. Allen confirmed that he was wearing the same clothes that Bridge Guy was wearing. Is anyone else screaming right now? McClellan tells the jury that Allen said that he saw 3 girls, but in the interview, he changed the time. He was there. He said Allen became angrier as the interview went on. He shows the jury photos of Allen's Ford Focus in his garage during the search of his home. McClellan says they found the blue Carhartt jacket in Allen's home. McClellan says, surprise, surprise. McClellan says they found the Sig Sauer .40 caliber handgun and cartridge that were the same brand and caliber as the cartridge found at the crime scene. McClellan calls this a Bridge Guy starter kit. He has been hanging out on Reddit probably for a long time. McClellan says they found a memory box box and that box contained a .40 caliber cartridge. He says investigators found many electronic devices, but not the phone that Allen used in 2017. McClellan tells the jury that Allen searched, quote, "Should I die now?" End quote, after looking at Delphi News in April 2022. Oh, that makes me really mad. McClellan tells the jury that Melissa Oberg found the cartridge at the scene cycled through Allen's handgun. Her work was verified. He says Allen confirmed in an interview that he never loaned his gun or clothes out to anyone else. He says that Allen confirmed he did not loan anyone ammunition. McClellan says there is no explanation for how his bullet ended up there. He says Allen's wife, Kathy, was brought in for questioning, and during the interview, Allen manipulated her. What a fucking piece of shit garbage this dude is. My God. I hope this is the fucking end that I ever have to hear about this man again, ever. McClellan says that Allen was arrested. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Finish.
No, I want to hear what you have to say.
I just hope the defense spends part of their. They've got a lot. Again, she gave them 2 to 2.5 hours for their closing, and he uses 58 minutes. And obviously a bunch of this is horseshit. I just hope the defense spends like sufficient time like refuting a lot of this horseshit, because obviously most of those things are just lies. They're not true. Those aren't true statements. Like it's a story. Like it sounds good if you actually presented anything that supports anything you're saying, but you didn't.
Nope, nothing. And the jury also, like, again, I don't think that this is going to have the impact he thinks it does, because the jury, like, if I had just sat through all of this evidence, he's assuming the jury just was not paying attention for all of these weeks. And he's just assuming the jury is just going to forget, or that they're stupid and they're just going to believe him. Like, they listened to the testimony that poked holes in all of this. I don't think they're going to appreciate him getting up there and just, like, lying to their faces again. Like, that would piss me off.
I mean, there's something I said earlier that like it started more and more resonating with me. Like, oh, is Nick like throwing this a little bit? Like, it reminds me of Lally a lot, where like he's not been shy about putting up the things that are bad for his case, like things that are really bad, and like they're loosely throwing it all together and just being like, I guess, like these people that are clearly not identifying Rick Allen as the person they saw, like they're seeing Rick Allen, maybe, I don't know, like, but like he's not shy about putting that information out there, and like you almost have to, just to like kind of cover yourself from like, I mean, he's lying, but he's not hiding a lot of the bad facts for himself, you know? Like, he's putting out some of the bad stuff.
It's bullshit that closing arguments don't have to be supported by evidence. You know what I mean? Like, they should be, and they're supposed to be, but like, because they're not to be considered evidence by the jury, someone like Nick McClellan is going to use that opportunity, like he has at every turn. He's going to use that opportunity to just lie. He's just going to lie. I mean, that's an open invitation for him to just make shit up. Right.
And I mean, I think that the defense really needs to use a sufficient amount of time, because I think that the rebuttal from Nick is going to be almost purely an appeal to emotion.
Yes, but this is like, so this, if there's anything that can be like, that's positive, that can be derived from what Nick is doing here, regardless of who, did I miss anything? Not really. We're going through the prosecution's closing argument, and it's making us all want to do a rage. So this is going to piss Brad and Andy off. And if Brad is doing the closing and he's already, I mean, this is just, all this is going to do is fire them up and piss them off. And I think that can only help them, to be honest. That's only going to help the defense. This is just motivating, pouring fucking gasoline on a fire. This is a stupid move by Nick McClellan. I think it's like he's antagonizing them a little. He's bringing up shit. So let me keep reading, because he's bringing up shit that was never presented, that has been disproven. He shows the confession letter that Alan wrote to the warden. He shows the report from Dr. Walla on April 5th, where he said his intentions were sexual in nature. Kyla Russell reports Alan is shaking his head during this. Can you imagine? It's like, I can't even get through reading this without screaming. Like, imagine having to sit there and listen to this fucking douchebag. McClellan tells the jury that Wallace said Alan's behavior changed after his attorneys visited, and that the shift in his behavior was intentional and that he was not psychotic. Wow. He reads multiple confessions made by Alan, including one he made about using a box cutter to kill the girls. McClellan says Alan told his mother in May 2023, quote, "I wouldn't sit here and tell you I did it if I didn't." He talks about another confession Alan made in January 2024 after he'd been moved out of Westville. McClellan describes Brian Harshman, the officer who read Wallace's reports and listened to Alan's calls. Here's a question. So Brian Harshman, and actually, let me just keep reading and then I'll ask, because otherwise I'm going to get off on it. Harshman discovered the details about the white van Alan said he saw while committing the crimes. Harshman verified the owner of that van. He tells the jury that the owner of the van, Brad Weber, did drive it that day. He points to Alan and says something only the killer would know. Alan raises his eyebrows. He pointed at Alan and called him the killer. I hope, you know, Nick McClellan is the kind of, never mind. I have so much shit I want to say that I can't, Fiend. I can't.
Right.
McClellan says Harshman knew it was the same voice as the bridge guy from all the phone calls he's listened to of Alan. McClellan shows the jury all the charges, which include charges for felony murder. He tells the jury, now the pieces come together. McClellan says bridge guy stole the youth and life from Libby and Abby. He shows the Snapchat photo from Kelsey German's car. He says something in Libby caused her to begin recording. He tells the jury there was a pause in the health data on Libby's phone before he killed them. He says, quote, grabbing for her throat, struggling to stay alive, she begins to cry. He says Alan lived in the community for, this is disgusting. Like, he's so disgusting. Alan says Alan lived in the community for 5 years, but didn't know that he left a cartridge at the scene. McClellan reviews 3 points, bridge guy, bullet, confessions. I believe the evidence is firmly convincing that Richard Allen's a bridge guy and he killed Abby and Libby, McClellan told the jury. After 58 minutes, McClellan is finished at 10:23 a.m. What do you think? 10 out of 10? How did he do? How did that go?
I mean, sans any any supporting evidence, like it's a compelling story. It's just completely hogwash. And I mean, I think the biggest part is that I don't think you've shown anything that substantiates that Rick Allen is bridge guy, or that bridge guy is necessarily involved in the crime. Like these are the fundamentals. I don't think that they showed that it's his bullet. I think there's every reason to believe that it's not.
His own expert in his rebuttal.
And all of the confessions are like many of his confessions were shown to not be true.
Yep. And Nick just said he was not psychotic. He was faking it, despite the fact that even the state's experts said that he was psychotic. Is he crazy? Is he crazy?
I mean, I think you just hope that you've got a connection with the jurors and they just believe what the prosecutor says, regardless of what any of the witnesses said.
What a vile fucking scumbag of a man. I think that this is not going to help him, though. I think that it's lunch. I hear the state rebutting defense, and then we're done. It goes to a jury. Thank you for sharing, Kathy. How long was that then?
What's that? So the defense did their closing argument now?
Yeah, I guess they're done.
Oh, man.
I mean, let's see. It was probably about...
similar amount of time.
Yeah, an hour. I mean, what more do they need to say? Like, you didn't do your job. You didn't prove shit. Let's see. Where's the update? The defense have completed their closing arguments, and now Nick gets a rebuttal. By the way, I just want to again state for the record, and I have a friend in there. Thank you, Kathy, and thank you to your friend. I'm gonna just state for the record how fucking stupid and anti, like, what's the fucking word? It's so stupid that the state, as the one with the burden in the United States, gets to go last. It gets to rebut. Everyone's like, well, the state gets to, the state has the last word because they have the burden. No, the state has the burden, so they shouldn't get the last word. Like, what am I fucking misunderstanding here? That's just stupid. I understand it's always been like that, but it's stupid. The state should not, the defense should get to have the last fucking word. It's stupid. I hope you're right, Judge Jessica. I just heard they're about to go to the jury after lunch. I want to, okay, wish blog. Thanks for being here, Fiend.
Yep, sorry I missed the last couple days. I needed to go see some stuff with my own eyes, and I'm glad I did.
Yes, they have just broke for lunch. Let's do jury instruction. I think we do jury instruction before deliberation. So will she read them to the jury aloud before they go and deliberate?
Gritty got in this morning. She was right behind me.
Here, Gritty. I'm sending you a link. Gritty, Mama Grit, get on here. Educate us.
Gritty was getting into a lively debate with Greeno in the rotunda.
With who?
With Greeno.
Good. Fuck him. Gritty, get on up here if you can. If you can't, that's okay. If you got stuff to do, that's okay. Gritty, in a few words, how was it? How do you feel? How did the yes?
Cha-ching.
Cha-ching,
Hey, y'all.
Mama. How's it going, girl?
Oh my gosh. It was brilliant. Well, they decided to save like the phone calls, the confession phone calls, the 2 phone calls till today. So the phone call with Kathy Allen and then the phone call between Rick and Janice. And the tone of the voice, like during the phone call when Rick was saying like I killed Abby and Libby, it was so monotone. Like there was no like emotion to it, like nothing, you know what I mean? And like Nick's like, you're pretty much like everything happened. I've got a crap ton of notes that I'm gonna go over like when I get home. But basically, like Rick's like, you've heard the witnesses, they told you what happened, and he's reasserting the same things that people said on the stand. And Rosie did a brilliant job of getting back up there and just shredding all of that apart.
Thank goodness.
He pointed out a lot of issues. He said that there were, hold on, I gotta get, because I got a substantial amount of notes this morning, so
you're amazing.
See. Thank you. But basically he talked about like the 4 main issues that we have going on here. We've got the problems with the timeline. We've got problems with witness credibility. We have issues with, witnesses, the magic bullet, and, the confessions. And he did an awesome job going over and, reminding them that of Auger's examination, how it differed between the expert that they brought forward that testified about the differences. He's like, it was hilarious. He's like, Miss Auger was so Miss Melissa Osberg was so embarrassed about, like her assessment or whatever, even though she's told you she's never wrong. She was so embarrassed that they didn't even want to admit the photos for you, the jury, to see.
Yep.
And Rossie's like, but I'm going to show you. And he pulls out the photo of the side by side of the striation marks. Oh my God. And he was like, Yeah, and he was like, you heard a witness, an expert witness, get on the stand, and he was talking about not like these striation marks, but like different markings on the bullet. Oh my gosh, it was like, whoa! Like that, when I realized the photos that he had pulled up, I was like, yes. And I'm so tired. Like I got stunned a couple of times, and I like stopped writing, listening to him, but. That was great. And he
Good.
talked about the change of the.
You think that was an effective move?
He focused with the jury on he was talking about, you see all the things that we, the defense, have had to uncover to you. Yeah, the state brings you this information, but we've had to give you more context. You're not getting the context in which all of this information surrounds. So, let's talk about what they don't want you to know. Like, there's other information that's there that they don't want you to see. So he's like, I want you to be able to, decipher and use your brain. Like, why do they want to keep this information from you? So he reminds them and reinforces, like, the different information that they wanted to keep from the jury. Like, they talked about that Baldwin had tried to introduce, statements of 1 to 2 pieces of evidence, like exercising your common sense. And they said that they didn't want you to see this lab item, like, for an item that was a P226 40 caliber, that couldn't be excluded, that belonged to Richard Allen, but they didn't want you to talk about the gun that was, at one time confiscated from Brad Weber, and, testing was also run on that. And there was that couldn't be excluded. He talked about, that after the murders, like Brad Weber, the police had showed up and wanted to search the premises, and he said that there were there was in Brad Weber's garage, I guess, like some placements of sticks or something of that nature. Like, I didn't quite catch all of it, writing down, because I was just, going, but he's like, Brad Weber and Godey, like, they told you that they interviewed Brad Weber in 2017. Godey, explains that he interviewed him, and he told police that day that he went and serviced ATMs. He didn't go directly home. And he's like, now, you have a witness telling you that, that's not what I did. I went and serviced these ATMs. They talk about, the white van situation, about, only the person who did this would know. And they talk about, Brad Weber at first had said that when he was interviewed in 2017, that he drove a Subaru vehicle, and then all of a sudden his story changes to like this white van thing. He says, let's talk about the FBI being dismissed from this investigation. Let's talk about, the sticks that weren't recovered from the crime scene until later. Missing evidence, piles and piles of missing evidence. He says, let's talk about these videos of this man being locked up in isolation for 13 months with no choice as to, what happens to him. He says, the prosecution wants you to talk about the confessions. And there was a transcript that was passed out for the jury to follow along with the transcript of the call. And, but Rozzy was very firmly telling the jury, why does the state not want you to see the truth? Why do they not want you to have the full context when they are presenting these facts to you?
Yeah.
He says, these famous confessions, this magic bullet that, is the defense that caused the collected catalyst for this arrest. Trying to use leverage to get RA to confess, the leverage of his family and his wife and things of that nature. And so He talks about the change in the testimony from Dr. Kaur, the medical examiner, right? So like he's talking about he thought that it was a blade, and he goes and he does his deposition, and suddenly he's messing around in his garage, and now he thinks that this box cutter could be a viable piece of the puzzle. He talked again, he reiterated about this new information about the plugin for the audio input jack. He said that it's screaming desperation from the state. Every time they turn around, he's like scrambling to put something new in,
Right.
And he says, there was information that was not offered to you to begin with by the state. Like nobody ever told you that the phone was turned back on by human hands, and until 4:33 a.m. until we drug it out. We had to drag that information out. Desperation from the state about this magic bullet in a white van, running searches, for Weber, and then Mullins contacting Weber before, his new interaction. And there's just all type of crazy stuff. And he said, hell, Rossi said, the state did such a terrible job. Like they didn't do their due diligence to the point that it was the jury who had to ask about the search in the system regarding the 2016 Ford Focus vehicle. So they hadn't even ran that search until you, the jury, asked the question, and then they ran out and they got the answer for you. So he said, you have DNA testing of hair strands, hair strands that don't belong to my client. You don't have, they're still trying to figure out, items that were collected 7 years ago. They're still trying to figure stuff out, still trying to figure out their phishing, for internet searches, from October 2022. And he said, and above all, the state is asserting and claiming that these Google searches were completed by Mr. Allen himself, but they have absolutely no proof to show, like, for sure that these searches belong to Richard Allen.
Right.
So
Yeah,
there was
exactly.
mention, I guess, that they said that they based this out of like something about email. I don't know. Like, I don't ever think I've ever searched something and it came back to my email to let me know what I searched, but I don't know. So he's talking about the fact of the situation with the headphone jack, with the audio input plugged in at 5:45 p.m. and then the audio jack being pulled out at 10:32 p.m. He's like basically he says Cecil and Nick tried to offer you fast food when it came to the Google searches in absolute desperation.
That's
Sorry.
so
Sorry, but it just, yeah, he talks about the timeline. The state wants you to believe that all of these different witnesses who were there and coming and going, like, this is consistent, a fluid timeline. He's like, but they really don't want you to talk about the fact that like Daniel Pearson, Shelby Hicks, Dan McCain, these are people that were there. They said McCain was the first one that was there at the bridge and stood on the bridge on one of the first platforms or whatever, and even described it to other individuals as being a nice day outside. And even McCain had claimed that he saw Shelby Hicks, and she says, I know I saw him, but my dad called me at like 3 p.m., and I saw Pearson, and Pearson and Shelby Hicks and stuff. All these people are out there. They're like in the area. These murders are supposed to be going on, and nobody saw anything. Nobody heard anything.
Nothing.
There was a question asked about, they talked about that it would take anywhere from 5 to 20 minutes with the wounds that the girls discovered for them to expire. And they re-asked the question, that they reaffirmed that the larynx was not severed. So the girls would have been able to yell for help. Somebody would have been able to hear for them if they were possibly yelling at that given point in time for help. But again, all these people and nobody heard anything. So,
Hey, Pretty, were there any objections during the closing arguments?
No, not a single solitary objection from either side.
So they just said their piece.
Yeah, pretty much they said their piece. Like Nick's summarization was pretty short and sweet. I think Snae's prediction yesterday was pretty accurate. It was very short and sweet. And then basically when Rozzy got up there to do his closing statement, he basically made sure to like reiterate like all of the very fine points that we've learned over the course of this case, the different filings, issues that we see in the stuff that they presented at trial. So he just reiterated all of the points. And he said that there's information that they even garnered and learned, but it's the state's responsibility to go ahead and pursue that answers to that information and to other people and things like that. It's like they've basically garnered some more information and have gift wrapped it to them with a bow, like basically in a box with a bow. You just have to do the work, and you have to, you know what I mean? Go. Turn off. Sorry. But you have to go and do the work. They can't arrest people for you. They can't do the job of seeking the evidence and making sure that things are what they're supposed to be for you. So I don't know. Like the jurors seemed very intent during closing arguments. One guy, he was like just kind of like had his hand on his chin the whole time. He's listening. At one point while Rozzy was going over his stuff, there was a lady, I kind of saw her just slightly nod, not like an overly nod, like giveaway, but you just kind of saw her head just kind of go up and down slightly, just a little bit. It seems like they were very attentive and listening. And after Rozzy finished, Judge Cole said that she was going to go ahead and let the jury go out for lunch break and kind of digest everything that they've already just heard. So I don't think that I need to sit and hear Nick regurgitate himself yet again, or the rebuttal. And I've been here. I've been here since 10 o'clock last night.
Holy shit, because you had to sit in line all night.
I was the only one that sat out in my chair all night long. Everybody else that was there like slept in their chair or their cars. Listen, and it's about to get even uglier. Okay, so they did a sign up list or whatever, right? Like all that, people were cutting in line today. Now, this morning, Rafael Sanchez came up and he's like, okay, there's 43 people trying to get in, right? There's like 43 chairs lined up on the sidewalk of people trying to get in there. And he's like, we're going to try to do this in sections. He's like, so we're going to take the first set of people up here that are lined up, right? Might as well have the first set of people that we know are going to be in the courtroom line up, get ready to go in, and then we'll bring the second set up here. He's like, each group, there's like 2, 3, 4 representatives from each group, right? So like murder sheets, that's 2 people. WTHR had 4 people, stuff like that. And he's like, we want to try to be as fair and transparent as possible. He's like, and it's kind of not fair that like all of these different places are getting 3 and 4 representatives to go in there. He said,
Yeah, like why?
how about everybody compromise and everybody say, okay, we will send one person or one representative from, our podcast or whatever, and we will rotate it that way so everybody kind of gets a chance. Well, the first group of us said, sure, we would be willing to do that, even some of the media people. There was a secondary set of people that they had started lining up on the sidewalk, and this woman just started freaking out, and other people started freaking out. And next thing you knew, like they were screaming, no, they weren't going to do it. And then pretty much like they said that tomorrow is like, it's going to be Hunger Games style. So anything goes tomorrow. Like somebody had started a list to listen, like when the jury comes back, there was a list for people to get in to hear the verdict. They're talking about fighting. Like people are like, screw your list, like every man for himself tomorrow. Like it's on. And I'm okay. I don't need to fight the fury that bad. I'll listen to Andrea for the verdict. So
It's crazy, man. Like, they wanted this to happen. They wanted this to happen. Judge Gold wanted this to happen. She wanted the chaos. She wanted the disorder. She wanted the public. I mean, she certainly wants to punish the public for wanting to be there.
Well, I don't know. Did you watch my live stream last night?
I didn't catch your no, not last night.
Listen, if you rewatched my live stream last night, the po-po were in the fofo because somebody was drinking what they called apple juice, and they puked on the sidewalk, and a bunch of cops showed up. They showed up. They had EMS come. Needless to say, they removed a tent and like had the person leave. Like, but that was the only issue with that. But imagine if there would have been very many more days left, and they weren't at this point right now. Imagine the impact that could have had. That would have been the one thing that pushed somebody over to be like, nope.
Right, that's what I mean.
Definitely. Oh, I also am glad to report that today during closing arguments, how the defense had gotten shystered out of their 5 chairs. Their seats were fully restored back to them in full today. So people were able to get into the courtroom that were family members or close friends. So that was a plus too. But I definitely like plan on like doing a live stream later, but I still have like a 2.5 hour drive home.
Okay.
And I desperately need to take a nap and get some food before I become hangry.
Yes, dude. Well, just let us know, or let me know when you start, and we'll just hop over and send everybody over whenever you are good and taking care of yourself and rested and all the things.
Yeah. Awesome sauce. But yeah, I just wanted to let y'all go. Like, no, like I was in there. I was the last person in there. In fact, because somebody was cutting in the line, like they were crossing people out on the list, and the person that cut in the line still ended up in there. I don't even know how
Who
that
was it,
like,
Greg? Tell us who was it? Oh, girl. It's the end. Huh?
It was Aspen was like a couple of seats, like 4 or 5 seats like above us, right? And like Rafael Sanchez kept going through the list and saying, okay, if you are this person, you need to be lined up here, here, here. He was at the front, conversation with somebody. He got in at the front, still stayed in the spot, like went through. Well, then when they were getting ready to send everybody up, the bailiff walked over to me, and they had cut people off the list. I didn't even realize what they were doing. And he counted 17 to the lady next to me, and he said, 18, you're it. And I was like, what? And he said, go upstairs. And so like everybody was standing there for a minute, like the people at the front. And he's like, I said go. So me and the lady that was next to me was like, you ain't got to tell me twice. And we just booked it, like to start going up the stairs. Well, then some people got to being a little bit upset that people were faster than them getting up the stairs. When the man said go, that meant get your shit and boogie. That didn't mean stand there and fucking look around, be like, oh, well, I was first in line, so I should go upstairs. No, we gotta go. We gotta go.
Move your feet.
Time
Move
waits
your
for no
feet.
man.
Right.
Time waits for no man. So if you want the goods, you got to get in. And I can say that this morning it seems like for the most part people were trying to keep their reserve, but there were a couple times that people were a little bit like frustrated with things. But I don't think it's like too far out of hand. But they were making jokes that people are from the Bronx and they know how to fight in Samara's Hunger Games, and you better get in where you fit in, bro. Oh man.
Yeah, right.
So I'm gonna let them duke it out. I'm not gonna be Katniss. I'm not gonna do that.
Well, and that's the nicest. They wouldn't want to go up against. She's like, I'm not about that. I don't need that. And you got what you went there for. You saw what you wanted to see.
Yeah. Well, I mean, luckily Andrea and Lawyer Lee and Bob and all these people have done such a fantastic job keeping the community updated and abreast about what's going on in there. I felt like I didn't miss a beat. And like when I got in there, my husband was like, it's perfect because you've been going to all the hearings anyway. It's not like you didn't know what was going on or what was about to transpire, because you know what I mean? They've talked about this for a long time. It was just finally getting to that point where things are being presented in front of a jury and in front of the public. So I was glad to get there. Again, I do want to thank everybody that did, donate to help get me here. And yeah, I hope to give you guys some really good information when I do my live tonight or this afternoon.
Yay.
Trying to debate. And I will holler at you guys after a bit. So we made it in.
Safe drive. Get some good food. Definitely take a nap. And you know how to get me. Let me know, and we'll come and hear your notes and hear how it went for you. Because the news is reporting. I mean, I haven't gone to see what they've said about the defense yet because we got you. We got one better. But
yeah,
I'd much prefer to hear from someone like you. Your notes are just, I'd much rather have everybody listening to Mama Gritty than fucking Bob Siegel.
Yeah. Thank you. Like it's man, I was so tired. Like I said, I was so tired. Like at some moments, like I got a good heck of a lot of notes, but like there was a couple times that when Rozzy was just, he was making boss like statements. Like I had to stop and just like being off for a second. And then I was like, you're supposed to be writing that down,
So this was impactful.
Yeah, because he was just like, use your brain, use your logic. Look and see about the bigger things that they don't want you to see. Why don't they want you to see this? Ask yourself these questions. Do you really think that this little dude is like committing a murder and dragging these girls' bodies around?
Right.
The physical exertion, and then the physical health that he has, like his health history, the mental health history. There's a lot there to unpack, and so
absolutely
a lot to impact. But I think that, like I said, Rozzy did an effective job of reaffirming all of the issues with the jury. The jury seemed like they were very intently listening, and by the time it was all said and done, I think that they were ready to just be done. Like I don't know if they even really want to sit through and listen to what Nick's rebuttal is themselves, or who's going to do the rebuttal. But
they're probably so tired of him, dude.
And you can tell Judge Gold, she's just tired. Like you can see, like she's just tired on her base, and she's just over it. But she's trying to like keep up the last little bit. She read the jury instructions to the jurors earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So that was, a fairly painless process. They got to go page by page or whatever, and then they got started. So
wow.
It's been.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. It's been.
No, you're good. It's been one, but I probably should go ahead and get driving before I get too sleepy.
Please get you home, get home safe, go to sleep, and we'll talk to you in a little bit. I linked your channel, so we'll all look out for your update later, okay?
All right. Sounds good. Bye, y'all. Love you. Bye.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, just hearing, and I linked Gritty's channel. I started in the chat. If you're not subscribed, go subscribe to Mom Gritty. She's awesome. Her notes, fabulous. Her takes, spectacular. Her brain, top of the top. I definitely always enjoy when I can catch a Mama Gritty live. Man, we've been over golf for a minute now. So I guess we've got rebuttal. I mean, I could definitely see a rebuttal at this point, you know, the state taking full advantage of a rebuttal and really trying to mail it home or mail it home, trying to mail it home. I could see that being more detrimental than helpful to them, especially if the jury's like just kind of tired of them. Let's see. Josh James is, how long do you think they'll deliberate? Well, okay, so let me pull up the poll. That's a great question. I'm like, mail it home, baby. I don't know. That's a really good question. Okay, let's see. Okay. Where's my poll? Where did it go? Lost it. Hey, Mar, welcome. We've done all the things today. We've done a scream. We've done a rant. We just had Mama Gritty on and read her notes from being inside today. And man, I think that it might be quicker than we realized. So 69% of people who voted in our poll. What are we going to do when this is over? What do you mean? We're going to keep doing what we're doing. We still got, hey, once this is over is when finally the truth will probably come out, right? People will not be gagged anymore. People will not be afraid, hopefully. People will feel like they can finally do an honest and do a evidence. Like, because we got questions. Maybe when this is all over, we can find out what happened to Abby and Libby. Wouldn't that be nice? 69% say that the Rick Allen will be found not guilty. 6% believe he will be found guilty, and 25% are hung. 25% of our viewers are hung. Congratulations. This will be interesting. 69. Nice. Or Judge Jessica said the same thing. 69. Nice. Y'all are funny. Y'all are funny. Let's start with the own report. We still got some killers to find. We will force the FBI to solve this. Mar says not guilty. And there you have it. Put it on the books. 5% of your viewers are male. Okay, well, so you don't know. You don't know. I'm codependent on Andrea Burkhart. Well, fortunately, Andrea has expressed recently her interest in some of the like peripheral Delphi. I mean, she's talked about Flora. She's talked about the lawsuits. She's talked about a lot of things that she's interested in. So hopefully, I don't think that Delphi will ever be too far from Andrea's, from Andrea's mind. So I think we'll probably hear more from Andrea even when this is over. Yeah, where the hell is Elvis Fields? Okay, so I'm going to end that poll. 453 people voted. Thank you, everyone who voted. Let's do a new poll. How long will jury deliberate? What should the answers be? Under 2 hours? What should our options be? Under 2 hours, not see. One day. Oh, my goodness. Then we're going to take a break. I'm going to take a break because I got to take this guy out. He's being antsy. 2 days. Oh my goodness. All right. And DB sent me something to play for y'all. Oh, he just wanted to make some noise. Look at him. He's so cute. Hi, cutie. DB did send me a video to play. Where did I put it? So I'm going to play this video quick. It's only like a minute and a half. I'm going to take Booney out. I'll be back, y'all. And we'll check back in like 10 minutes.
And sometimes you got to be in a courtroom to get that done. It doesn't happen as easy over email. And so I think that was kind of save time. And sometimes you got to be in a courtroom to get that done. It doesn't happen as easy over email. And so I think that was kind of a byproduct of what you saw today.
How's your client doing through all of this?
It's tough. It's tough for him. I mean, we just spent 20, 30 minutes with Rick, and he misses his wife. He misses human connection with people. So it's been difficult for him. And again, I don't know what we're allowed. I don't want to be violating any. We do not want to go awry of the judge here. And but thank you for asking. Rick is doing not terrifically, but he's staying mentally tough right now.
How heavy a lift is it to try to sift through what the judge said is voluminous material that I'm assuming a U-Haul is going to back up to your office and get a hand truck and dump it in your office?
Yeah. No, it's not rocket science. That it just takes manpower and time to sort through all this. But we've got staff that can assist us with this and try to vet the stuff that's important and weed out the stuff that's not. And I mean, it's just look, that's what lawyers do. That's what our staffs are used to doing. And I don't really think there's really more to say about it than that.
You think you're going to go March 23rd?
In terms of a trial?
Yes.
I think we all know where we are with that at this point.
Anybody
that's hung around a courtroom for any period of time would probably be able to draw a conclusion about where we are with that.
You guys plan to ask for bail to be granted?
No, we have a bail hearing set. We're going to use that.
The state has a burden at that hearing, February 17th. So we'll be ready to roll. We'll be asking for him to be released.
You think you got a solid chance?
I mean, these are difficult things to win. We won one fairly recently in a different county, and so it is not impossible, but the odds are stacked against you the way the law is set up. But the state has they have certain burdens to meet, and we shall see if they are going to be able to meet those burdens.
When that discovery lands on your desk and you two guys are sitting there, what's going to be the first thing you're going to flip through and say, we need to look at this thing very first?
I think those are the areas that the judge does not want us to comment on. And you heard her say in court, this is voluminous. And it is voluminous, and thousands is not even, that's probably a way underestimation of where we're at. And we've been told there's even more discovery coming. So
talk about just quickly how a logistical undertaking, a change of venue is to have to go to a whole nother county somewhere, get that jury, bring them back here, sequester them. I mean,
sure. Well, you heard the judge mention that, we're going to, I guess from a brick and mortar standpoint, proceedings going to carry out in this county. And I think it's a logical conclusion. And a lot of that is it's just trying to deal with all the moving parts and not have to cause burden on other people. Of course, the most important thing here is that we get a veneer, a jury pool that we can be assured is fair and not prejudiced and unbiased. Like that is the goal in terms of where this case goes from a jury standpoint. But the rest of it seems pretty obvious to me that moving an army of people to southern Indiana is probably just it's not the best use of taxpayer dollar, and it's also just logistically difficult for all of us. Yeah.
Did you get your money to hire your investigator?
We don't have an order on that yet. So.
Thank you guys. We
Thanks.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
One of the very important things to know is that
he is very tall. He is very thin. He looks very tall, Indian to me, which was confirmed later with his accent and learning. Tom Webster, thank you.
Get ready for a dream of a lifetime for you and two of your closest non-binary autistic friends. Join us for the first ever annual Richard Allen Innocent Gala at the Richard Allen County Courthouse, formerly the Carroll County Courthouse.
We'll have a one-time silent auction thanks to Max Baker. We'll be auctioning off Nick McClelland's whole ass.
But I tell you, when we have
Christian ministry, our investigators are committed to finding the truth in a trauma-informed way and reporting that truth to the
15-year-old thugs out there.
your last chance to walk away. Are you kidding? It's 5 against 1. Well, you done this before? It's getting late. Remember, you wanted this.
Has impacted Richard and his family tremendously. I mean, his wife is just a wonderful person, and she loves her husband. They've been married for over 30 years. They were basically high school sweethearts. They love each other, and she fully supports him, but it is devastating. She's scared. She doesn't want to leave her house. She did leave her house. She thankfully is in a little bit better place than she was a month ago, but this is all new to them.
Can you say anything about why investigators are focused on your client?
You guys will read the probable cause affidavit, and you may wonder why they are focused on our client.
We haven't asked you the fundamental question, and that is, your client's the wrong guy?
Our client's the wrong guy.
And what's the main point that you hope the judge takes away from your argument today?
We have no is helpful.
What, if anything, has your client, Richard Allen, said this has impacted him and or his family?
Obviously, this has impacted Richard and his family tremendously. I mean, his wife is just a wonderful person, and she loves her husband. They've been married for over 30 years. They were basically high school sweethearts. They love each other, and she fully supports him, but it is devastating. She's scared. She doesn't want to leave her house. She did leave her house. She thankfully is in a little bit better place than she was a month ago, but this is all new to them.
Can you say anything about why investigators are focused on your client?
You guys will read the probable cause affidavit, and you may wonder why they are focused on our client.
We haven't asked you the fundamental question, and that is, your client's the wrong guy?
Our client's the wrong guy.
And what's the main point that you hope the judge takes away from your argument today?
We have nothing to hide, and transparency is important in government. It may be weird for defense lawyers, I suppose, to be arguing that we want things unsealed, but that's how confident we are in our client. That's how confident we are that the evidence contained in at least what's written in the probable cause affidavit is nothing for us to worry about. We don't know what other evidence is out there, but we're confident that whatever is out there is not going to be enough to show that our client did anything here. He's confused. He's bewildered. Rick, you guys all call him Richard. He actually goes by Rick. Rick is bewildered. He's confused. He has no idea why this is going on. How can an innocent man be accused of a crime like this and have their life upended? That's the kind of stuff that we've talked about with him. And the same can be said for his wife. How can an innocent man be charged, accused, and basically convicted in the court of public opinion is what they say. But what I said to him is, there's plenty of people out there that are supporting you, and we're getting a lot of calls from a lot of people that don't believe that Rick is the guy.
Should Judge Frankel keep these documents sealed, how do you guys proceed?
Well, it's like my co-counsel Brad Rosie said, you cannot conduct a suppression issue in public without talking about the facts. Tiptoeing around the facts is going to be impossible. That's another really terrific reason why these documents need to be unsealed.
In America, you don't have to prove that somebody's the wrong guy. They have to prove he's the right guy. Could you just elaborate on why you say he's the wrong guy?
Well, again, I'm early on in this case. I've looked my client in the eye, and he's looked me in the eye, and he's told me what he's told me. I'm innocent. Thank you for helping me out. And we'll see what the evidence looks like. The PCA, the probable cause affidavit, we are not impressed.
Can you tell us more about what the prosecutor said regarding a second person who might be involved?
Well, that was news to us. So whoever was in that room listening to the prosecutor talk about a second person, that's news to us. I got to tell you, I don't know a whole lot about this case. I'm learning and learning and learning. There's people that have podcasts and all kinds of stuff that know, seemingly think that they know more about this case. And certainly, I'm glad that I'm coming into this case without a whole lot of knowledge about anything. I don't have any preconceived notions. I don't like to look at evidence with some preconceived notion of what it might mean. I don't know what anything means, but this second person business, that there's another person involved. I think somebody had I had heard something on a podcast. Somebody had told me that there's a podcast or a news article that says something about that. There's somebody, you mentioned the name of somebody, I don't know who.
Keegan Klein.
Keegan Klein. I mean, you may think I'm, an attorney. How do I not know who Keegan Klein is? I've heard the name, but I don't know who Keegan Klein is. I don't know if that might be the guy that did. I don't know. I don't know anything about anything other than, I got a guy here who says he's innocent. All right. And what I would say a very flimsy probable cause affidavit. Those are the two things that I do know.
Do you think they don't want the probable cause released because it's, in your words, flimsy?
I'm not sure why they didn't want the probable cause affidavit. He made his arguments, I guess, and I'll take him for his word that, the prosecutor's trying to protect people, and I respect that. The second person, the investigation is continuing to go on. Again, that is something new. So I'll take the prosecutor at his word that those are the reasons why. When I say flimsy, what I'm talking about, I'm a defense attorney that's handled, I don't know how many murder cases over the years. I've got many pending right now. You expect more than what we saw. We're not impressed with it. Maybe they're holding things back that might change my mind later on, and I might have a different opinion. But at this moment in time, you guys are going to be reading it soon if the judge grants our request or denies the state's request, and then you'll form your own opinions as well.
Would you say your full name, please?
Andrew J. Baldwin, Baldwin.
And the name of your firm.
Baldwin, Perry, and Camish.
Thank you.
Baldwin, thank you.
Hey guys! We brought a truckload of magic.
Bob walked into the courtroom. He walked right up to Kathy and leaned over, was patting her on his shoulder, and
Yes, I saw that on Friday when I was there.
I said, man, if looks could kill, Bob would be dead right now.
And Marv said that that's pretty much every time when Bob.
Oops, I don't know. I thought just wanted to get the ad away because the ad is fucking awful, but for some reason something worse played. We're going to go back to Delphi Slow Jams.
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge is basically taking away their defense?
Am I the only person in the world talking about attacking the timeline?
Okay, bitch.
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge is basically taking away their defense?
Am I the only person in the world talking about attacking the timeline?
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge is basically taking away their defense?
Taking away their defense.
Like, am I in crazy?
Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Talking about attacking the timeline.
What's the strategy today? Winning.
Whose motherfucking hair is that?
What's the strategy today? Winning.
The consensus has been challenge the timeline of the murders. Challenge the timeline of the murders.
You're joining Delphi Slow Jams, Part 2.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair. Coke dealer hair.
Get ready for a dream of a lifetime for you and two of your closest non-binary autistic friends. Join us for the first ever annual Richard Allen Innocent Gala at the Richard Allen County Courthouse, formerly the Carroll County Courthouse.
We'll have a one-time silent auction thanks to Max Baker. We'll be auctioning off Nick McClelland's whole ass.
Briefcase.
What the hell are you doing?
Give it. Pocket sand.
Yeah, there he is. Brad Weber just left. Brad Weber, how'd it go? Brad Weber, did you do it? Brad Weber, did you do it?
We're going to turn our attention now.
If we can determine who Bridge Guy is, we can prove who killed Abby and Libby. And they went through the test.
I'm back, y'all. I'm so sorry. I ended up doing a lunch while I did a boon walk because I needed to do a lunch. So thank you everyone for waiting. I'm gonna play. Oh. We got a 4-minute clip here that I'm told is a good recap. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna watch a little bit of a
recap here shared by our wife, Yellow Jacket.
Attention now to Indiana. Closing arguments underway today in the Delphi murders trial for defendant Richard Allen.
Richard Allen accused of killing two teenagers, Abby Williams and Libby German, who were hiking just outside of Delphi.
Right now, the trial, they're on their lunch break, but the closing arguments have begun. Court TV senior producer Barbara McDonald has been all over this case for years now and has been covering the trial for us. And here we are, boy, getting to the end of this long saga. Let's start with closing arguments.
Good afternoon, Ted and Julia. The state went first this morning with their closing argument, taking about an hour and 17 minutes, and said to the jury, if we can determine who Bridge Guy is, we can prove who killed Abby and Libby. And they went through the testimony that the jurors heard over these last 17 days from witnesses who were out at the trails that day and saw a man matching the video that Libby had captured on her phone, and also talked about that bullet found at the crime scene that the Indiana State Police Crime Lab linked to Richard Allen's gun seized in that search warrant of his home back in 2022. Nicholas McClelland delivering that closing argument for the state. He said that the bullet information and the witnesses could have been the end of their case, but was not. Then he talked about those prison confessions, played two of them in which Richard Allen said to his wife and mother, I did it. I killed Abby and Libby. He says now all of the pieces are clear. It is clear that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy, and he asked those jurors to find Richard Allen guilty of all 4 counts of murder that he's facing. After a very brief break, the defense got their time to talk to the jury, and that was Bradley Rosie delivering the closing arguments for the defense. He spent about an hour and 16 minutes doing so. And he said that he's going to talk about several themes: the broken timeline, the bungled ballistics, and the false confessions. He said the state didn't tell you the entire story, but that we did, the defense did. And he talked about the other witnesses that the defense called who were also at the trails that day and did not see Bridge Guy or anybody resembling Richard Allen. He also talked about his unprecedented treatment behind bars in that solitary confinement cell in a maximum security prison for over 13 months, that even the warden of that prison testified he had never seen a pretrial detainee treated the way Richard Allen was treated. The defense had a very powerful closing to their closing argument, putting up some images of medieval torture devices, including a rack and thumb screws, and talked about how we have evolved as a society since those days and those techniques. But then he showed a slideshow of images of Richard Allen naked, lying on the floor of his cell, a close-up image of him with a spit hood on his head, showed some other images of him in that confinement, and then finally put up a picture of a python strangling some sort of a rodent or small animal. And he says in this example, that python is the state. He said, I only get one chance to talk to you. He asked the jury to set Richard Allen free and to find him not guilty of all 4 counts that he is facing. Now, after lunch, which we get back in session at about 1 o'clock, the prosecutor gets his final time to rebut the closing argument from the defense. He has about an hour and 13 minutes left on the clock, and then a few more instructions will be read to the jury, and then it'll be up to them to decide what happened here and which side proved its case. Ted and Julia?
Barbara, we have not been able to see inside of that courtroom, but you take us there each and every day, allowing us to understand and feel like we are there inside of that courtroom. Thank you for your report.
Amazon early holiday.
Python. Rosie said in this instance, the python is the state. Well, we be knowing that over here on this channel. We know all about the state and what the government does to innocent men. The Black Spit Hood was the Indiana Department of Corrections' biggest mistake. You never go full Abu Ghraib. Yes. And that is a reference to, what year was that? 2004? Maybe I'm wrong about that. I wish that these were available to the entire world to see. This is how the Indiana Department of Corrections and the Indiana Carroll County Prosecutor at Indiana State Police and Attorney General of Indiana felt appropriate way to treat a pretrial defendant being held in their facility unlawfully. A spit hood. This, let's see someone. Does this feel like due process to everybody? Does this and this feel like due process? Certainly does not feel like it to me. All right, I'm going to read the Wish blog. I know Barbara gave us a rundown, but Steve asks, so by 3 p.m. the jury should start, right? So the prosecutor has an hour and 13 minutes apparently left to do his final closing, which, knowing Nick McClellan and the kind of annoying, incessant, petulant kind of person he is, he'll probably take up, I don't know. He'll either take up some of that or all of it or none of it. I don't know. I have no idea. I just find it very, very irritating. This is like a new Angela did a new fact. Angela did a new piece of knowledge. For some reason, I've been watching trials for years. Very interested in trials. I guess it never really resonated with me like it has recently, at least not in this way, that the state gets to put on a closing and then the defense puts on a closing and then the state gets to rebut again. As if the state hasn't had every fucking opportunity from inception until closing to have the upper hand over the defendant. And I understand that. I mean, I'm like, my ignorance of the like criminal trial process obviously is showing, like, it just never really struck me as that weird. And this is, so Postpunk says they have the burden. That's why. Yes. And yet, my mind, my brain, knowing that the state has the entire burden here, my brain thinks that in that case, the state should sit the fuck down. You've had your shot. You've had 2 years, 7 years. I know you know what I'm saying. But it's like the state has the burden, and so they get the last word. So they get the benefit and the advantage over and over and over. It's like so frustrating. I mean, they can say all day, yeah, we have the burden, therefore we get all the structural advantages. At that point, what else is there to say? There's nothing else to say. He's just going to do another gaslight. I feel like the defense should, me too. The defense should have all of the opportunity, and it's so tedious. And as if Nick McClellan and the state have not had enough time. And I bet that this is true. They would not lie to us. I think this is probably true as well. If the judge was not Judge Goal, it might seem a little more fair. In this instance, it just feels like another example. And we are so burned out, right, from all of these examples. Hey, Booney. We're a little antsy. I think that my maybe some of my energy, my anxiety is palpable today because I have a very antsy little dog today. Steve and Angel say, I have full confidence still have full confidence in the jury. I do too, Steve. I do too. It's just, we're so gaslit at this point. I bet they weren't using the cute mosquito nets on Rick. They were probably using the same ones that Bill used to cover the cameras in the courtroom. And I didn't see those, but I'm assuming they weren't like see-through little, you know, black, but like see-through little Glad bags. I'm imagining they were black hoods, probably. Boone knows I'm stressed. Yeah, he's just standing here staring at me. He wants food is really what he wants, but actually I won't tell anybody that you did that. That's my least favorite typo. Yes, hi, Hub City Paranormal. The defense has done their closing, and we are waiting for court. Actually, let's see. Let's see what Wish says. Refresh this. So at 10:24, the court is back in session. Defense attorney Brad Rosie. Mooney, I'm going to ignore you. I love you. You have no needs. I promise I'm not doing animal abuse. This dog has no needs right now. Not a single earthly need. All of his needs have been met. All of them. And then some. Oh, God. Okay. BB thinks that this one is a good one for us to read, so let's do that. It's been over 7 years since the bodies of... What did I just do? Treat needs are met, always met. But you know what? Good point. Hold on. I'm so sorry, y'all. Thank you, Mandy. Banner check. Let's get into it. I'm a little anxious, y'all. It's been over 7 years since the bodies of Abby and Libby were found. Oh, wait. Is this right? Oh, defense makes its closing argument. Defense attorney Brad Rosie delivered the defense's closing arguments. Rosie pointed out the trial has taken almost a month with 17 days of testimony. The defense trusts what you've heard over the past several weeks is more important than what you're hearing today, Rosie said. Rosie outlined 4 main issues with the state's case. Another Zoom? More Zoom? Okay, yeah, we can do more Zoom. It's because they make like the, oh, shh. More Zoomage. Okay. Rosie outlined 4 main issues with the state's case. Number 1, broken timeline. 2, bumbled ballistics. 3, false confessions. 4, digital forensics data. Rosie says that the prosecution never did a height analysis to match Allen with the bridge guy. Rosie said that the state lost hours of interview footage, video. Rosie said the prosecution did not search to see what Ford Focuses were in the county at the time until the middle of the trial. Rosie then talked about what witnesses said about the bridge guy. Rosie said Betsy Blair described bridge guy as youthful, boyish, and not short. Rosie attacked the testimony of Sarah Carbaugh, who initially told police she saw bridge guy in a tan jacket covered in mud, but she changed her testimony to say that he had a darker jacket and was covered in blood. She, too, did not tell the whole story until cross-examination, Rosie said. Rosie told the jury that they are the judge of credibility. You may discount the testimony of a witness altogether. Rosie said when the jury receives testimony that's preposterous and too hard to believe, they should discount it altogether. Rosie said that the state tried to put Allen on a route in February 13th, 2017 that was the best fit for them. Rosie told the jury to look at the interrogation videos and how Allen handled himself then. And those were the two 2022 videos, October. Rosie said the Indiana State Police Lab could not exclude Brad Weber's gun as being the one that cycled the round found by the girls' bodies. Rosie showed the jury photos of Weber's garage with sticks and Weber's statement to police that he did not go straight home on the day of the murders. Rosie said Richard Allen made 3 confession calls on April 3rd, 2023, but the state only played 2 of them. Why not offer up context to you, Rosie asked. Why not tell the whole story? Rosie said that Allen was in Westfield Correctional Facility for 13 months. Rosie said that all the state wanted to talk about was what Allen said, not how he was. You must ask yourself, why wouldn't they want you to see the truth? Rosie said Allen was only arrested because of the magic bullet and the state tried to use it as leverage against Allen. Rosie said the state asked the jury to just believe the witness who testified that the cartridge at the scene matched Allen's gun. Rosie said the state didn't tell the jury that somebody plugged a headphone into Libby's phone between 5:45 p.m. and 10:32 p.m. the day that the girls died. You should question the credibility of this investigation, Rosie said. Rosie said that it shows desperation on part of the state. Rosie said the state is recently adding details to its case, like fitting Weber's van into the timeline, without showing the same interview. Rosie said the state waited until just before trial before testing the strands of hair found in Abby's hand. Rosie said there was no proof that Allen was the one that searched for those topics that he mentioned in October 2022. For topics in October 2022. Rosie said that between his deposition and the trial, the state's witness, Dr. Roland Kaur, magically came up with the idea that a box cutter killed the girls. Rosie said that Dr. Kaur met with the prosecution 3 times after the defense deposed him. WTF, y'all. Rosie played the bridge guy video and said the jury would not be unreasonable if they decided, I don't know if Sarah Carbaugh saw anything. AKA, this bitch lying. Rosie said the witness testimony is not consistent with 5'5" Richard Allen. Rosie talked about how the overlapping witnesses who saw and heard nothing when the killings allegedly happened. Rosie said the state has ignored and doesn't want to talk about the possibility of multiple actors involved in these killings. Rosie said a law enforcement officer said at one point that police did suspect multiple people. Rosie said that the state believes that Richard Allen killed one girl while controlling and then killing the other, redressed the girls, and then covered their bodies. Rosie said the state wants the jurors to believe that 5'5" Richard Allen did all that all by himself. Rosie said that during jury selection, jurors were told to exercise your common sense. Now is the time to exercise your common sense, Rosie said. He said that Allen called law enforcement himself to say that he was at the bridge. Rosie said the officer who interviewed him soon after found nothing unusual. Rosie said that even when the police lied to Allen in 2022, he maintained his innocence. Rosie said the state wants jurors to believe a change of tone is evidence of guilt. Rosie called that nonsense. Rosie said that if the state is bearing down on you and falsely accusing you of murder, you'd respond the same way that Allen did. Rosie said Allen lived in Delphi for 5 years after the murders, and he didn't flee because he didn't do it. Rosie said the magic bullet evidence was bad too. He said when police first got Allen's gun, they cycled rounds 4 to 6 times in a row and still didn't get marks sufficient to judge if they were similar to the bullet by the girls' bodies. I'm going to read it again. Rosie said that the magic bullet evidence was bad too. Rosie said that when police first got Allen's gun, they cycled the round. Rosie said when police first got Allen's gun, they cycled rounds 4 to 6 times in a row and still didn't get marks sufficient to judge if they were similar to the bullet by the girls' bodies. 4 to 6 times the Indiana State Police Lab tried to recreate these marks on this found shell casing of an unspent whatever bullet. 4 to 6 times, and it still didn't yield results that could be similar to wow. Rosie said the tech did an apples to oranges comparison by comparing a bullet fired from Allen's gun to the unfired one found at the scene. Rosie said the photos on the marks should cause jurors concern and consternation. Where the hell are the sufficient agreements, Rosie asked. He asked where the marks were supposed to match up. Use your eyes, Rosie said. Rosie said that the matching marks were subclass characteristics and an example of why this is a dangerous business. This is a subjective game, Rosie said. He told jurors the witness told them, quote, "You should just believe me," end quote. When the jury asked why the defense didn't do their own ballistics testing, Rosie said the state's ballistics was so poor that the defense didn't think they needed to do their own ballistics to even overturn it. And by the way, they don't say that this in this article, but True Grit Crime was in court this morning, and she heard both closings from the state and the defense. And she said that when Rosie was doing this ballistics topic, he basically was like, why wouldn't the state want you to see these photos? He said that Oberg was so embarrassed by her, her determination, and the state was so embarrassed by her findings that they didn't even want to show you the pictures of these supposed marks that were supposed to match. And he said, so I'll show you. And he showed the juror, or he whipped out the pictures, I guess, of the markings on the guns that didn't fucking match. I don't know, dude. DB, baby girl, says it came out on direct from Melissa Oberg. She's the ISP Labs firearms examiner. They manually cycled the bullet 6 times, and there was no match to the found bullet. They fired 3 rounds, and they used those shell casings to match to the found bullet. Wow. The defense wants you to reject apples and oranges. I think you should be allowed to reject both. Yeah. Rosie then tackled the issue of false confessions. He said Allen was kept in unprecedented conditions for a pretrial detainee. Rosie described Allen's cell as the most secure unit in Indiana. Rosie said that Allen was treated like the convicted rapists and murderers in the prison. He said that no human, no matter how strong, could be in those conditions for that long without having a breakdown. Rosie said Allen never saw the recreation units at the prison, only a small outdoor cage. Quote, solitary confinement is damaging to a man or a woman's brain, Rosie said. Rosie said the state violated their 30-day discovery rule. Rosie said the state violated their 30-day maximum for a mentally ill detainee in solitary confinement. When the dust settled, he was there for 13 months, Rosie said. How much can one human endure? Rosie said the state did not want the jury to see the conditions that Allen was kept in at the prison. Rosie said the state cherry-picked, saying Allen was psychotic on the 13th, so they played a confession from the 14th instead. Rosie said that the truth was that Allen was psychotic and being stuck with a needle the entire time. Rosie said prison psychologist Dr. John Martin changed his mind on the witness stand, agreeing that Allen was psychotic. Quote, who could believe Allen was oriented to time and place, Martin said. Or maybe Rosie said. Rosie said that false memories start out as false beliefs. Rosie told the jury to listen to what Allen actually said in his confessions. I did it. Maybe I did it. I think I did it. I think I did. I don't know. Rosie said that those were all false beliefs. Rosie also said the data on the phone should make the jury question the state's case. He held up a sign with these times: 5:45 p.m., 10:32 p.m., 4:33 a.m. Deliberation has begun, says Chameleon. Okay, we are officially in verdict watch, y'all. The first is when Libby's phone said a headphone was plugged in. The second is when the phone says it was removed. And the last is when Libby's phone connected to a cell phone tower hours after being disconnected. Rosie said the phone has no feelings, emotions, or opinions. It just has raw data that speaks for itself. The phone is right, Rosie said. Rosie asked if it was ironic that Brad Weber didn't go straight home, had sticks in his driveway, and the state couldn't rule out his gun. Rosie said the state wanted the jury to see all the knives and box cutters at Allen's home, but Rosie said there was no DNA evidence linking any of them to the murders. Rosie said that Wallace's confession from Allen was manipulated. He said Dr. Monica Walla's version reads like a story, but that Alan was psychotic and couldn't put together a logical story at the time. Rosie said that Walla was infatuated with the Delphi murders case. That is a great word to describe Dr. Walla's interest in the Delphi murders case. She absolutely was infatuated. Rosie said that the bridge guy was walking on the bridge and the witnesses saw him waiting and standing on the platform. Rosie said the state tried to convince the jury without evidence that Alan was an alcoholic. Rosie said the fact that people searching in the area didn't find the girls on the night of the 13th raises the question of whether the bodies were actually there and whether the scene was searched. Oops. Rosie also mocked the state's reliance on Alan owning a blue Carhartt. There's a revelation for you, Rosie said. A blue Carhartt jacket in a closet in Delphi, Indiana. Rosie said Alan was alone in an 8x10 cell for months. Do you blame him for picking up a Bible? Rosie asked. Rosie called the state's Hey, Fiend. Rosie called the state's witnesses a mind reader for knowing the bridge guy voice was Alan's. He said dozens of people called to say that they recognized the voice. No one identified Richard Allen as the man on that bridge, Rosie said. Rosie said no digital data, fingerprint, DNA, trace material, or forensic evidence ties Allen to the scene. At the end of the day, the state's timeline is crumbled, Rosie said. The magic bullet is nothing but a tragic bullet. Rosie repeated that the times are unexplained. He showed the jury a picture of medieval racks and thumbscrews used to torture people. Rosie said that as a society, we have evolved into other forms of interrogation, like putting someone in a cell in solitary and throwing away the key. Isn't that also literally what Holman said that they were going to do to Rick? He said they want to lock you up and throw away the key. Yeah. Someone should have spoken up, Rosie said. Something is wrong here. Something is not right. Where's the moral? Sorry. Someone should have spoken up, Rosie said. Something's not right. Something is wrong here. Something's not right. Where's the moral compass? Rosie asked. Then he told the jury, you're the moral compass. Rosie showed the jury photos of Alan in prison. Then he showed them a picture of a python wrapped around a rodent. That's the power of the state, Rosie said. Now is not the time to return to Middle Ages, Rosie said, acknowledging that this is not the way we function. Acknowledge this is not the way we function. Rendering a verdict of guilty would be endorsing this behavior. We are asking you to set Alan free and give a verdict of not guilty. The defense closing arguments are finished. There's a lunch break at 1. Prosecuting attorney will have the prosecution's rebuttal. Let's see if Wish has updated. Man. All right.
Sounds like the rebuttal's done and they're deliberating now.
Thank you, Fiend. The case has gone to the jury and they're currently in the process of choosing a foreman. $12:10. Oh, wait. Okay, so we don't, maybe the rebuttal's down here. Have you heard anything about what the rebuttal entailed? No, right?
I have not. I just heard the people got out and that they've moved on.
Cool. That was quick. Thank God. I don't know what more is there to say. Criminal Network says Nick volunteered to be the jury foreman. What do you think, Fiend? What are you thinking?
I mean, we just gotta hope, pray, whatever you do, you know, send good vibes that this jury, that there's that they make the right decision, and that if there's conflict among them, that they that they hold to their principles, and that they don't give in, and that they are able to convince jurors that might have an opposing viewpoint, and that they have a reasonable bar for what reasonable doubt is. Because I mean, I think that, like, by a lot of standards, like, reasonable doubt is not even, like, in question here. It's more of a gut feeling as far as whether you think, whether you think he still could be involved. But, like, the reasonable doubt should be, like, very solid. And, there's got to be some jurors that firmly understand that and are able to convince their other jurors that that's what you have to go by. Like, that's what you're holding the state to. The state didn't meet their burden. There is reasonable doubt, like, not most likely not even just reasonable doubt. Like, it's most likely like you got to weigh, like, is it possible that he was involved, but they've got zero evidence of it? Like, how would that be possible? It's essentially not possible. And you got to listen to what Rosie said. Like, why don't they want you to know all the other evidence and information in the context? Why are they acting this way if they've got a good case?
Yeah, I feel good about that closing too. I really do. I don't know though. I don't know because, well, here. I did something this morning that I forgot about until just now. So I said, in the spirit of speaking truth to power, manifesting positive justicey vibes, share your favorite quote, verse, mantra. Let's see what people say. Oh God, that was a great, and this is gonna be a horrible idea for me to do. I'm not gonna be able to read these. I'll try. May the truth carry the day. This is from our friend Oksana. Oksana, if you're here, we love you. Oops. God. May the truth carry the day. May the power we hold within us light the path in front of us. May the goodness in us overpower the darkness. May we be the message and not just the messenger. I used to feel the cringe sharing these words, but now more than ever, I think showing our vulnerability, kindness towards each other, and self-optimism, and believing in collective responsibility, collective action, collective kindness is very important. Everyone feels alone in times of despair, and there's nothing more uplifting than having people around that care. There are a lot of those who care. We often just don't know they care or are willing to show that we care. Beautiful. Oops. We got a lot of good responses already. Pray, hope, don't worry, says Cheryl. Cheryl, if you're in here, we love you. Oops.
I mean, something that maybe should weigh on this jury is the amount of time that Rick Allen has spent in this hell, and that expediting
This decision
would be like it's in their hands. Like, now, like, how many people have how many people have had a hand in keeping Rick Allen in this waiting pattern? And it goes far beyond law enforcement and the state and the prosecutor and the judge. And it goes to, there's a lot of private citizens that have had a hand in delaying this. Yeah. His trial was delayed, and there are certain people that had a hand in that. And some of them call themselves journalists, and some of them YouTubers, and it's fucking disgusting. But they had in drawing this out and not allowing justice to run its course. And, you know, I mean, the jury doesn't know all of that. They know how long he spent in this. And they have in their power to expedite this.
Yep. You're right. I hope that they do. I think that they probably understand that. I wonder what, like, well, I don't know. I agree. And the implications of coming back with a hung or guilty verdict, you're sending him right back to that place if you do that. Can you imagine? That's one of the things that scares me the most is not that, like, okay, if he's convicted, then of course they will appeal and we'll, you know, whatever happens, but just the thought of him having to go back to DOC, like, that would kill me, you know. That would absolutely kill me. It's terrifying.
I mean, they have a heavy burden, you know.
Yes.
Both ways. I mean, everybody wants justice for the victims, but like, it's hard to. I don't see where it's convincing that this is it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No, I don't see it either. I don't know. I have to believe that other people see that. We also have 2 dead girls and the sheer weight of no one being held responsible. If we get a verdict back today, it'll have to be not guilty. No way they come to a quick guilty verdict. Did Liggett get voted out?
I mean, I think that a point to make and something that may resonate with the jury is like, you're not holding nobody responsible. There's clearly some responsibility to go around. Like, this investigation, you can put blame where blame is deserved. Like, this investigation was not worthy.
Right.
Like,
No, it wasn't at all. You're cutting out, Dean.
I'm just saying, it is the fault. You know, it's just plainly is. So you're not holding nobody responsibility. And
Lost Bean. He'll come back. Do we have a verdict time warning? What time did deliberations start? Are they in deliberation already? Did she already read? So I believe that she has read their jury instructions, right? Yes, the case is in the hands of the jury. Hey, we're Cat.
yeah, I believe she gave the final jury instruction.
Okay. So we are officially in jury verdict watch now. Let's see. So yeah, we're having fiend audio issues. Let me go back to here. So
Talked to Becky earlier today after everything was over.
I tried calling her.
She said,
oops. Did I do that, DB? I'm sorry. Was that you or me, DB? Hey, Fiend. Remember the Court TV verdict timer? Verdict clock. Okay, so what's a verdict clock? I'll do it. What is it? What do I do? Just like counting how much time goes on? Okay. Let's see. What time did they start? Is it on my end that, oh, it's okay. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, DB needs to get on the jury or the clock.
Well, let's see. I want to see what, if anything, could have possibly been offered as Max Lewis says they'll deliberate until 4 and then back at 9. Why? Why? Does that mean that they're...
4 p.m. each day and then back at 9 a.m.
Why? I don't know why. Why not?
Why only till 4?
Yeah. Why? Why is she doing any of the things that she's doing? Make them fucking stay until they have a verdict. I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. Do we have the info on the rebuttal? Yeah, I'm about to read it now. Fiend, I don't know if I'm talking over you, if you're just gone, but
No, I'm here.
oh, okay. Craig Lewis, not guilty, 1.5 hours. Delphi at 39 minutes right now. Yellow, are you keeping track? Someone's keeping track. Okay, let me just read this. McClellan begins his rebuttal to the defense. He said it's been a long 3 or 4 weeks. I think he knows how many weeks it's been. That now it's time to hand the case over to the jurors. He tells them, you're in the driver's seat. I'm not up here to tell you how to feel.
How can these people not be able to tell like time, like number of weeks?
He's an idiot. He's also been like, no more than, remember he said no more than 5 times, Richard Allen. Like, okay, so how many times? Like, he always does this. They're very, I don't know. Oh, Nick. Okay, Nick. McClellan says the defense did not back up their claims. The prosecution has witnesses on the trial that day, and that they simply reaffirmed that Allen was there. He tells the jury that witnesses after the murders on the High Bridge do not matter. Oh. Well, when were the murders? Nobody knows. McClellan points at... Oh. If this motherfucker points his finger one more time at Rick Allen or anybody, I'm going to bite it fucking clean off his little grubby hand. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bite that fucking finger right off his hand, Fiend. What do you think about that? I'm going to bite it clean off. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Judge Jessica and I are going to go chomping. Oberg's testing was verified. Huh? Allen is extremely engaged in looking at Baldwin with disbelief. These guys all love each other. McClellan says words matter. Why don't Allen's matter? Hey, isn't that a Fig Solves talking point? Haven't we heard that come up on a couple of our favorite channels? We got a Fig Solves talking point thrown in here. Nick is fucking pickled. I like that. He's fucking pickled. He is fucking pickled. Everybody should be ashamed of Nick McClellan. Everybody. Your own mama, Nick. Your own mama thinks you're an embarrassment. Your own mama. He says there are 2 victims in this case, Abby and Libby. He says they are Allen's victims, but they're not just victims, they're heroes. McClellan says Libby said someday she's going to help police solve crimes, and that's exactly what she did. Trash, trash, trash. All they have is posturing. That's it. It's so disgusting. Thank goodness that they have 2 victims in this case to weaponize, because otherwise they'd have no case. What's the clip you're trying to share, DB? Oh, you can share it, DB. I don't know which one you were. Thank you. Thank you. Like,
guilty if he's a hung jury or if he's
over another person.
guilty. She said, I did talk to Becky earlier today after everything was over.
I tried calling her.
She said, if he's found guilty, if he's a hung jury, or if he's found not guilty, she said, It's fine with me. But the point is, I'll be able to speak now on this. That's exactly what Becky said to me. She'll be
God,
able
I don't know, man. I think if he's found not guilty, there'll never be justice in this case.
No, they won't be able.
That's the truth.
If they find him not guilty, they will never be able to charge another person.
Okay, Tara.
Tara said, Gray, I'll talk to you after the verdict.
Yeah.
I would be very interested to hear what people have to say after a not guilty verdict.
Me too. Me too. You know who else will have a lot to say? Literally everybody else who has been gagged and threatened and silenced in this case. I bet you that Todd Click will have a lot to say. I bet you that Kevin Murphy might have some shit to say. Who knows? Maybe even Mitch Westerman. There might be some people that have a lot of shit to say. So that right there is a problem because you're the surviving family of the homicide victims. So what you're basically saying is that you don't have any fucking faith or confidence in this jury. None. That's a great message to send the people that just spent 5 or 6, how many weeks? 4 or 5 weeks. I sound like Nick McClellan. 5 weeks sequestered from their loved ones. Nice. Vile. Fucking vile. Judge Gold's going to put a gag order on the juries. Look, after today, or after this is done, Judge Gold has no authority to do fucking anything. Nothing.
Oh, I don't guarantee a whole lot of things, but I guarantee that we will hear from some jurors.
I can't wait. We're going to hear from him right here. DB's going to go out and do a he's going to go out and do a LinkedIn networking for us, and he's going to get them all on here. Why did they? So after, when did the jury go out to deliberate? Can I get an exact time? So Wish TV says 1:40 p.m. The case has gone to the jury, and the jury is currently in the process of choosing a foreman. I don't know what the exact time, but I bet Max Lewis or someone else does. Oops. Let's see. I'm coming out of the bushes. Usually I watch on my TV. I'm so glad to have found my people here. I just got spoken to about my lack of eye contact while teaching. Ah, hi, Professor Kate. Welcome. Welcome. And thank you for emerging from the bushes. And if at any time you want to go back into the bushes, you can. But we're happy that you're here. I like this. So, here's our verdict watch. This is how long they've been deliberating. I like that. I think there's a way I can put it up in the corner of the screen, right? Pretty sure I can.
That math isn't right. You need to add 10 minutes.
What?
That math isn't right.
Why?
Because that would make it 150, not, or no, maybe I'm wrong. My math is wrong.
Well, I don't do a math, so I don't know either way. Let's see. I want to put this up in the corner. I'm going to figure out how to. Let's max after this.
You don't want it to be big? I think it's good.
No, we can keep it big. I mean, yeah, we'll keep it big.
None of us can do math. We just
definitely.
we let the computers do the math.
Jury left the courtroom at 1:24. Thank you, Ariel. They left the courtroom at 1:24. Thanks for your coverage. You all feel like I do about this. Thank you for watching. Thank you for saying that. Justice for DB. Oops. I set it for 1:40 p.m. Okay, that feels.
I don't know
that
if anybody has like. Oh, no, some people took a lot better like note of the specific jurors. I didn't really get that far into it. It's just not where my focus was when I was in court. But I wonder if anybody has like some good ideas on who might be the foreman and four-person, which way they might lean.
That says they'll never be able to convict another person. What kind of R-word thinks that? Apparently, there's a
Well,
few.
I mean, you see, I mean that's something people like to say without putting any thought behind it, because like the reality is that there is a lots of evidence that did not come into this case because it was not pertinent to Rick Allen, and it didn't relate to the defendant. It relates to somebody. They've got DNA, they've got hair, they've got footprints, they've got a timeline, they've got eyewitnesses that see people that don't match Richard Allen's description. They've got inconsistent statements. They've got geofencing. They've got more cell phone data. Like there's just so much evidence that did not come into this case. It's ridiculous that they wouldn't be able to use that evidence and figure out something that points to somebody that may have something to do with it. I don't know if it's whether that, it's always going to be the bar of reasonable doubt, but it's hard sitting in that chair. It's hard being the defendant in this type of a case. Like, even if there's nothing that points to you, you still might get found guilty. But they have lots more evidence, and it points to somebody. It just doesn't happen to point to Rick Allen. So they can try again. And it's almost hard to believe that it wouldn't be a far better case than against Richard Allen because of how little there was that points to him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like you can throw another person in that chair, and it's probably going to be a much better case just on that fact alone, that it's got to be more than nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. I think that that's just a way to blame, like continue to blame and malign and not take responsibility for the fact that they failed spectacularly in this case in every possible way. And if they can't do it again, then I don't know what to tell you. I need Bob or Andrew to go live. Well, ZCS, that's fair. I understand. We'll be here waiting. I don't think they could make a winning case anymore. Never will. Not even if they were allowed to actually use all. Well, you mean like they couldn't prosecute? Yeah, I believe that.
So Peggy and Royal, I think that the is it number 8 or is it? It's the cop mom. I think is the one that
You don't want to be.
Probably don't want to be the foreman.
Ugh. Why?
I mean, I feel like that's going to be someone that would need some convincing.
Yeah. Was that person already like? Have they been like? Have you known who that is? And
I want to say that it's. I'm trying to think. I want to say it's 9, but I didn't keep a real close track on.
Yeah.
Which jurors are probably which, and I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to. I don't think that you can just like see into somebody's brain, like that. I think that that's a lot of cause for a lot of speculation.
I can. You know that?
Yeah, I know you can.
I can. I'm really good at them. Let's see. I'm going to make this our new background. The jury's picking a 4-person. Will go back to their hotel and be back at. Wait, the jury's picking a 4-person, and then they're not deliberating today, or have they started deliberating for?
I mean, I find it hard to believe that they wouldn't do a preliminary vote almost right off the bat and just see what their starting point is.
They don't deliberate today at all? Are you fucking kidding? It's 2 o'clock. They're leaving after they choose a foreman? Absolutely fucking not. There's no fucking way that that's true. Absolutely fucking not. That cannot be true.
I mean, that's a good point, Northern Star. Like I think that like if you have law enforcement ties, that you should know that like the people in your family that are law enforcement would not conduct themselves in this manner, and that you think more like you have a higher standard. Like they're not going to get up there and do what Mullen did.
They already had lunch. So Shell says that Gold wants the bailiff to report back, which I could believe. That is dodgy. That sounds like horseshit. Don't these people want to get home to their families? One last dig. No one thinks their family member is Steve Mullen. Right, that's true. No, never mind. Wish TV changed their thing. Okay, so I wonder. The jury was given the case at 1:25. They will deliberate until 4. Why are they only deliberating until 4? Deliberating now. 4 p.m. Don't like juries sometimes literally stay like hours and hours into the night trying to get this fucking done with for all parties involved? Like, why would you want to drag this out?
I feel like it's just, I mean, I don't feel like it. I mean, it's among many things, it's the judge's discretion for how she wants to run things.
Fuck her, dude. Fuck her. Seriously, fuck this bitch. I'm so tired of her nonsense. Jury can continue if they want. They usually can say, no, we're staying. Okay, so they have to until then. And if they... I should know by now not to get worked up over anything that we hear, because usually it takes a minute for us to get any information anyway. So how do I... Oh. Thought I could make this cute. Doesn't look like I can. Super annoying. Dumb. All right, let's read the Wish blog.
The Wish blog is like the worst website that's I've ever been to.
In what way?
Like,
In all the
it just crashes everything.
Oh, it does.
That I'm in every time I try to look at it.
Honestly, every single one of these Indiana news websites crashes my shit.
Right.
Surely we should all chill out, but we should do a lot of things, and chilling out ain't gonna happen today. Yeah. Yeah, all of these crashed my shit. Let's see what it says. Jury's given instructions. At 1:15 p.m., the jury instructions began. Gold says alternate jurors will be in the deliberation room, be engaged, but will not participate. How are you engaged? I guess engaged like listen. Their decision must be beyond a reasonable doubt. She says the burden's on the state. Gold says it's not beyond all possible doubt. Huh?
I mean, it's a scale, you know, like every jury is different for where they actually land on what that bar is.
Shouldn't be. Is it normal to have alternates in the room while they're deliberating?
I don't know, man. Like, it seems. I mean, I don't know.
Phoebe says yes. Yeah, that makes sense. Because what if someone like drops dead in the jury room and they need a replacement? All this. Oh, it's not normal. Well, now I don't know. No, it's not. No. Cool channel. Just found it this morning. Thanks, Perry Hodgins. Welcome. Alternates usually sit home or sit in a different room. Weird.
Well, everything's specific on state to state, and then also, there were some things that were like, I forget what it was, but they were like, it was something to do with the jury instructions or something. Where, I mean, both sides agreed to it, but the rules say one thing, but Gulla's always done it this other way, and they're just like, fine, whatever. like they're just like, she just does things her own way and just has been used to being able to do that, and like, you either fight with her or you don't. As long as everybody else agrees, I guess that's the way it's going to be.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Like, oh, I should have heard of it before, not that it's more common. I should say I've heard of it before. Yeah. Well, and I guess it makes sense because, like, then if they have to replace a juror for whatever reason, they'd have to, like, they wouldn't have the benefit of being in there with them. And
yeah, I mean, I see the reasoning for it. They'd be up to speed on what's been discussed thus far.
Your decision must be unanimous. If they are left with two interpretations, they must choose one that sides with innocence. They can take into account any bias the witness may have. She said they should believe the witness until they cannot with a good reason. Nothing she said during the trial should be considered evidence. She says there's no transcripts of the witnesses. There's nothing that was not admitted. Bull tells the jury during deliberation they must consult with reason. Bailiffs will be outside the deliberation room. They can't leave unless the full group's present. There's no mention of sentencing in the paperwork. She says a fourth person will be chosen and will sign the verdict. The bailiffs took an oath that they will not communicate. At 1:24, the jury leaves with instructions. Judge Bull now lays out expectations for those outside deliberation. The attorneys need to be within 5 minutes of the courtroom. If the jury needs to see evidence, the attorneys will be invited. Bull says that Allen will be brought in if the jury requests. She says the jury will pick a four-person. The jury will not deliberate on Sundays. They will deliberate from 9 to 4 daily, unless at 4 they choose to stay and deliberate longer. Okay. I mean, then there you go. Court is off the record at 1:27. There you go. There you have it.
Ashley, I'm sure there's a bailiff in there making sure that the alternates do not talk.
Well, the bailiffs are supposed to be outside the room, though.
Are they? Okay. Yeah,
oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you keep
it would be hard
from talking.
It would be hard. There's nothing that was not admitted. What does that mean? I think they mean, like, all the evidence that they saw is admitted evidence that they may consider. I think that's what she means. That's kind of how I'm interpreting it from what Wish is kind of reporting, I think. How are you feeling? Nervous right now? Yeah. So the rosy bullet photos are admitted too. There you go. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty nervous, Steve. I'm feeling like I will feel better once we know if they're going to stay past 4 p.m. Because if they decide to stay past 4 p.m., then they must think that a few hours more of deliberating will be beneficial. And, like, you know what I mean? I don't like knowing.
I think that a jury that has been on this schedule for this long isn't going to just go home at 4 p.m.
Yeah, I hope you're right.
Like I feel like they'd rather put their work in and work towards, like, this is what they've been here the whole time for. Like, why not work towards it and try to get something done?
Maybe they have a decision they want to sleep on it. I understand this notion and this thought process. My issue with that, in terms of the jury deciding that, is that, like, Rick Allen has been in solitary confinement for 13 months. If you have a decision, you owe it to everybody, including and especially him, regardless of what the verdict is. Like, he's waited long enough. Yeah, they want to go home. They want to go home. They want to go home. Ghost says it's no decision today. Really? I don't know. I'm going back and forth on it. Rosie gave such an amazing close. You need to hear it from a law tuber, Andrew, or Bob. Bob was crying. Yeah. I want to read that article, the WTHR recap again, because it was really good. Or at least just part of it. If y'all didn't hear it, I think it's really good, and I want to read it again. Do you mind, Fiend, if I go through this again quick?
No, you go right ahead.
I wish I could do. I need to mess with like StreamYard one day and actually figure out how to do. I know that I can like mess with how the layout is, but every time I start fucking with it, I get good quotes from last night with their legal analyst. What was last night? Oh, yelling at me. Last night. I don't know what this is. Let's play this first. Oh, right. Okay.
Witnesses were. So let's run those down for you really quickly. There were 3 of them today. 2 witnesses we've heard from before, one who's new. We heard from Breanne Wilbur. She visited the Monon Trails on the day of the murders, and she testified about what she saw.
I'm going to go
While the jury was out of the courtroom.
skip to. Oh, there they are.
Into
Y'all want to
this
see
morning,
your
right? And
next
maybe
baker,
the reason
your baby?
strong Tuesday was for the defense. Tuesday was such an important day for Richard Allen and his attorneys inside this Carroll County courtroom. In fact, I want to recap. If you weren't with us yesterday, I want to mention quickly 3 important witnesses that the defense.
All right, I want to hear. Oh, but I love them. Look at that tie.
Was, quote, absolutely showing signs of delirium while he was in prison just a few months ago. We also heard
can you
from
give
a
us a
forensic
tie watch?
scientist who specialized in firearms and crime scene reconstruction. He talked a lot about that cartridge that was found between the bodies of Abby Williams and Libby German at the crime scene when the girls were found. On Tuesday, we also heard from a digital examiner who gave us brand new digital data in this case. And this was perhaps the most talked about information that came out of court.
Where's this analyst at? Her. Oh, I like her. Is this you, mean DB? This woman? I've seen her before. She's cool.
Former deputy prosecutor, currently a criminal defense attorney. She's been with us every day of this case. Were you surprised when you heard this morning from the defense saying, we're done?
No, I wasn't surprised. As a defense attorney, I was not surprised, because what we have to remember is that the defense has no burden. If they are going to put on a case and they don't have to, their case should simply be raising reasonable doubt or highlighting reasonable doubt within the state's case. And so what we saw with their case was that it didn't tell a story. It wasn't necessarily cohesive in the way the state's case was, but they put on the witnesses that they need to put on to hit the points that they needed to hit. And just like Sam said, they had a strong day yesterday. They've hit every major topic, and so there's no reason to prolong their case.
In your opinion, do you feel as though the defense has raised reasonable doubt for this jury to acquit Richard Allen of these murders?
I do think that they have. I mean, the biggest things that the state had would have been first starting with those eyewitnesses. None of those witnesses identified Richard Allen. Not a single one of those witnesses from the bridge pointed to him and said, that's the guy I saw on the bridge. I think that that was very impactful without them even having to put on witnesses to refute that fact. And then we heard a lot of testimony about his mental state as it relates to those confessions. Those confessions are a big part of the state's case. I would argue they are the state's case. And we heard from the defense witnesses saying that he made those confessions when he was in a state of delirium. He made those confessions under very trying, challenging conditions that will cause anyone to lose their mind. And so I think they were effective in that regard. And then yesterday, they attacked the bullet, which they sort of, through cross-examination on the state's case, challenged the state's witnesses and their science used to reach those conclusions. But yesterday, they put their own witness on that said, you know, I'm not saying that this person was not qualified to reach these conclusions, but what I'm saying is that her methodology was flawed. She compared apples to oranges instead of apples to apples. And so her conclusions are not something that I think were sufficient. And then finally, their last witness cast doubt on what was going on with that cell phone. And that might not seem like a really big thing, but what that did, I think, was effectively challenge the state's entire timeline of when these crimes were committed, where the girls' bodies moved, and who was dealing with that cell phone. So I think effectively they have raised doubt. They've given the jury some things to think about, and they've really caused some problems for the state's case. In case you're wondering why Richard Allen wasn't called to be a witness in this particular case, tell our viewers why you think that wouldn't have been a smart move. Well, we have to always remember, again, they don't have any burden. They don't have to put on any case, right? And so then they have to balance that against Richard Allen's right to remain silent throughout the end of this trial. And so when, as a defense attorney, when you're weighing whether or not to call your client as a witness, what you really have to analyze is, what does he have to add? What could he put into evidence at this point that the jury has not already heard? We've already heard him tell his version of what happened that day when he was on the bridge. We've already heard him admit or allegedly confess to the crime, and we've heard the conditions under which that happened and his mental state at the time. And effectively, we've heard him say, I did not do it. Mm-hmm. And so when they are balancing the cost-benefit analysis of putting him on the stand and subjecting him to cross-examination and having the jury put him under a microscope and judge him, there's really not more that he can add. And so I think they ultimately decided that there was no advantage to doing that. All right, we're going to hear more from Katie in a moment. Let's get back to Bob and Sam in Carroll County. And guys, let's talk a little bit about the witnesses the jury heard from today.
Our number one fit for active babies.
Cool. That was good to hear. Was that it? Or did I just end it because there's an ad? No, it wasn't it. Yes, it was it. That was it. Interesting. DB is an active baby. Yeah, for sure. Ange. Talking to herself. The gummy hit fast. What did I do? Why can't I see you on this screen? Oh, yes, I can. DB is an active bambino. Are you still there, Queen?
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. Hi, Queen. How's it going?
Hello. I don't know, just waiting like the rest of us.
I wonder what about her experience makes her have the perspective the state could railroad an innocent person, or the people of Delphi couldn't believe that's possible. Well, she's black. DB. Is that probably?
Well, I think it's presumptive to believe that, like, everybody. I think that it's more common opinion than we might realize that
Sure.
people don't think Rick is the right guy.
For sure, especially now. And I think she's a former prosecutor, current defense attorney, so that obviously colors her view as well.
Find out what you thought about Dr. Martin's testimony is the way that Bob and Samantha described it.
Well, I would agree with Bob and Samantha that it doesn't seem that it was a home run for the state by any means. It's almost another one of those scenarios where you wonder if they asked questions that they weren't prepared for the answers for. Because certainly with a rebuttal witness, you don't want to call a rebuttal witness that just corroborates the state's evidence. I'm sorry, the defense's evidence. You want to call, as a prosecutor, a rebuttal witness who will poke holes in what the defense just presented. And in some ways, he completely corroborated the defense's position. I think it's a very big deal that he made the statement that the conditions under which Richard Allen were kept were just not right. They weren't right for someone who was simply accused of a crime. And then he goes on to give these opinions that it sounds like the defense was effective in getting him to backtrack on in terms of whether he actually was sure that Richard Allen was in a state of psychosis. And so the reason this is really important, and even with the back and forth, it's still really effective for the defense, is because remember what we've talked about throughout the trial is that the jury has an instruction that if the evidence lends itself to two reasonable interpretations, they have to choose the one consistent with Richard Allen's innocence. And so now they have evidence in the record from the first set of state's doctors that said he was not in a state of psychosis. Then they have evidence in the record from defense witnesses, qualified defense witnesses who have testified for both sides saying, no, he was in a state of psychosis. And now they have their final witness from the state saying, I'm just really not sure. And so in reconciling that, the jury has two reasonable possibilities. And if they follow the instructions of the court, they should decide the one that is consistent with his innocence, which is that he was in a state of psychosis, and these are not actual confessions, they're false confessions.
Do you believe, Katie, that this case is going to boil down to Richard Allen's mental health and the confessions and these psychiatrists that we've been hearing? Is that where this jury is probably going to land in terms of whether or not to find him guilty or not?
I think that's a really strong possibility. We've said over and over that it's really hard to convince a jury that your client didn't do something that they are admitting to doing. And so I think there's absolutely reasonable doubt as it relates to the bullet. And before these alleged confessions, that was the only thing that put Richard Allen at this crime scene. There's absolutely reasonable doubt in terms of the identity descriptions that were given from the witnesses who were actually around the scene that day. And so what it really comes down to is his own alleged admissions. And does the jury believe those were true confessions, or does the jury believe they were false confessions as a result of psychosis?
Right. Because as you remember from the very beginning of this trial, those witnesses that the state brought up, they were describing a man that doesn't appear to be Richard Allen.
Exactly.
They were describing a tall, muscular man in his 20s with brown, poofy hair.
Yes.
And that's not Richard Allen. He's 40 and shorter and a little heavier. That was the state's first witnesses. And then this so-called magic bullet that was found, which was a cartridge that was cycled through what the state believed was Richard Allen's gun, discovered later on at his home. You know, there's been some, speculation as to where that bullet came from. And then there was no DNA of Richard Allen's found at the crime scene on these girls,
right,
and no DNA of the girls found in Richard Allen's home when they went in and found knives and a gun and that kind of thing.
Exactly. I mean, really, Scott, you just sort of did their closing arguments, right? Did the defense's closing arguments. And when all of those things on balance, the jury has to have doubt as it relates to the state's case and how solid the state's case is. And so they have to be
and get lucky like everybody else. Sorry about that.
And a gun and that kind of thing.
Exactly. I mean, really, Scott, you just sort of did their closing arguments, right? Did the defense's closing arguments. And when all of those things on balance, the jury has to have doubt as it relates to the state's case and how solid the state's case is. And so they have to be really relying on those confessions.
Right.
And so I think what the defense has been able to put on, and then coincidentally, what the state has put on today has just cast more doubt on the validity of those confessions.
Before we get back to Bob and Sam, I want to ask you one last question about this Indiana State Police detective who listened to hundreds of hours of Richard Allen phone calls. And he was, as I remember, was the only one who was asked in court, can you identify the voice that you heard on the, down the hill video, the one that we've showed lots of times here on Channel 13. And he was the only one who said, yes, I recognize that voice. That voice is Richard Allen. But the other state and defense witnesses were not asked to say, do you recognize the voice on the down the hill cell phone video on Libby's phone? They were not asked. So really it's one person who is connecting Richard Allen to the down the hill video, right?
Exactly. And what is even more curious about that strategy is that he is the only person who only heard Richard Allen's recorded voice. We've heard from a number of people who spoke to Richard Allen in person, face to face, and the state chose not to ask a single one of those people whether or not they recognized his voice as compared to that video. And I think this could really hurt the state because when the video was first played for the jury, we heard a lot of testimony about how that video had been manipulated in a way to isolate the sound or to keep the video from moving. And we didn't hear any testimony about how that would affect the quality of that sound or how it could potentially modify the sound on the video. And I don't know, maybe that's not a thing, but I think strategically it should have been important for the jury to understand that this is actually how the voice would have sounded. And they didn't do that. And so I think that was a missed opportunity in terms of tying up his voice later. And again, they didn't ask anyone who spoke to him face to face whether or not they could identify his voice on that video.
So this jury will likely get this case at some point on Thursday. Yes. I know it's impossible to guess what this jury may be thinking and what they may be deliberating, but what are your thoughts when they get this jury? Is this likely to be a quick verdict? Is there a possibility of a hung jury? What do you think?
Well, they've heard a lot of evidence, right? And so I think considering the seriousness of the case, the respect for these young girls who have lost their life for whatever reason, senselessly, right? I think they will take the time to review the evidence. And so that in itself will take some time. But in terms of the deliberations, it really just depends on where they are right now. If they are all on one accord in terms of deciding that the state has not met its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, we'll get a quick verdict. But on the other hand, based on their questions, we can kind of get an idea that they're not all on the same page. They're sort of all across the board in terms of what they're thinking. And so I think it'll probably take a while.
All right, Katie, thank you again for your insight. Let's get back over to Bob and Sam and find out.
Which really translates to, it looks just like me. Factual information put together.
Beyond a reasonable doubt, we'll get a quick verdict. But on the other hand,
I can't with these people. They're like saying that the eyewitness descriptions match at all. Like just what like you're just making it up, whole cloth.
That's what they do, baby. They just make shit up.
Not a single person identified Richard Allen or anybody that looks like Richard Allen as. It's confusing. Like, I mean, I'm sure the jury has questions about like, who did these people see? Like, it wasn't Richard Allen. Like, I thought that the state would at least show something that corroborates that Richard Allen was even there. But really, the only thing that ever puts Richard Allen there, still, after we heard all the evidence, is just him saying he was there. And like, I don't know that that's identified as to very specifically what day he's talking about, or that he was telling the truth that he was there that day. I don't like, people get confused, or people say things that aren't true. I don't like. I don't know where. I mean, the problem is that we didn't hear from people earlier in the day that may have been able to identify having seen Richard Allen.
Right.
But I kind of understand why the defense wouldn't want to highlight that, because putting him there at all, is, when presence is such a big part of this case, I don't think that you even want to highlight it. But even if it's at a different time frame, I think that you just say, clearly these people aren't saying they saw Richard Allen.
Yeah. It's true. I don't think that anybody saw Richard Allen, honestly.
I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. We just didn't hear enough to corroborate much about him being there at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't think he was. I mean, he was there, but I don't think that anybody really saw him.
Well, the one thing so I went to the trails yesterday morning or another time, and I remember hearing this tidbit somewhere, and it sounded like when he said that he sat on a bench for a while, it sounds like it's the bench right at the nature preserve, at the fork.
Mm-hmm.
It's near the Mears lot, but that is off the trail a little bit, and you could easily walk right by somebody sitting at that bench and not even notice that somebody was sitting there
right
on that bench, and just not even notice them. There's also lots of other places that somebody could be walking, there's the side trails, if you're just walking around, it's easy to pass people. That bench doesn't face the trail, it overlooks Deer Creek, you're just sitting there looking at nature away from the trail. It's not like you're facing anybody, and especially somebody that's short, you might not notice somebody sitting there if they're just keeping quiet to themselves.
Yeah,
but I have no idea. I mean,
Defense Diaries update. Let's see what Bob Maddox has to say.
I think Bob's just late on the same reporting as everybody else.
Yeah. To be honest, sometimes I feel worse after I get updates from people in the courtroom because there's I think that being in the courtroom all day long and then coming out and immediately giving, an update out without having we kind of have the opportunity to flesh things out and talk about them and get different perspectives sometimes Bob or Andrea will come out and they'll feel one way about something and we'll feel differently. Sometimes I don't always yeah, thank you, DD. Bob's updates always scare the fuck out of me. Yeah, I never know how to interpret them, and then I don't know. Yeah,
I'll just say I'll say something. Bob's kind of doing multitasking stuff, but I think it was yesterday where Rick's family was gathered at the stairwell, and they're all kind of huddled up, and Kathy's upset, the other family members are upset, and I think that Bob really took on a role of kind of being a liaison for in communicating with the family and explaining the process and comforting them, and I think he should be commended for having taken on that mantle and doing that, because seeing him do it, it was probably 10 feet away from me while I was just waiting to go in. I mean, he's shown a lot of compassion, and you know, it's not an easy role to take on. And I think that, like, good for him for doing that, because I think that they really needed somebody to do that for them, because
100%.
the defense attorneys have their own battle that is
Oh,
like,
dude, yeah. They don't
they've
have-
got their, like, I mean, he has the experience to do that, but he can also kind of take that off of the defense team and let them know, like, yeah, you know, like, you know, you can't put on every piece of evidence. You can't, like, you've got to be strategic in what you're doing. This is like the normal process that the defense attorneys, like, are the ones that are best able to make those decisions. And I mean, they needed comforting, and Bob was giving them that.
Because those people are perverts, Freckle Joy. That's what I'm about to. That's because all of those people on the other side are fucking perverts. I am convinced my biggest beef with people who do a voyeurism or do a private message steal or do a lie or do a whatever, like, they're perverts. People that make rumors about Kathy and rumors about even like the shit that Rick's daughter and sister, half sister, had to come on the stand and refute. Like, these people are perverts. They like to do fan fictions and perverted shit. So this does not surprise me at all. But I think that if anything, Rick is probably immensely grateful for any and everyone who is taking Kathy, who he loves more than anything, under their wing and protecting her and keeping her company and keeping her safe, because we know that nothing is more important to this man than if his wife is okay. And I don't know why they're so weird. They are so weird. They're so fucking weird. It's so weird. Bob's been there for Kathy from day one. Love it. Oh God, Ashley. Thanks for saying that, Fiend. I think people don't realize the emotionally heavy things the emotionally heavy lifting he's doing every day. I feel that way about, I mean, even Andrea, we've said, like, her streams the past week maybe have been kind of like lower energy than like, at least at the beginning. And think about how burnt out just those of us that are watching on the outside have felt, you know, certain days. And I mean, being in there all day long, not sleeping. And there's just something like just inherently very traumatic and very exhausting about watching like this 4 or 5 week long kind of like gaslight that people who are there have been subjected to. I mean, obviously you don't feel that way if you agree with everything the state has put on, but if you're more of, you know, in the middle, even, it's like, it's exhausting hearing one thing and then hearing another, seeing one thing and being told it's something else. Like, I just couldn't. It's just exhausting. We can't mirror evil with evil. The state is supposed to be fair. I agree with you. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I just want to read the last part of Rosie's closing today because it's important, I think. And I think that, like, you know, Rosie did an Antifa and we love that. Fucking Wish keeps auto-playing videos and I don't consent. It's very intrusive, these websites. Don't you find that? They're just like super fucking...
Right. That's the main problem I have with it that crashes on it. Like, if I can't, like, it always crashes my YouTube because it tries to autoplay. I don't know what it's trying to autoplay, an ad or an ad and a video, or like 8 banners, an ad, a video, and like, stop. Just do
stop.
the blog. Just do the blog in like a fucking text. Like, it's all we need. We don't need the other stuff.
Oh, well, now I fucked this all up because I changed my layout. Here we go. That's better. You can you hear me still?
I can hear you.
Okay. Can everyone else hear us? I think so. All right. I want to go down to where Rosie did an all cops are bad. That's funny. I'll start here. Rosie said the state violated their 30-day maximum for a mentally ill detainee in solitary confinement. Quote, when the dust settled, if I take this down. When the dust settled, he was there for 13 months, Rosie said. How much can one human endure? Rosie said the state did not want the jury to see the conditions that Alan was in at the prison. The state cherry-picked, saying Alan was psychotic on the 13th, and so they played a confession from the 14th instead. Rosie said the truth was that Alan was psychotic and being stuck with a needle the entire time. Prison psychologist Dr. John Martin changed his mind on the witness stand, agreeing that Alan was psychotic. Who could believe that Alan was oriented to time and place, Martin said. Rosie said that false memories start out as false beliefs. He told the jury to listen to what Alan actually said in his confessions. Quote, I did it. Quote, maybe I did it. I think I did it. I think I did. I don't know. Rosie said those were all false beliefs. He also said the data on the phone should make the jury question the state's case, and he held up a sign with these times. 5:45 p.m., 10:32 p.m., 4:33 a.m. Rosie said, the first is when Libby's phone said that headphones were plugged in. The second is when the phone says the headphones were removed. And the last is when Libby's phone connected to a cell phone tower after hours of being disconnected. Rosie said the phone has no feelings, emotions, or opinions. It just has raw data that speaks for itself. The phone is right. Rosie asked if it was ironic that Brad Weber didn't go straight home, had sticks in his driveway, and the state could not rule out his gun. He said the state wanted the jury to see all the knives and box cutters at Alan's home, but Rosie said there was no DNA evidence linking any of them to the murders. Rosie said Rosie said that Wallace's confession from Alan was manipulated. He said Dr. Monica Wallace's version reads like a story, but that Alan was psychotic and could not put together a logical story. Rosie said Walla was infatuated with the Delphi murders case. Rosie said the bridge guy was walking on the bridge and that witnesses saw him waiting and standing on a platform. Rosie said the state tried to convince the jury without evidence that Alan was an alcoholic. Rosie said the fact that people searching the area didn't find the girls on the night of the 13th raises a question of whether they were actually there when the scene was searched. Rosie also mocked the state's reliance on Alan owning a blue Carhartt jacket. There's a revelation for you, Rosie said. A blue Carhartt jacket in a closet in Delphi, Indiana. Rosie said Alan was alone in an 8x10 cell for months. Do you blame him for picking up a Bible? Rosie asked. Rosie called the state's witness a mind reader for knowing that the bridge guy voice was Alan's. He said dozens of people called to say that they recognized that voice. No one identified Richard Allen as the man on that bridge, Rosie said. Rosie said that no digital data, fingerprint, DNA, trace material, or forensic evidence ties Allen to the scene. At the end of the day, the state's timeline is crumbled, Rosie said. The magic bullet is nothing but a tragic bullet. Rosie repeated that the times are unexplained. Rosie showed the jury a picture of medieval racks and thumbscrews used to torture people. He said that as a society, we have evolved into other forms of interrogation, like putting someone in a cell in solitary confinement and throwing away the key. Quote, somebody should have spoken up, Rosie said. Something's wrong here. Something's not right. Where's the moral compass? Rosie asked. Then he told the jury, you're the moral compass. Rosie showed the jury photos of Alan in prison. Then he showed them a picture of a python wrapped around a rodent. That is the power of the state, Rosie said. Now is not the time to return to the Middle Ages. Acknowledge this is not the way we function. Rendering a verdict of guilty would be endorsing this behavior. We are asking you to set Alan free and give a verdict of not guilty. The defense closing arguments are finished. Blah, 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 blah. I just really like that.
Yeah, he did a good job. He's a good attorney.
What's happening? I missed it. What does Rosie to Antifa mean? It's just us being silly. It just means that Rosie, I don't know how to explain Rosie. Someone explain Rosie to Antifa, because I could see why that might concern some people. They swore in Mullen to watch over the jury. I'm sorry, Yellow, what? Julie Melvin was on Criminality and said that they swore in officers to watch over the jury, and Mullen was one of them. That can't be right. What does watching over the jury mean? Didn't they do that in the Karen Reed case too and get in some trouble for that? They're gonna unleash a bioweapon on the jury if it's looking like not guilty. I mean, Booney, hold on. What's up? Hold on, y'all.
Chameleon Serrano says he pushed back against tyranny. Yeah, I don't know what this Mullen stuff is. This is intimidation tactic, says Riva. Nothing. Jo says nothing will surprise me at this point. Nothing.
I wish
Yeah,
fucking Mullen would try and do intimidation on me. Go ahead and try, you fucking loser.
I mean, the jury would have to. I mean, some people in the jury would have to laugh to have Mullen involved in anything at this stage.
I mean, they laughed and like smiled and practically applauded when in the video when Rick calls him an asshole. So it's not like he's their favorite person, probably.
Right. Are you muted?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I was muted that whole time. I'm sorry. I was saying I think it's pretty standard that like the local jurisdiction, like the local law enforcement are the ones who do like the security and look over the jury, but Mullen's not law enforcement. He works for the prosecutor directly, so that can't be true.
Correct. He's just an investigator for the prosecution.
Yeah. I mean, it might be true, but it shouldn't be. It's bullshit. So it is true. Is it being reported anywhere? I mean, not that Melvin's not credible. She is, but like, is it being reported on like any outlets or anything? It's rhetorical because I don't think anyone in here would know yet. Prosecution is law enforcement. Yeah, I agree with this. They definitely had alternative options. Well, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. Oh, Yellow sent me something. Hold on. Let me see if this is what she's talking about. Okay, I'm gonna play this. Play this really quick.
Sympathy or prejudice should not be allowed.
Sympathy or prejudice should not be allowed. Yes, no sympathy here. Okay, it's not our fault that the police botched this and that we can't convict the guy that you want us to convict. Okay, that's not on us. That's on you.
So they just said that they swore in officers. So that must be common to have like the officers watch over the jurors.
Three.
They swore three in.
Bailiffs.
Mullen and then two
Mullen is looking over the jurors.
Yeah, he was back there. Yeah.
Oh, what the?
I know they swore him in.
Because they were talking about bailiffs.
That seems like a conflict of interest. He's been he testified.
Mullen is looking over the jurors.
I know.
It was a lady and two dudes, and they were sworn in. They had to take an oath right there in front of everybody right after jury instructions.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
And
At least they got to do all that.
Yeah, they did take an oath, and the last thing is that.
I mean, if these jurors are leaving,
was Mullen sworn in to take care of them? Who was the bailiff, or who was the
Mullen to take care of the jury? Mullen and some guy with a business shirt on. But I don't think he was probably an undercover officer. And then was it the lady? Who's that lady? Was it a lady? 3 people. There was 3. And yes, Mullen is watching over the jurors. He's basically watching over his F up.
If this jury is walking out of the juror room and they see Steve Mullen there, I hope that would give them a clue.
I mean, like, yeah. At this point, too, like, okay, what can he do to them? What's he gonna do to them? Intimidate them? They don't live there. These aren't this isn't your county to intimidate. You know what I mean? Like, these aren't just your.
I mean, it sounds like a bad idea on the prosecution side or the state side. Like, what are you doing? Like, get Steve Mullen out of their like eyeballs immediately. Like, there's so much wrong with Steve Mullen's testimony. Like if you want to remind them of that, I don't know what you're doing. Are you trying to tank yourself?
Kind of seems like it. I mean, I don't think they're doing it on purpose, though. I think they really just have not fully come to understand yet.
Well, you know, I mean, something that I said, like, hey, if this case for the state kind of goes sideways, that they'll have a nuclear option of forcing a mistrial, and maybe that's why he's there to keep an eye on, to see if it's not going to go their way, can they still pull out some sort of nuclear option and cause a juror issue or something, and make it a mistrial rather than a not guilty verdict. I don't know that they maybe missed their window to do that. And I said, like, don't overestimate the hubris of the state. If, like, this certainly was not a good case for them. Like, I mean, it's just, there's a lot of risk for a not guilty verdict here.
Sorry, Queen. I'm like, not okay over here.
I can see that. I can't hear you, but I can see that.
I'm muted because I'm just cackling. That's all. I gotta take Boone out again. Also, can you hear that? No?
Oh, yeah, I can hear something. Is it a drone?
No, I've got about there's like that's like 7. He needs like 7 people to leave flow at one time. Yeah. It's New York. They like to get things done quickly. So there's like literally 7 people surrounding leaf blowers all blowing leaves at once. I feel like my nerves are
the jurors leaving the the juror room and seeing Steve Mullen there, they're like, "Are you fucking insane, dude?"
Okay,
Are
Fiend,
you
I'm gonna be
fucking
right.
insane, dude?
You're welcome to stay. And actually, DB, I don't know if you're at your computer. You must be because you put the finger trap up. So if any of our friends want to come on and rip with Fiend, there's the link, and DB knows how to get him up. I think Boone has 11 tricks out there. I think those.
Yeah, we're doing merch drop right now. We have not sold out of the Chinese audio restoration equipment. $139.97, also known as Chinese finger cuffs. Not sure if any portion of that goes to charity, but you can pretend it did. Mullen would hate those. Yeah, Mullen would hate those. Or maybe he would like them. I don't know. It actually seems like something Mullen would like. It's like in his price range for Chinese equipment. Andy W says, just found you and been listening for like 30 minutes. Girl, you are so speaking the truth. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do be speaking the truth. Hey, Mar. Yeah, I mean, that Spunky's dad says Steve Mullins is a rat. I wonder if Rosie's like a little bit confused, or like his analogy is confusing. Like a python strangling a rat, but like is the which is the state? Is it the python or is it the rat? Is it both? I mean, I know what the analogy is supposed to be, but the state has a bunch of rats too. Who just says if a turtle had an egg face, it would look like Mullen. I think that's fair. DB says the python is the state. That's a nice little field mouse. Yes, I think Rick Allen is the field mouse. Just going about his life every day. And almost squeezed. Chameleon says the state squeezed Allen nearly to death. I think that one of the things especially with like the involuntary medication and how haphazard they were with everything, I do think that it's much more substantiated that they were kind of doing a workaround on the safekeeping order, and if he died, he died, oops. Like it became much more apparent that all the constant videotaping was to try to keep him alive. So like to some degree they were trying to keep him alive, but they've certainly found some workarounds. Make him psychotic, make him suicidal, involuntarily medicate him. Like if you can't kill him like a traditional way, is there an alternate way to do that? And I think they pulled all the stops, and that they did. I think they did try to kill Rick Allen. Jen P says, DB, thank you for reminding me I need to feed my python today. She prefers rats though, frozen/thawed, of course. Andy W says, score. I'm in a cult. Yep, we're all in a cult. The Royal Wee says, the state is Little Bunny Foo Foo. Mandy Bay says Ali Mata posted on X is telling everyone to calm down. Mullen is not overseeing the jury. I'm not sure if they have any direct oversight. I do think there's going to be a contingent of people watching the door. Ellen says, oh, I got behind. Andrea called Gallipo a lizard person. She was very vivid with her descriptions. Yeah. And that was one of the things. I know she highlighted it a little bit, but Dr. Martin got up there and was like, I mean, we had all these team meetings to make Rick more comfortable. And he starts listing the people, and one of them's Gallipo, and Rosie is not going to have that. Gallipo? That did you just say Gallipo? That guy? Because we remember that guy, right? The jury should remember that guy. Way to highlight that. Like, they did not. And then he also listed doctors, and like, were those doctors there? No. They're having meetings with doctors that have never ever seen Rick Allen. How are they going to make him more comfortable? But I mean, it seems like IDOC was more concerned about their well-being than Rick Allen's well-being. Like, get the fuck out of here with, you're trying to make Rick Allen more comfortable. Like, this whole so I'll say one of, like, when they started taking Rick off the Savin website, they hit him when they initially did that, and I got really irate about it because it goes against what their policies are. It goes against public information. This is supposed to be a system that's to give victims and the public information as to where an inmate currently is, and they just hit him. They took him off the grid. And when I was calling, I started calling Savin a lot and just verifying where he was at for a while. And one of the times they came back and they just had this weird update where they're like, well, I can tell you his status is safekeeper. And like, it was weird. It was weird that that was the information that they wanted to like give out there. And I think that in retrospect, we can kind of like judge that they were not following their protocols and thought that this was their out to just do whatever they wanted to do and pretend that they were confused about it. But like, we could immediately look up what the safekeeper order was and why we already knew he was under a safekeeping order. But that status was like, they were doing some shady stuff and they just thought that gave them the excuse to do it. Because they just always wanted to do whatever they wanted to do. And yeah, I mean, I tried to be our public information watcher. I mean, to a certain extent, they made it impossible. Like, we've not been able to verify like where he's been held. And, they do it under the guise of, oh, we're trying to protect him. But like, that doesn't actually, you're not allowed to do that. Like, you do have to say where he's at. Like, I don't know what they're really concerned about. And like, we also heard that like, about how like the way he's been treated in Cass County Jail, which is presumably where he's been at. We heard about them wanting to bring in some video from that because he said he might have said to a guard that I'll fucking kill you or whatever he said. He's angry at the guards. Yeah, I'd be angry at the guards too. But that even now they weren't treating him better. He was being treated the same way that he was being treated before, which is like the case in point. They're just wanting to treat it like punitively, treat him inhumanely and whichever way they want, so they can extort something that might qualify as evidence because they do not have evidence. When you're trying to bring in a video from a month ago or whatever, a couple months ago, once the safekeeping order has been lifted, what the hell does that have to do with the crime that you're trying to prove? The case that you're trying to prove, it has nothing to do with it. It doesn't have anything to do with it. And they're still grasping for straws. This 7.5 years after the crime, they're still just looking for anything they can use in their case because they don't have the evidence against Richard Allen. They have lots of evidence. It does point to somebody. It's a lie that if they can't convict him, they can't convict anybody. They can. They have evidence. They could put it together. They could open up their communications back with the FBI. They could test the hairs that they found. What happened? They sent 72 hairs to the FBI. The FBI said these 3, we could test these. They don't belong to the victims or anybody. Like these ones are, you could test and maybe get something back from them. And Unified Command or Carroll County or whoever, like they say, no, we don't want to do that. Why? Why are you trying to hide the evidence of that you have? Like, why don't you fully investigate something? Fully investigate something. But they always just stop. They always just stop short. They had search warrants written up for Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall's cell phone information. That means that whoever wrote them up had probable cause. They weren't executed. Why do they stop short? There's a subpoena in this case. Just yesterday, Elvis Fields violated his subpoena. He broke the law. Handy Baldwin asked for Judge Gull to issue an arrest warrant for him. And she like conflates it as though like, well, like I already told you, like it doesn't have anything to do with this case. There's not a nexus. So like, they have a nexus to each other, but they don't have a nexus to the crime. That's besides the point. He broke the law. Like, are you going to like, you're a fucking judge. Are you going to follow the law or not? He violated his subpoena and did not show up. And we want to get him on the stand to see what he has to say, because who knows what he's going to say once you get him up there. She doesn't care. She doesn't care about the law. He doesn't care that Elvis Fields broke the law and didn't follow his subpoena. Like, what are we doing? Like, the law doesn't matter. It just matters when you say it matters. Other times it doesn't matter at all. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. And like, Judge Gull should just be completely ashamed of herself. And I don't know what they're hiding or why they're so scared. They're just worried that it might affect their case. And so like, that's all that matters. But like, dude, you affected your own case with this bullshit. Like you didn't have anything. You tried to manufacture stuff. Like,
this is my favorite fiend, by the way. Keep going.
You don't think the jury's gonna recognize that you didn't have anything. Like, you might have some people that are blind on the jury, but I don't think you have all of them. I think there's gonna be some people on this jury that are not buying it. And you have to pray that those people are gonna fight. They're not going to give up their ground. And you have to hope that more than that, they're able to win over their other jurors and convince them, look, even if you think you did it, it's not there. They don't have the case. They don't have, like, there is nothing except reasonable doubt. Hello Spring 2016 says jury going home for the day. M says married. Luke says deliberations over for the day as per Bob.
Oh, great. 329. They really fucking awesome. Check my text. Oh, God.
I mean, it's hard when you have a partial day and like knowing where to stop, but tomorrow they'll have a full day to work through this. So hopefully they get some good rest and think about what their duty is and put in a good day of work tomorrow. Judge Jessica says scared. Does that mean they're too far apart? I'm not sure what it means. I think that they would be hasty to not review quite a lot of evidence in this case. Even if it's... Wait, we got a merch drop. We got... The item is Garbage Man cleaning jumpsuit. And the price is the low price of your soul. And you can get... this is Mullen cleanup services. I think that might be a typo. Maybe it's Mullins. Mullins cleanup services.
Do we really think that 2 hours of deliberation the first day that you're deliberating, when one of the primary components of the fucking case is solitary confinement, do we really think that's fucking appropriate? Do we think that that's like normal? Don't y'all fuckers want to go home? Like, why are they not finishing the day even? She only cares about decorum when she's ordering the public or she's doing something oppressive to the public or to the fucking.
I'm still mad about the public seats that were taken away because I ain't seen a new decorum order that she published. She just changed the fucking rules with nothing, just on the fly.
Why do they want to? Why are they asked to go home? How about if you give?
Well, they're not going home. They're going to their hotel.
Exactly.
They can go home when they make a decision.
Why don't you go home when you fucking finish your duty? Could have been jury conflict as in arguments, and then it's best to go rest and clear. They're adults. I'm sorry. I don't get to go home and rest when I have to come to a difficult decision among my peers. I have to just...
I mean, the caveat that I would add is just that they regardless of what their split is, initially, they're most likely gonna want to look through a lot of the evidence that they have. You know, there's some things that they didn't get to highlighted to them as much. Pictures of the bullets would be like really. I think that's something you're gonna have to look at with your own eyes. And like Rosie highlighted, like look at it and see if does that look like a match to you? No. Then remember what the experts said. One saying this is a match, another one saying no, it's not a match. What do you think? Who do you believe?
Gold may have sent them home unilaterally in order to make it look like a difficult decision. They may have made a decision, want to get their stories together. Y'all, this is not like... Well, I hope that they understand the weight and the implication that their decision to go home for the night and get a good night rest in their fancy, comfy fucking hotel room while Rick has to go back to solitary confinement amongst people who have a lot to lose if and when he's acquitted. So I hope that they just remember when they go home at fucking 3:30 p.m. on a Thursday that every second that they spend not deliberating and doing their job is another second that the defendant has to spend in the custody of a state who needs him to die. I'm not being dramatic. They need to fucking deliberate and do their fucking job. They have been excused for the day. I wouldn't want that on my fucking conscience, but then again, a lot of shit that these people do, I wouldn't want on my conscience. And I understand that they're tired, but it's not even 4 o'clock. So here we go. The judge makes an order or makes a decision or issues some kind of a directive, and then she just fucking changes the rules as she sees fit. Why? Why do you get to do that? Why won't they stay and deliberate? It's 3:30. Their day doesn't fucking start till 9. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. I understand that they have a big burden and a big responsibility, but like, Rick has to go back to solitary confinement. It's not like they deliberated all day until 7 or 8 and they're exhausted. It's not even the end of the rest of the fucking world hasn't even concluded their fucking work day. Like, what are they doing? What the fuck are they doing?
Yellow Jacket says she's making them think about it longer because she didn't like the direction it was going.
She doesn't get to know what direction it's going, though. She's not.
Well, I wouldn't rule out that maybe that's some of the Mullen with chatter and stuff. I think that they've got their tentacles, they've got their eyeballs on stuff. I don't doubt that they're making an attempt to gather which way the jury might go with this thing, and I wouldn't trust them as far as I can throw them.
Gull has allowed them to talk about the case together the whole time. They can simply be going to the hotel room to talk. Okay, well, while they deliberate at the courthouse, Rick doesn't have to go back to his fucking hellhole, and his attorneys are within 5 minutes. So how about just fucking deliberate, do your job. You can.
So I'm not sure what Annie says is so my understanding is that they were as long as they were all together in the jury room, they were allowed to discuss evidence, but I don't think that they were supposed to deliberate ever until they were put on the clock to deliberate. And I do believe that they need to be in the jury room and all together. I'm not sure if they're allowed to continue to deliberate the hotel room. Obviously, humans will do what humans do, and I think once you tell them to go, they're likely to chatter amongst themselves. I think that to some degree, that's almost impossible to stop.
Chat amongst yourself. How about I have very strong feelings about the fact that it's not even 4, and she said they're going to deliberate every day until 4 p.m. and then they'll be back the next morning. And we find out that at 3:15 they're going home. That's just not what she said. So I have a problem with Judge Bolt saying one thing and doing another continuously. That's my problem.
Right. Everything. She is the chaos agent, dude. I don't know if anybody's familiar with Prof and like his term for chaos agents. People that just they don't necessarily even need like a motive or like for what they're doing. But they are purposefully causing chaos, and she is the chaos agent in this. Her schedule is just determined. She's determined to change it every day, to change what she just said, to rule one way and then change it the next day. Like, she is the most chaotic person that has a grasp on this case. And it's not like by accident. It's by design. She is completely chaotic.
I totally understand what people are saying. The jury has gone home for the day. The jury wants to go home. They're going home because they want to go home. I understand that. I understand that happens in every other case, in every other trial. We have already established nothing about Rick's detention is normal or like It's not like Karen Reed. Karen Reed got to go home. Karen didn't even have to go to a jail cell. Karen Reed got to go home.
I mean, I would challenge this like from watching other cases and trials and stuff. I don't think this is the norm at all. Like, I think often, you'll initially see some later nights of deliberation just because, like, see how far you can get, how quickly you can get. Like, we don't want to drag out the deliberation. You already been here for 3 weeks.
You've been here for 4 weeks. He's been in solitary confinement for 2 years. Like, let's get a fucking move on already. Seriously. Like, I understand, but it's not even like they wanted to go home. Like, we're not even at 4 o'clock yet, and their day didn't even start until after 9. Why? Why are they going home? They want to sleep on it.
Well, I mean, if you want to be speculative or like conspiratorial, like, the longer you drag out the deliberation, the longer you open yourself up to some juror issues. Like, there's more time for them to be influenced by an external source, accidentally or intentionally. Like, you're opening it up. I think in this case that might not necessarily be detrimental to the state's agenda.
I agree with everything everyone is saying. I do. I just have I'm just angry right now because I think that this is, again, demonstrates either a lack of like true understanding of like the reality of what this man faces and the reality of what this case is. Like, either there's like a total lack of like appreciation, not intentional, not nefarious, but there's a disconnect somewhere where they're not understanding or appreciating that this is an exceptional situation. And it's not just that, like, you couldn't even wait till 4 o'clock to make it fucking look like you were giving like reasonable, meaningful consideration to his fucking life. Like, you couldn't even just sit tight for 30 minutes until 4 o'clock, like the judge. Like, it just looks really indifferent and unconcerned, in my opinion. That's how I feel. I feel like they don't give a fuck. That's how I feel. They've seen more evidence and less. That's the problem. They've seen more evidence, but they haven't seen any of the actual evidence. They've seen the evidence that the state and the judge has allowed them to see. And maybe that's why I'm so frustrated, because this is not a difficult decision. If the jury has been prepped and informed and instructed appropriately, I just don't see any reason why they couldn't even wait until 4 o'clock. I just don't. Fucking sit tight and relax. Like, it just looks really unconcerned. And like, I don't think anyone, maybe I'm just like burned out and exhausted. I'm really tired of seemingly nobody who has been put in a position of relative authority, anyone with any kind of say-so over what happens to this man's life. Nobody with authority is actually seems to give a shit. Nobody cares. Judge Gohl not scheduling a safekeeping hearing, an emergency safekeeping hearing over 2 months out. Like, that's what this feels like. Just, oh, he'll be fine. You guys don't want to be inconvenienced. Oh, the jury's going to stay until 4 o'clock every day and deliberate. You can't start at 8. You can't stay till 5. You're not going very far.
I mean, I'll like, we're not in there, and I don't want to speculate too much. And as far as
that's what we do here.
Like I'm just saying, like, dude, I mean, there's a spectrum. You could have an 11 to 1, and you got one person that's just saying, well, I'm not going to change my mind. And they're just like, well, okay. Like, we're going to have some work cut out to convince 1 or 2 people. Like, why don't you guys make your case, go sleep on it, like, and we'll look through stuff tomorrow and we'll try to convince whoever's holding out. Like that's an extreme, but it's not. It's a possibility, you know. And I think that like you've really got to like. I mean, anything could be a possibility inside that room.
So I understand they're like, oh, juror safety. That's a gaslight, in my opinion. Like, I understand, like, yeah, you have to protect the jury, but who out in the world is actually literally wanting any harm to come to this jury? That's not a thing that happens. It's not going to happen in Delphi. It's not going to happen anywhere. Like, nobody's trying to hurt the jury. The jury's fine. I'm like, yeah, we're not in the room with them. Okay. I still think that it's absurd that they couldn't finish the day. That's all.
I mean, it depends on where they're at. You know, as I'm saying, and there's a lot of possibilities.
Y'all are being really gracious. That's very nice. Y'all are part to my absolute fucking. I fucking had it. I fucking had it. The jury's fine. I'm actually annoyed that the chaos agent would disagree. Maybe someone got food poisoning and threw up everywhere. Maybe. We know that there was already one projectile vomit that occurred. So that's fair. No. Oh, so if you missed it, Mullen is not looking over the jury. I think there's another officer or like one of the bailiffs who like looks an awful lot like Mullen. And actually, BB and I have showed clips of like, you know, the EMA director who we always laugh at, who's always got the emergency management hat on. He and this other guy that looks just like Mullen, except he's like tall. He looks like somebody like just stretched Mullen out. They always walk in with Judge Bull. I think that's probably who they're thinking of because they're saying that it looked like him, but no, Mullen is not in charge of the jury. So that's at least, that was an unintentional misinfo. Heavy Metal Rehab and I are ready to do an Antifa. We're over here like, fuck your feelings, fuck your conflict, fuck your heated conversation. Fucking go sit in the corner, do some box breathing, heal thyself, grown up. Heal thyself, grown-up adult who was deemed responsible and competent and suitable to serve on a jury. Go sit in the corner, do some box breathing, fucking heal thyself, and then get back to fucking work so that this man doesn't have to spend another unnecessary fucking second in the hell that the state has created for him. That's how I feel. I have to be a grown-up when I don't feel like it. You have to be grown-up when you don't feel like it. Be fucking grown-up. That's how I feel. Maybe that's what it is. That's how I feel. But also, I'm always this elevated, so I don't know why. I shouldn't surprise anybody. Matthew, welcome. As always, your takes are appreciated and usually the minority, and we're just glad that you're here.
I mean, I was in there for that, and I mean, I will say it's a mix on Stacey Eldridge. Like, she delivered some extremely damning evidence against the state. Like, I think that the jury has to be judicious as far as what that she faced a tough cross-examination from Nick McClellan. Like, he really tried to put her down. But like,
of course he did.
There wasn't good logic behind it. Like ultimately something happened. And you know, I'm really glad that he highlighted the timeline of that cell phone information, because it's so important that, like, if they missed it, they needed to be reminded that there has to be some, like, whatever the explanation is that something was plugged into the phone. That's the explanation. It's not water or dirt. Get the fuck out of here. But regardless of what it was, something happened. Something happened at a time where something should not be happening. At a time that the state isn't placing Richard Allen there. So if it's not Richard Allen, it's somebody else. And hence, it's not Richard Allen.
Right.
Like, it's not difficult logic to follow. Like, I mean, just the state's theory would have been a million times better if they had named anybody as an accomplice with Richard Allen, I think. Like, whether it was true or not, whether it was somebody completely imaginary, I think that they would have had a much more compelling case, because it fills in the blanks to these questions. But they don't say that. They never said that. They just say it's him. That doesn't make any sense. And like, when what you're saying doesn't make any sense, you're already meeting the bar of reasonable doubt. That's reasonable doubt. That's it.
Yeah. Totally. I don't know. I'm just all about, like, okay, so maybe they're not ready to, maybe they need to adjourn for the day, right? At 3:15 p.m. when the judge has said 4 o'clock. Is it really that unreasonable to ask that they spend 45 minutes perhaps looking through the evidence or just sitting and waiting amongst themselves? Is it unreasonable to ask them to just, like, maybe they don't have to, like, solve the case and decide today, but how about don't amplify the harm? Don't, like, do no additional harm. And I'm just speaking it to me as a member of the public who's not inside with them and I don't know anything and I have no idea what's going on. That to me just looks like nobody is really too concerned.
I mean, it just depends on where they're at, is the thing.
I know.
I wouldn't discount, like, hey, maybe they came up with a good plan for what they're going to do tomorrow, and they've decided, like, this is what we need to do. They've outlined, we're going to look at this, and this, because this is where the hangups are. And we'll take a look at all that information and see if we can change some people's minds.
Yeah, I know. I agree with everything. And I'm sure you're right. I'm just pissed. That's all. Okay, I'll stop it. I wasn't sure if the clock, so the clock stops, obviously, when they stop deliberating for the day, is what I'm hearing. That makes sense.
I'd say we run it 24 hours a day.
I think so too, since you're allowed to talk about it 24 hours.
Well, and also that's how long Rick has to be in there. So, fuck it.
Are they allowed to discuss the evidence if they're not deliberating or, like, look at the evidence? No, right?
No, I don't. I mean, they have to be together in the jury room to.
So they will be going back home to their hotel with no evidence to go through and no conversations to be had, and then they're just going to pick up again tomorrow at 9.
The way it's supposed to be, yeah. They're not supposed to be, like, chit-chat.
Love that.
Oh, they're supposed to all be there.
I
would assume that they did choose a foreman and maybe took a preliminary vote. I have a hard time believing that they didn't take a.
The jury always leaves at 4 and comes in at 8 or 9 in the morning in Indiana. Well, for starters, that's wild. Y'all are wild. But second of all, they didn't leave at 4. They left closer to 3. So that's all. Let's just say that expectations should be at least reasonably managed for once, except she likes chaos. So yeah, that's bizarre.
I think maybe a better way to look at this is if
Judge Jessica and I are pissed.
if they're supposed to go 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., what might be the reason that they asked to go home early today? Like, can we speculate that maybe they had a good reason?
Fiend, I love when you want to do a speculation, because normally you don't want to do a speculation and I have to force you. So you go first. What do you think? What are some reasonable?
I mean, I think kind of what I was saying before. If you take a preliminary vote and just, I mean, I think that if you have an 11-1 or a 10-2, and you see where everybody stands, and you be like, well, let's hear what are the pieces that you one or two people aren't on board with, and they say it's the bullet stuff, and you say, like, okay, well, tomorrow let's look at those pictures. let's all go through them real closely. And maybe they say it's eyewitnesses that say they're there. Well, like let's think through that too. Like.
Thanks, Steve. Did you see this? Thank you, Steve. I'm glad you're here. Did you see this comment by Court of Public Opinion? If Fig Solves and Andrew are on the jury, how much time do they need to review evidence in order to agree with each other? Until I'm dead and buried in the ground is when I will concede.
I mean, I think that is like it's a real danger with this case as far as like it. Like if you have a me or a you on there, like I'm not changing my mind. I don't care.
We will die.
No problem hanging the jury. Like I'm not like you can talk. I'll talk through it. I don't think you're going to be able to convince me. Not when a reasonable doubt is the bar.
Right.
Not
Exactly.
Not even close.
And I would say that you are a very reasonable person, and you and I have had conversations like on this channel where like I feel one way and you feel another, and then like halfway through the conversation I might be like, okay, yeah, I see your point, and vice versa. But like when it comes to this, something that feels very, very like, at least in terms of as far as reasonable doubt goes, like the concept of reasonable doubt to me feels so black and white that I
mean, I think that we have a different bar because I hear you sometimes say like the question that any possible doubt, and I think that I do discern the difference between any possible doubt and a reasonable doubt. I know that they're supposed to like they're different things, and it's the snowman bullshit. But like it to some degree it does have some relevance to it of like where's your bar like for reasonable doubt? Well, not any possible doubt.
Has your bar been met? Is there reasonable doubt in this case if you're a judge?
Oh no, yeah. No, when the state rested, like that was it. That was it for me.
Right.
I didn't need to hear a defense case. I'm glad there was a defense case because I feel better about the reasonable doubt. I feel better that like he ain't involved.
Right. Not even a little bit.
Like the headphones being plugged in is a bombshell.
I agree.
The Dr. Martin's testimony and the video that I saw is like it answers the question. Like any nagging questions about things have been answered by the defense, and not only is like there already was absolutely reasonable doubt. Now I'm convinced that there can't be like. It's impossible. Like I already knew that it was impossible if they don't have any. Like there is evidence in this case. Where is it? Like that was already like the baseline of like I'm willing to hear the state out and see what they present, and if they present something that's bad against them, I would be willing open to receive that. They couldn't do that.
Yeah.
And when they rested, that was it. I'm convinced. Like, I mean, I don't know whether he was involved at that point, but I know that there's reasonable doubt. Surely, like, way more than reasonable doubt. Lots of doubt.
Andy, do you want to be here? Because if you want to be here, we want you to be here. But if you're going to be rude, don't be rude. That's like so annoying. I think that everyone here will converse with you kind.
Like related?
Huh?
Is Andy related?
I don't know. Who knows? I know what you're asking. Yeah, who knows? I just think that if you're gonna hang out here, then just don't be a fucking weirdo about it. Like, don't be. Shut up, Dean. When's the last time an adult told you to shut up? And not, it wasn't like me being like, shut up. Like, when's the last time another grown adult looked at you and said, shut up, Dean, and they meant it?
That probably happens fairly frequently. DB says that a lot.
Yeah, but he's like doing like a banter onto you, or maybe he's not. I don't know. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's not.
Scully, I don't think you're blocked. I don't know. I can see you on stream here.
Scully. Hey, Delphi After Dark, how's it going? Good to see you.
What's up? I met Rick. I got to shake Rick Snae's hand yesterday.
Did you?
He's a nice guy. Yeah, I saw him when I went before I went in, and I saw him when I went out.
Good. Is he an onionist? No. Yeah. Don't be rude to Angie. Be better. Y'all are funny. Hidden True Crime is Live says that the judge said that the jury needed to pick a foreman, and after that she'd send them home. Oh. Why? So pick your foreman and then go home and then start your day off fresh deliberating. So here's the thing. Do I think that that is what I would do? No, I definitely don't. But
I think maybe a little bit of it's like almost like it was, I forget who said, like, in Indiana you're supposed to go 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Sometimes she's a weirdo and a stickler for things, and like maybe she reads it as you should start 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Like, so don't really start deliberating until it's 9 a.m.
so now I'm hearing that both Bob, Allie, and Kara are guessing that maybe they've come to a decision and they want to, how do they say it? Which is what everyone in here is saying. I understand all of that, but I just think that they should just get it over with. Who cares if it makes the state look bad? The state made themselves look bad for 7 years.
I mean, and you gotta. I mean,
I know, Fiend.
I mean, I would keep open that, like, best case scenario is not reality scenario. So,
oh my God, you're doing a DB.
Things could be the opposite of what we would hope they are. You know, there might be a 1 or 2 holdout that's not guilty rather than a 1 or 2 holdout that's guilty. You know, I think that there's a couple people that are not guilty based on the jury questions. I think that there's at least a couple on both sides. I don't know how many more than a couple and what the split might be, but I'm sure that they start with a split.
I'm going to be honest. I won't respect a guilty verdict only because if a guilty verdict is reached in this case, then our criminal justice system, we've known forever it's been broken. But like, if a guilty verdict is reached truly after everything that has been shown and everything they've seen in this case, then it's an obsolete system and it needs an overhaul. That's how I feel.
I want to agree with you, except that we haven't seen, like, the exhibits weren't made public, and and we just don't have like a public trial to, like, we've got a secondhand account is the best that we've got. We've got like an Andrea account, you know, and we got a number of secondhand accounts is the best that we've gotten, but like a lot of them haven't. And fucking the media is not going to tell you fucking anything.
But did they even
they don't even count as any kind of account, like, and especially when it comes to exhibits, and they're the only ones that are seeing it. The jury does get to see things, so it's hard to completely like I don't think my opinion is better than a juror's opinion because they actually saw everything.
I'm just going to disagree with you because we haven't been in the courtroom with them, but I feel like the recaps and the information and details that we've been given, I just feel, well,
we aren't getting the exhibits from those people.
Well,
which is the actual, like, well, I'm not saying that it's obviously Gull's fault, but and I don't know. You know what? I still hope that the Supreme Court doesn't just delay this because they're fucking lazy, but they still rule on this and they fucking publish the public exhibits.
Yeah, they need to be published. Hi, Kokomo. It's good to see you.
Those are our exhibits. Those are public. Give them to us. Those belong to us.
Exactly. They're ours. That's what people think, that they're like, oh, you're not entitled to it. No, actually I am. Because if I were ever in a trial being charged with something, I would want literally every fucking person in the world to have access to the evidence in my case. Period.
It's your fucking right. You had the Sixth Amendment right to a public fucking trial. That's a speedy trial and a public trial. Like, it's not just Rick Allen's right. It's our right.
It's ours.
Rick has a public trial. That's my right that he has a public trial. And there's this girl, she sucks. Like,
yeah, she does.
Those exhibits belong to us. Fucking hand them over.
Hand them the fuck over, you old bag. You fucking
Pelican
bitch.
hag. Pelican hag.
She is a pelican hag. But okay, so I have another thing. So Yellow was like, oh, well, people who know more than I do are saying that maybe they came to a decision. They're going home to sleep on it. But didn't they not deliberate, though? Didn't they just pick a 4-person? Because while that's a nice thought, if they didn't deliberate at all today and they just picked a 4-person, they're going to come back tomorrow morning and deliberate, then I'm still pissed. They could have at least deliberated for an hour.
I think that they would have at least taken a preliminary vote just to be like, guys, like, show of hands, guilty, not guilty. Like they've been waiting all this time. Like, dude, they're human, right? They gotta want to know, like, okay, now that everything's done, we're allowed to deliberate. Like, what does everybody think? Like, just without discussing anything, like, which way are you leaning? Like, I want to know to get the feel of the room.
I'm annoyed. I don't even know why. I'm just annoyed. That's all. I just am sad that he's going to have to go back to fucking sleep on a 2-inch thick mattress of shit. That's all. That's all. I really did think that they would at least finish the day. To be fair, Osprey said in Indiana they often don't get to just walk out on the street. They have to go back for processing. What does that mean? With a therapist? Because if it's with anyone other than a licensed therapist or psychologist or other mental health, then I don't think that then you can't force a process onto me. I'll be damned. Oh, so if it's a not guilty, they're forced to go back and process in Indiana, aka they're going to try and coerce you out of a not guilty. Is that what's happening? Oh, processed out of jail. I thought you meant do a process, like an emotional process. I'm a little elevated. Hey, Brandon. Jury was sent home a half hour ago at their request. Thank you for the update. I'm going to break up some of my screaming with something fun. Let's see. What do we got? Oh my God, we have so many things we could use.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair. Coke dealer hair.
Okay, bitch. Is Courtney in here?
Are you fucking insane, dude? This is the whole fucking shit. You don't know fucking anything. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
That's my favorite one, Fiend.
Sorry.
For sure. Historically speaking, faster return indicates innocence, a delay means guilty verdict, and extended means hung jury. I feel like that's probably in line with what I've seen in my limited experience.
During the Karen Reed trial, there was some good like lengths of deliberation and whether they ended up guilty or innocent.
Yeah.
I forget what they were, though, so I'm not being very helpful.
You're being so helpful. It is clear that this is all about Gull not wanting a verdict today. And it was 4 inches. Sorry, you're right. It was a 4-inch mattress of shit. I'm going to be annoyed until a verdict, and then depending on what the verdict is, I may be more annoyed. That's fair. They can't just walk out on the streets like in the movies.
I feel like the process thing is just like, you get the rundown of like, you're not required to talk to the media, but you can if you want to, but don't discuss the other jurors. Like, I think it's fairly standardized. I don't think they're they're doing a whole lot more than that.
Yeah. Brad and Andy have a safe place for Rick and Kathy, I guarantee.
Keith Kellogg says if it's a hung jury, Rick gets released. Likely no. I mean, it is the prosecution's prerogative of whether or not they will intend to retry. It's hard to imagine that they wouldn't retry, but yeah, it's not. I don't think it's 100%. I mean, it might be 99% that they'll retry, but I think there's an outside chance they know that they just don't have the goods to get a conviction against Rick Allen. I don't know.
I am going to agree with USA Libertarian. Am I a libertarian? Is this a libertarian take, or is this just a USA Libertarian take? The jury
Today we're all libertarians.
Yeah. Okay. The jury was denied evidence. Why would I respect a flawed process? Exactly. When people are like, "Are you going to respect any verdict that's handed down?" Fuck no. Maybe if I had some confidence and some faith in the system and how this was carried out, I would. In this case, hell fucking no. This entire case from the very fucking get-go has been a due process nightmare. It's been nothing but abuse and violation of rights. That's all it is. Why would I respect him?
Can you please highlight Just James's comment?
Yes, I'll find it. Is it new?
Yeah, it's recent.
Okay. I will highlight Just James. Just James is having a grand old time with the Ron Logan lore, and we are here for it. Again, there's no shortage of Ron Logan lore. Me too, Freckle Joy. Is it true that they hold them until they're retried if a jury is hung? Because there's no bail, right? So that, or do they have to recharge them and retry them? No, they have to go home. Right?
Nah, the reality is he'll be held.
I hate respecting verdicts. Nope. Goal is making it extra challenging for the jury to review video footage for no reason. For no reason. Literally, everything she does is like, and for what? And for what? For no fucking reason. Just because she's not like other girls. That's all. She's not like other girls. So, there you go. Can't rake it out on bond if there's a hung jury. I don't know if they'd give him a bond though, because they set it at like 20 million, right?
Yeah, 20 million. Right, yeah. So I think the cash bond is like 2 million. It'd be a lot to crowdfund.
I think you can crowdsource anything, right?
I think that you could. I mean, there's probably some way to do it, but like, I mean, this ain't 40 grand.
Oh, Mama's here. If a jury's hung in a criminal case in Indiana, the defendant goes home because the judge decides the sentence. Hung jury, the jury can't agree on a verdict. They tell the judge in the process. The prosecutor decides if they want to retry. Guys, bail? What are y'all talking about? You're acting like we haven't been watching this shit. DB, bail your husband out then.
That's true. DB is going to marry Mr. Allen. Like anybody who wants to marry Mr. Allen, you're going to have to fight DB for him.
You're going to have to fight DB for Richard Allen. DB is definitely going to marry Richard Allen. Sentencing comes only after conviction. Thank God.
What's up? What's up, Four Pits?
Where's Four Pits? Oh, there he is. Hey, Four Pits. Are you in Delphi today? We are coping ahead of time just in case. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I was going to see if our favorite copyright, what you call it, posted anything. Okay, so they did deliberate for 2 hours. Okay. Well, hope it was worth it. That's all she wrote, y'all. That's all she wrote. Are you going live? Support group needed. Isn't Blue Otter, are you in here? Are you in here? Didn't I just see you in here? I thought I saw Blue. Kokomo says, not fucking guilty by 2 p.m. tomorrow. Let's manifest that. I like that. I like the thought of that.
I'm all about manifesting, praying, like whatever you do, like do your thing, and like there are at least a couple people in this jury that are seeing through this, and like they need the vibes, they need to stay strong, and they need to deliver justice. Like I don't care if there's 2 against 10. Like they need to fight.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Speaking of praying, manifesting, and meditating, I didn't finish this post, and I want to because everyone put really good stuff in here. So I asked basically what sustains you, what gets you through on anxious days, what's your favorite quote, tweet, verse, meditation, etc. We read Oksana's. Postpone says, your channel, cats, cat memes, criminalities channel, weed, Taylor Swift, and Quran when I get really depressed. Beautiful. Cheryl says, pray, hope, and don't worry by Padre Pop. And then she said, Padre Pio, not Pop, but he could be. When you see wrong being done, stand up for what is right and give no truce to your enemies. Like it. Take no shit. Gratitude. I know it sounds silly, but when I think of all the things I could take for granted, I think about those things, I feel better. I'm all about some gratitude. May all beings know real peace, real harmony, real happiness, be happy, peaceful, liberated, free. Watching these dorks putter around is better than any medicine. Look at those dorks. Can y'all see the dorks on my screen? Fingy picking. That's what DB does to ground himself. Brady says Luke 8:17. Brady, can you copy paste this so I don't have to pull out I almost said new. It's been a while.
Andrea mentioned it in one of her lives, and it's the verse that Rick liked, and it's a generic one, but I think that it has a lot more power, knowing what he's faced.
Which verse is it?
It's Psalms 23.
That's beautiful.
The Lord is my shepherd; I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest the table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
Angela says, I'm actually getting that verse tatted on me. We could do a tweet. We can reply with pics of our pets, and we can go through them on stream and on them. Perfect. Thank you, Fiend. I think we all needed that. I abide by verdicts. I don't have respect or agree by them. Yeah, I abide by them, right? Brady says, I think Fiend just converted me. For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light. So it's a good one. It's a good one. Check out Angel's reaction. Okay, we got an Angel, and then I'm gonna do a Oh, am I sharing my screen? No, I feel like a COVID era boomer every time I get on here. Look at Angel, everybody. This is our mascot. I know I'm new here, but I like Fiend. We all like Fiend. We love Fiend. Thank you, Fiend, Pastor Werecat, making us all cry. We're religious now. We are religious. We're all religions and no religions. That's why I asked for any kind of verse, mantra, meditation, quote, whatever brings you comfort, whatever brings you solace, and whatever grounds you and gives you hope is what you should lean into, whatever it is. Who's my favorite Beatle? This is a tough question. So I'm more of a, well, no, I'm not going to say that because that's also not true. I like Ringo a lot because like no one ever says Ringo, and I do like Ringo. So
Ringo.
I have beef with all the Beatles though, in my own way, except for maybe Ringo. It's the only one I don't have like beef with. But I love all of them. John, I think that Paul McCartney was the most like hands down. There's no Beatles without Paul McCartney. There could be a Beatles without any other of the members, although nowhere near.
Okay, but which Paul?
Paul McCartney.
Yeah, but which one?
What do you mean? Oh, which version? Which iteration?
Well, I mean, you don't know.
No, tell me this.
You don't know that Paul is dead. The original Paul is dead.
No, tell me. And I love this, by the way. Freckle Joy is a good Catholic girl who practices witchcraft. We love that. That's like that is my kind of Freckle Joy.
Yeah, so there's a big conspiracy. There's a big conspiracy theory that.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a conspiracy theory that the original Paul died in a car wreck and he's replaced by a lookalike, and that's the current Paul McCartney.
When did so I need to know the year that this alleged
switch. It goes way back. It's
this Freaky Friday. When did the Freaky Friday happen?
Early Beatles.
Early Beatles? Well, then who cares?
Early, like very early, like.
Well, then Paul #2, obviously, because he's the only Paul that we really.
Right. I mean, you got to give props to Paul #2 because that's most.
Yeah.
Most of the discography is.
Like who even is Paul #1, right? Apparently, that happened in 1961. This is nice.
Thank you, Brady.
Yeah. Forgiveness to those who are corrupt and peace to those who hold hope. That's beautiful. Wannabe bodybuilder, by the way, is a localish. I'm not no docs, but like localish person who has been really has been just so great having your perspective and all the like localish people, even the non-locals who make the trip and take the time and expend the resource to go to the trial. It's just been very valuable, and we're so appreciative to everyone for that. I know no limits when it comes to shitty jokes. Abbey Road was Paul's funeral procession. How did I not know about this conspiracy theory? I don't know.
I have no idea how you would not know about this. You seem.
I'm not a fan of John.
Culture is kind of lost you on this part.
I like Paul, but I also think that Paul is a diva and probably at times stymied the creative flow and energy of his other band members just because he is such a intense kind of oppressive force of creativity and like type A. However, without Paul, there are no Beatles, and he's also just like brilliant. So it's like, but also,
I don't get that deep into it. I just like the music, man. I'd rather talk about which album you like, rather than which Beatle you like.
But what if? Okay, we'd rather talk.
I'm a big White Album guy. I love the White Album.
White Album is a good one. A lot of people don't like them. I mean, I would say that's not one of their more popular ones, but it's like.
Oh, it's gotta be. What?
I mean, like among like casual Beatle listeners, they're probably more inclined to like songs off of like, I don't know, Help. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean. I don't think that's generally more popular.
This is a beautiful song. Patrick Westphall's favorite album is the White Album. I believe it.
Well, then I finally agree with Patrick Westphall on something.
What's everyone's favorite Beatles song? I really like A Day in the Life. So I was visiting my family, and I was spending the weekend with them, and that weekend happened to be like, I think they're like Sirius XM or something. One of those channels was doing like the top 1,000, the 1,000 best like rock and roll songs of all time, right? So like I caught like the last end of it. So it probably like made it through like 500 over this weekend, just going through, and we're like making like not like guessing and like making bets and like going back and forth of what we thought the number one song was going to be. Can you guess? It was a Beatles song. I might have just said it. Does anyone know? I did just say it because me and Ems have the same favorite. Yeah, A Day in the Life, according to whatever. I don't know how they did their poll or their whatever, but A Day in the Life was the number one.
Rocky Raccoon is a good song. I like Happiness is a Warm Gun.
Okay, I like that one too. I like that one. I like Revolution. I like Happiness is a Warm Gun. I like A Day in the Life, and I like Something. Yeah.
Oh, I do like Across the Universe. Like I like the Fiona Apple cover of Across the Universe.
I just heard that like probably within the last year. I want to say somebody.
Oh, really? Yeah,
It's beautiful.
Pleasantville was a movie like from before your time. It was
Really?
It's a good music. It's a good movie. Good flick.
Yeah.
And it's on the soundtrack to that.
I'm a child of. I am too much of a child to be a Beatles fan. Love me some Simon and Garfunkel though. Are Simon and Garfunkel and the I guess the Beatles were before. Michelle, A Day in the Life, Across the Universe. I've just seen a face, and I've just seen a face. It's fun. Did any of the Beatles fans in here? Did any of y'all like? It's hard because now everyone's saying their favorite, and like they're all so good. Did anyone like Across the Universe, that movie that they made with a couple years ago with Rachel Evan, what's her name? Something Wood. And,
was it about astronomy?
No, it was just about a group of young adults making it in the world during the Vietnam War era, and as a long time Beatles, like grew up in a Beatles home, I'm like very picky. I loved that movie though. I thought it was so good. And it looks like everyone else who likes the Beatles also liked it. DB says, I cannot express how much I lack personal interest in this topic, so maybe this is how my doctor feels when I tell him about the criminal case against Rick Allen. Probably. Thanks for hanging in there, DB. Rachel.
What? DB doesn't like the Beatles?
DB, what's your all right, so what's your favorite band? Yeah, Ems and I are.
If someone doesn't like the Beatles, most likely they are a Rolling Stones fan, which is they're not wrong, but they both.
I like them both.
They both are awesome. So
you can be a both fan, believe it or not.
You can be a both fan.
When we started this conversation and you asked me that question, I almost said I'm more of a Rolling Stones fan, but then I stopped myself because the reality is I like them both equally. I love them both equally, in fact, and they're so different. It's like impossible to choose a favorite because they're too different to compare, and they're both amazing. So it's like
maybe DB's just all hip hop all the time.
DB's actually really into like covers. So you know how like there's like
I'm really into covers. I love covers.
Well, his favorite is like the medieval instrumentals of covers. That's all that DB listens to. It's true.
Oh
I know
Lord.
for a fact. All he listens to are like the medieval, like with flutes and like whatever the fuck else. That's all he listens to. Covers of modern songs.
That's probably the weirdest thing I've ever heard.
I know, he's a weird guy. I don't know what to tell you. Everybody perpetuate that. Go ahead. I don't even know if he's still. He probably dipped because he wasn't interested. I showed DB some Brazilian hip hop a few weeks ago, and his reply was, "That's different." Oh my god, I hate that. Ems, did it set your hair on fire? That would make me so mad. Hi, Blue Otter. I'm so nervous.
I think we're all nervous.
Yeah, Fiend is really good at Fiend led us through a non-denominational religion neutral Christian Bible verse. He led us through a church, and it was very comforting and soothing. And then he distracted us by asking me about the Beatles, and now we're all talking about different things, and I forgot about how nervous I was for 5 minutes. How about you, Fiend?
Sure.
No, I didn't forget.
Yeah. I mean, I feel it. I feel it in my solar plexus. Like this is difficult for anybody that's followed this case, whichever side you're on. Probably. Like, I mean, do you want to give like some universality of like, I don't know, like we want justice. Everybody wants justice, whatever that looks like. But it's, I mean, people feel strongly.
This might be the best Beatles take I've ever seen in my life. USA Libertarian just put into one sentence what I have tried to put into words for my entire adult life. Paul's the hardest worker. John is the best writer. George is the deepest soul. And Ringo is the most solid. Couldn't agree more.
But Paul is also the most two different people.
That's true. Paul, that's true. DB, did you hear what I said about, I told everybody all about your favorite music. In fact, the only music that you listen to. You guys might as well be talking about Pokemon. Maybe we will start.
That's something I'm not very good at Pokemon.
DB, you didn't hear it? Okay, so what I need you to do is I need you to just rewind by like 2 minutes or 3 minutes, right? Was that 2 or 3 minutes ago we were talking about?
I think it was much longer ago than that.
Really?
Yeah.
5 minutes?
Probably 5 minutes, yeah.
5 minutes. Yeah, there you go. Go fetch. Do you watch the channel that makes electronics into musical instruments? Judge Jessica can participate in Pokemons.
I like the music that makes real instruments into like electronic music. Like I like music that like sounds like it's electronica, but when you watch them, they do it all on guitars and drums, like, and you just didn't even realize that they're making all those sounds like themselves.
Court of public opinion. So that I believe I think the news was reporting on that this morning, or maybe it was yesterday. I think it was this morning. That's just the Robert Gold finally uploaded or posted the Robert.
Yeah, they're just on up to the same bullshit with their delayed publishing of everything. Like we already knew that. I'm gonna call him Bobby, even though he doesn't like when people call him Bobby. But like we already literally had somebody on the stand that called him Bob, so too late.
Oh, true. The Elvis Field subpoena, maybe quashing that. Maybe. What's my favorite Pokemon? I don't know that I know. I don't think I know enough.
I think the only Pokemon that I could name is like Squirtle or something. I don't know what any of those things mean. I'm too old.
Maybe Charizard and a Pikachu. Those are the only two, and then the little one that looks like a jelly turtle.
That's Squirtle, right?
Is there a jelly turtle one? A Squirtle? Squirtle.
I think I have no idea. Like this is completely foreign to me.
Same. Oh God, Squirtle's amazing. I don't feel like cooking. I don't cook. I don't remember the last time I cooked something that wasn't like
spaghetti
or that's it. That's really it. That's about as deep as I can go. That's it. Squirtle Squad. Hey DB, welcome.
Hey, you guys were talking about asking my favorite band.
Yeah. I told her. I already told everybody. They're up to speed.
Wait, what did you say?
Oh, you didn't remind? Okay. Well, I was just telling them that I said that DB's actually, fun fact about DB, for those that don't know, is I told him about your fixation, your absolute love of covers of modern songs, but only the like medieval kind of instrumental versions, right? With like the flutes and everything. I told him all about that. The piccolo.
That's not fucking true, dude. And I told you not to talk about that online.
No, I think
here's
we
my favorite
established
album
that
of all
is
time, guys.
Oh my God. Volume down.
This is the type of music I'm into, type of sounds I like. This is an album with 53 minutes.
53 minutes. DB.
Yep. I've got really into civil air raid sirens.
Oh my God. I hate that. I hate everything about that.
Look at this one, huh? Get it go, dude. Yep. All different kinds of them, really. And yeah, so that's what I listen to. Big fan. Big fan
DB,
of the
what's the viewer count on this video right here?
At least 17, I
5.5
think.
million.
Yeah, 5.5 million.
Hey, I'm having your audio, like the video is super fucking loud, but your voice is super quiet. Oh, and he's gone.
Sorry, T.
Don't love that, but that's okay. Criminality is here. Hello, Criminality, welcome. Love you. Happy you're here. DB was just blasting his favorite album. Tax Cuts cats are disturbed by this. I'm sorry. Hey, Gravital Punishment. So we were basically talking about the Beatles, and Fiend was doing a scripture verse upon us and kind of grounding us and calming our nerves. And then DB came on and played a brief little clip of his favorite album, whatever that, Sirens and whatever that was. Oh boy, Dark Secret. Luke says, I've also spent too long watching air raid sirens on YouTube. It's okay. What's your like, I think I've already talked about this, but Fiend, I have to know, what is your favorite, not even guilty pleasure, but just like your favorite mindless kind of like stimming, calming, guilty pleasure thing to watch on YouTube?
Delphi Delphi case stuff.
Delphi case.
like all of the YouTubes on Delphi.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of them. That's his...
Yeah. Nice. Love that. Love that. Nothing else?
I'm trying to think. Well, it was I don't know. Sometimes I watch some election stuff, but I stopped.
Okay.
I cut that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just stopped. Cold turkey. No more election stuff for me.
Criminality says she likes to watch those pimple popping videos. I have some people in my life I love very much who like to watch popping videos. I totally get it, by the way. I get that, but I don't like it. And I feel like I should, you know what I mean? Like, given like all of my idiosyncrasies, I should love those videos, but they don't really do it for me. But I know a lot of people that do love them. And I totally respect that. Freckle Joy likes to watch Twin Peaks. Lindsay likes to watch, watch painting or do painting or both. I think you mean watch painting. Definitely not the damn sirens. Judge Jessica likes to watch Delphi all day, like Bean. Watching the Stars and Aliens, nice. M says she loves makeup ASMR. I get that. I could see that. And I don't really know how to do like a makeup, but I do like the videos where they do the makeup and they talk about things. Those are really fun. The Delphi Vortex, Twin Peaks analysis videos. Gardening is also calming. People traveling. The Great Loop. What's the Great Loop?
No idea.
Okay. Deftones. Ricky Kanaka, sitting with dogs. That sounds like it would be right up my alley.
Okay, bitch.
All Delphi all day, ignoring that I have schoolwork.
I mean, I like cat memes on like Twitter.
Yeah, like scrolling through like different Twitter accounts that have lots of cat memes. What about like Short cat videos.
Are you
Yeah,
fucking insane, dude?
I don't do it long format. I don't just sit there and watch. Like,
Yeah, you just want quick bursts.
I mean,
Right.
I'm also like, I'll listen to a lot of stuff, like analysis of like Colts and Pacers and stuff.
Yeah, I fuck with a carpet cleaning video.
Sports
They're very
guy.
relaxing. You're a sports guy?
Yeah, I'm a big Colts fan.
He's like, yeah, haven't you heard? What do you think? You like to do sports, right? I know that. You'll tweet sometimes about a sports here and there. I read your sports tweets.
Yeah, if you read my replies, I'm probably there'll be a lot of. Sorry if you follow my replies on anything. There's going to be a lot of Colts stuff.
We accept that, Bean. We love and accept that. What's the real reason for the first judge to recuse? Bloodlust. The public's lust for blood, for his blood. We were lusting after his blood.
What's the real reason to send a family member as the cleanup crew?
I mean, it reads like a hysterical Yelp review.
Yeah, the bloodlust letter does.
I mean, that's sus, right? It's weird that like his stepmom comes into like as the cleanup person.
I can't do those either, criminality. Oh, is it really his step? Can we once and for all?
No, it is.
It's his stepmom.
It is his stepmom.
And married his
like
father?
they're like the same age, but it is his stepmom.
But she married his father.
Right.
Sugar cookie decorating with royal icing. I like that. I got really into that. I just searched most fucked up thing to watch in order to talk about. That's great. R&M all day. The jury going home for the day.
Oh, I've watched some movie reactions to, well, not movie reactions, but like the Easter eggs things on a couple movies.
So like breakdowns.
Yeah, I don't know, like the deep and out, like on something weird, probably like Harry Potter or something like that.
I like ASMR, but I'm gonna be a little biased. Videos of extreme metal drummers. Boobies. Hey, Tech.
Oh, here's my real guilty pleasure of something I hated, like a recent one. The Rings of Power on Amazon Prime. I watched the first season of that and like hated it, but I couldn't look away. I haven't started the second season, but I bet I hate it just as much as I hated the first season.
What is it called?
The Rings of Power. It's like the Lord of the Rings prequel, I guess.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's so bad that it's like impossible not to watch.
I want to read this aloud because Judy is replying to our call to our ask for things that comfort you. Pray that your heart, mind, soul, and spirit will not forget to look upward this day to the one who is so much greater than we are. A prayer that comforts me. I love that. It's beautiful. It's going to take years. Luke says it's going to take years for the YouTube algo to get me out of the file.
Oh, we're not getting out. We're never getting out.
Terra is fun. Sports are rigged. Tribal people try videos. I watch car racing. That sounds fun, Steve. Car racing is fun. Lions football. Indy Cindy likes pug videos. Mudlarking. Clips of Megatron insulting people at Disney. It's awesome. Natural healing with Hern. Natural healing with Hern's videos. Nice. I'm behind on my Survivor episodes. The jury would be so kind to acquit Rick Allen already. It would be awesome. Green Bay Packers. People who pretend they don't know that Pokemon aren't cool. We are cool. I love baseball too. I love baseball. It's the only sport that I can sit down and just watch. I love baseball. I love baseball.
I hate baseball.
Most people that I know that like sports hate baseball. And it's like, I fucking love baseball. So fucking much.
Have you ever watched cricket? Maybe you'd love cricket more.
I don't love cricket more. I've seen cricket, but I don't love it more. But I just love baseball. I just love baseball.
Rick Snake likes baseball.
Yeah, a lot of people like baseball.
I know DB hates crickets.
BDSM videos.
Crickets are DB's trigger.
Say more. How?
because anytime I've got crickets in the background, he
Oh, cricket.
freaks the fuck out.
Yeah. Yeah. He doesn't like it. DB likes to do coloring books in his free time. I was thinking we were going to be sitting here doing Verdict Watch all night. Now I'm like,
Well, there is no Verdict Watch after 4 p.m.
yeah, I know that's bullshit.
We got. I mean, I guess we don't have to talk about. We could talk about the case, but we could also talk about whatever.
Sometimes it's nice to do a whatever.
Oh, geez, don't put us behind bars. Don't give them any ideas.
I want the jury to come into court and return a verdict of not guilty. And as they leave, I want all 15 of them to say, "Thank you, you're an asshole," to Nick McClelland, Richard Allen style. That's awesome. That would be wonderful. Oh my God, we're doing a merch. Are we doing a merch? No, we're doing a Krebin. We're doing a Fields. Ah! Oh, I hate it so much. DB does fucking hate crickets. Ashley and Miku both love baseball. Waiting on DB and Fiend podcasts in the NBA. Videos coloring or people drawing. Baseball is one of the only ones I understand. Yeah, it's now in the hands of the jury. Please take a minute and say a little prayer that they have clarity. Yeah, I don't disagree, actually.
Right. That's exactly what I said.
Delphi After Dark says, "Hells yes, I'm a baseball fanatic." Love that. Look who we have here. Boo.
You're an asshole.
Hello, T.
Hello, you guys.
How's it going?
Good. I'm driving to pick up a tiny human from school.
Nice. For a second, my brain automatically went to I'm driving to pick up a Taco Bell because we've had Taco Bell on the like.
I immediately went to the Sarah Carbaugh video of
Hold on. I think I see Bridge Guy 3 feet out my door. Hold on. I might hit him.
Let me accelerate.
Let me accelerate. I'm only going 35 over here. I think he's muddy. Wait, he's bloody. Wait, is he wearing blue or tan? I can't really tell from here. Let me get closer.
I wonder if he slaughtered a hog recently.
Yeah, he's got some mud and some blood.
T, what are you thinking? What are you feeling? Where are you
Oh,
at?
I think he's not. I think he's not guilty. I think he's not guilty, and I think that the jury. I don't know why I feel this way, but I think, and I probably shouldn't say it out loud to jinx anything, but I think the jury came to a. I think they went in. I think they did a straw vote, and they were like, "Okay, we can't go back in there with this quite yet. We have to. Let's take the night. Let's sleep on it, and we'll go back tomorrow and give them our verdict."
So T, you are off the fence.
I have no fence. There's no fence.
No fence. All right.
No fence.
Hashtag no fence.
Hashtag attacking T's fence. Hashtag.
I've been accused of being a fence sitter as well, and when the state rested, there was no fence.
Yep, that was it. That was the day my fence came down. It was coming down slowly, so then I was like, I've never used so many fucking fence memes and GIFs in my life. As like people were sending me so many fence things, like just people running through fences, people knocking down fences. I waited all the way through Harshman. I was like, tell me something I don't know. Tell me that this killer knows something I don't know. Anything. And they came out with that fucking van, and I was like, I literally just talked about this van not even 2 weeks ago. You're lying to me right now. Like this is not okay. Like, this is not okay.
It isn't okay. Yeah, it was ridiculous. It was a ridiculous state case that never should have been brought forth. Like, and
such a waste of time. I'm like, where's all this bombshell evidence? All this info that Nick's holding close to the vest. They're not going to tell the public everything they know. Boom. I mean, guess who actually doesn't tell the public everything they know? The defense team. What a fucking surprise, everybody. Surprise!
I mean, the state didn't tell us what they knew.
Well, the state didn't. That's what I'm saying. What a surprise that the defense is the one who actually had information. The public didn't know.
They gave us some things to chew on. Like we're not going to solve the case from it, but it's new things that you can't deny. Like
that's right. I got nothing from the state except for Brad Weber and his fucking van. Brad Weber was a liar. Brad Weber was a suspect. Brad Weber's gun is an inconclusive match.
Well, it's so. How about the one thing that I think that maybe like the Brad Weber stuff, like I don't know, like the one thing only the killer could know, and it's the van, and it's Brad Weber. Like, I think that like I don't think it's necessarily all to the benefit of the defense that Brad Weber is potentially a suspect when you have charges that are felony murder and like that have accomplice liability.
Sure.
Like that maybe the state is hinting that there's some connection or something.
I don't know how they could when they were asked by every law enforcement officer that took the stand. They were asked at this time, like, you think there was only one person involved? You think there's only one person who did this? Did you always think this? Some had to say yes. Some said no. We didn't always think that. We were investigating multiple people, but all of them said, as of now, once Richard Allen was arrested, they thought he did it by himself.
Then why the fuck are they charging felony murder? Like, drop those charges. Like,
Well,
actually,
because
like, stand
your
behind.
state's weird.
They are weird. They're weird.
The way they have it charged is weird, but that's how that's how your murder laws are. They're both technically just murder charges. One's just murdered while kidnapping, and the other one's murdered.
The facts like inform the charges, and if you're not saying, I don't know what their narrative would be that he's guilty of felony murder but not murder. Like, you didn't say anything that would indicate that.
How the hell did they prove that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy? Somebody tell me where that was proven.
They absolutely did not. That's the weakest pillar of their case. Not a single person identified anybody, Richard Allen, who was sitting in the room, or anybody that looked like Richard Allen as being Bridge Guy.
But he goes into his closing statements today, and he's like, well, all we had to do was figure out who Bridge Guy was, and once we knew who Bridge Guy was, we knew who killed the girls. And Richard Allen is Bridge Guy, as our witnesses all testified to. And it's like, no, you didn't have a single fucking witness that testified to that. Why are you lying?
I mean, I don't. This is why I speculate a little bit on like the kind of Lally thing, is like he just bringing bad facts to exculpate himself that he didn't hide these bad facts.
So he just thinks he could say it. He's like, oh, they'll go back. They'll think, oh, maybe.
Well,
did he have a witness?
Did he have a witness? You can always hope for a guilty verdict. Like,
no, I'm just saying, like, does he think a juror's just gonna like magically forget that nobody testified to that? And they're gonna be like, wait, did somebody testify to that? Maybe somebody did, and I just missed it because Nick said so in his closing argument.
I'm sure that the remainder jurors that were actually paying any attention will be like, no, nobody said that.
Or how about his witnesses that testified that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked in the CPS lot?
Right.
Who testified to that? Mullen?
I mean, I don't know why they clung to that so closely, because nothing indicates those things. Not anything. I don't know why they didn't let that part of it go. Because it's not a requirement that somebody see. It's not a requirement that Rick Allen be Bridge Guy, or that Rick Allen's car has to be seen somewhere. Like, he could have been a ninja. Nobody saw him, and he could still be the guy. But like, nothing indicates that either. But like, clearly, you don't have anybody seeing him or seeing his car. Like, they're stating exact opposite of that.
Not unless he shrank about 6 inches and his car gained about 2 feet.
I mean, I have no idea why they...
Size matters, Fiend. I know you know this. Size matters.
No idea why they clung to that so closely when nothing substantiated it. Nothing. Except man. Man exists. Somebody saw a man, and they're like, Richard Allen's a man. Somebody saw a car. Richard Allen.
Oh, Richard Allen has a car.
Richard Allen
has a car.
That's as close as you get.
Ugh, so frustrating. It's so frustrating. I hate not knowing what's going to happen, but then I'm almost scared to know what's going to happen because I know the way I feel about it isn't necessarily the way a juror feels about it. So I just kind of go back and forth on like, what are they thinking? Because I have all this information from years of knowing stuff. They don't have all this information from years of knowing stuff. So I keep trying to replay like what happened in court. What did the jurors hear? What would they think if they heard this? And there's just no way to come to an answer on that. So it's
Right.
like
Like
it's become kind of nerve wracking.
when I watched Karen Reed, I didn't know all the background stuff. I didn't know more than what was said in trial. But then I actually got to watch the trial, and I could just judge it based on what came out in trial. Like, I do not have that benefit in this case. Like, I know way more than what the jurors saw. Like, just way more. I'm really like I know I will tell you if they come back with a guilty verdict, that we will hear from jurors that are not comfortable with what they decided on.
No, not after they find out everything. Once they come and start
Right.
researching stuff online.
Dude, right?
I agree with you.
Can you imagine? That's the thing that I get.
They won't be okay with what they decided.
No, that's what I get hung up on. Like, I know that is the case in every case, but in this one in particular, like, imagine getting out of deliberation and coming to a decision and issuing, handing down a verdict, and then you start researching and Googling all the evidence just in the past 2 years. I'd be like, wait a fucking second. I'd be pissed.
Oh yeah, you would be upset with why some of this information didn't come into the trial.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna get the answer real quick. It was that.
Can you get a little closer to your mic?
That Pelican hag prevented it from coming into the trial.
True.
Where you could have made a fair decision, but you were prevented from making a fair decision because this was important information in making your decision.
I agree.
So what do you guys think about the fact that the jury was supposed to stay till 4 and they decided and they were already getting an early day?
Don't ask her about that, please.
I want to know.
Oh no.
Initially, I was incensed, to be honest. Incensed. And then Fiend asked me about the Beatles and did a distraction, and I've kind of regulated a little bit, but I don't appreciate that. I can't imagine that Rick Allen or his family or his attorneys appreciate that very
well. I like what T said.
I do too.
I like that. That's a good explanation that like kind of like might set you to ease. Like, let's just go with what T's very smart, and I really appreciate how objective she has been on this case and waited for the trial and she sat on the fence the entire time, and I think that's completely fair. And then when it was the burden of the state to provide something, she was able to make a decision on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I did have 2 reasonings that I thought that they left early. So one was that they'd already made their decision and they're done, and they're like, we can't go out there that quick. But the other one is that they did take a straw vote, and it was like a 6-6 down the line. Yeah. And they were like, okay, this is going to be too much for us to work through tonight. So let's just go home, sleep on it, come back, start fresh. I mean, there's just so many guesses about what it could be, but I was like, there's a good chance that they went in there. They just figured out like, yeah, we're all in agreement and we don't really need to sit here and deliberate, but let's go home, sleep on it, and come back and tell them our verdict. Or it's totally split and they're going to have to start from scratch. And they were like, we're not doing this till midnight. Let's just come back tomorrow.
Yeah. And that, I think either, like both of those options you laid out, both make perfect sense. I could probably see either or at this point, but the latter, then I'm just right back to being incensed, because if it's 6-6 and you're like, oh, we're not going to come to a consensus tonight, like, fine, but start. That's how I would feel. Like, start. Like, you have till 4 o'clock to be here or later. Like, you're not gonna get it. Maybe you're not gonna get a decision tonight, but
see, and that makes me go back to my initial one, because I also think that, because if they are stuck, if it's a 6-6, 5-7, whatever, if they're stuck and they want to go home for the weekend, then why wouldn't they stay and figure out at least start and see if they could make any headway?
Right.
And they didn't. They really, I mean, they were there for what, an hour and 20 minutes? I'd have to go back to the counter and see exactly what it was, but
it was about that. Yeah. By the time they started, it was probably like an hour to an hour and a half, but most. Yeah.
that's like enough time to like check out the verdict forms, see what they have to do, and go, okay, let's do a vote on each one real quick, see where everybody lands on counts 1 through 4, and then we'll go from there. I think that's like literally all they had time for.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Because it really was like when we heard that they were done for the day, I
think that there's a little bit more that they could have done. I think that they could have in the event that you've got like that you've only got 1 or 2 people that are opposing, you could kind of pull them on what are the hang-ups and which parts do we need to look through to convince you? Like you want to look at the photographs of the bullet, like sure, we need to look through some of this evidence, but like kind of like make an outline of what they might do tomorrow.
Ooh, there you go. True Grit Crime was in today. What did she say? Sorry, I missed it. Let me go back.
that's okay. She did an update earlier, right when she got out, and I think she's going to do another one later tonight. But she said she went over the closings with us. Particularly, she went over the Brad, how his closing argument. My favorite part, and nobody else reported on this except for Gritty. Thank you, Lana. Welcome. I think it's time to give for safety and security. That makes sense. But Gritty was saying that, so there was a point where, Gritty says, I can join if you want. Here she comes. Because Gritty, I really want to hear you tell the part about the photos of the striations again, because that was the best thing I've heard in my life. And I want to hear it again, if you don't mind. Let's see.
Yeah, the only person I've heard from that was in the courtroom was Julie, and she was just in there for the rebuttal. She was in there for the second part. So I haven't actually heard like firsthand anybody who was in there for like
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi guys. Oh man, after 2 days of enduring all of the craziness, I was the last person to get in for the closing arguments today. Like that was it. That was all she wrote. They let
Gritty,
18 people in.
I was the last person that got in yesterday, and when you left,
You know what?
you would have been so triggered to be cut off.
No,
right after
actually, I had a chance to go in yesterday and I didn't even know I had already left the building, but somebody had came down to come get me to bring me up into the courtroom. And I had just barely left and didn't even know it until I was gone. And then I got a call and they were like, we were looking for you to bring you upstairs. And I was like, darn, but I had already started driving home because I got there yesterday at 4:00 in the morning, waiting to get in. It was supposed to be the chairs were supposed to be manned down with people. People weren't sitting in the chairs. You're supposed to bypass to go get in line. We go to get in line because you couldn't even line up at the courthouse door because of elections. They brought all the ballots over there to the courthouse to count them. So you couldn't line up at the door until 7 a.m. Everybody goes to line up at the door, and all of a sudden, this list is whipped out. And they're like, we formed this list the night before, and if you're not on the list, you have to get in the back of the line. So I was like, okay. I got in the back of the line. And then they got people inside, took people upstairs. Then they made everybody go back outside, reformed the line again. Then they brought everybody back inside to sit down, as if you're having a damn protest in the bottom of the courthouse. And yeah, so they were like, people can try to get in after lunch. And I left to go to the bathroom. And I came back when we got lined up outside, and there was 24 people that just showed up all of a sudden. So instead of my place being saved to go to the bathroom, I got told to go back to the back of the line again. So I was like, Okay, I had to start at the back of the line 3 times in one day. So I stayed until it was time to get the sign up sheet for yesterday. And then I went back last night. I got back there about 10 o'clock and I hunkered down all night. Um, and I made it in. So I know that tomorrow they said it's going to be like the Hunger Games there because Mr. Sanchez was trying to do something to make it like agreeable for everybody. So like for example, he was saying like some of the news outlets or some of like the podcast groups, they have like 3 and 4 people in their group, representatives, 2 people, and they wanted to try to make it fair. So Mr. Sanchez started to ask people, would they be willing to send 1 representative from each group so that there would be more people who had a viable chance to get in to hear what was going on. Everybody in the first set of groups said, yeah, they'd be willing to do it. They went down to the second set of group of people lined up at the sidewalk, and people immediately started throwing fits, screaming and yelling. They wanted the list. And so by the time we were getting ready to walk in the door, this one person's passing around a list, and the other people are like, you know what? Fuck it. It's Hunger Games tomorrow. Like, get in where you fit in, knocking old ladies down. They don't care. Like, they've already said it. Like, it's every man for himself tomorrow. So once, if they do have like a verdict or whatever. So I am glad to report that, you know, within the couple days before that, the defense family chairs had lost 5 chairs. Today, they restored all of those spots for all of the family members. So everybody, like their family, friends, whatever, got to come in. I saw Kathy Allen, Janice, Rick's stepdad, his daughter. There was a couple friends of the family that were there.
Wait,
Bob.
there today?
Huh?
Brittany was there today?
Yeah, his daughter was there today. She was there. She sat in the third row. She was in front of me. Like there was like 2, 3 people in front of me and one over. So she was there. And they asked her like, are you nervous or anything like that? And she's like, she was a little bit nervous. And, you know, everybody's kind of like just waiting to see what happens and, you know, get started. Let me grab my notebook real quick so I can give you guys details. My favorite thing I was telling Ange and them today, my favorite thing was that when the defense was presenting their closing arguments, they wanted to attack the 4 different points of problems with, you know, the timeline and, you know, confessions and the ballistics testing and stuff like that. And Rossi gets to talking about, you know, the assessment that Melissa Oberg had done with the bullet comparison. And he's like, let's talk about the things that the state doesn't want you to see, right? So he's like naming all of these things, like with each point that the state doesn't want them to see. And he said, and Mrs. Oldberg's, her assessment was so bad, she didn't even want you to see the photos of what she did, of the comparison photos. He said, but I'll show you. And he whipped out the exhibit. It was the photos of this side by side that she had compared for the striation marks.
Did he have it like on a big poster board? He just
Yeah,
have
it was like a poster board, like you know, if you're carrying a sign for like, you know, it was like, you know, big enough for the jury to see. And he's like, and you can look at it. He's like, piece by piece. He's like, you can look at the marks for yourself and decide. He said, do you remember when we had an expert up here and an expert was talking about how they saw other marks too? You know, he's like, you can look and check for yourself. He's like, those marks don't match up, you know? He's like, it basically like it's junk science, you know? And he's like, and she was so embarrassed about it. You know, the state was so embarrassed about it. They didn't even want to show you those. Like, that was the best, I think the best dunk when Rozzy pulled out those poster boards. I was like, that was so boss right there. Like, yes. So, um, let's see.
I have to hop off because I have to go grab the tiny human from school. But I want to ask.
Okay.
So everybody, when they're in court, has been saying that like Nick is very charismatic and that he like kind of gains the attention of the crowd and like the jury pays a lot of attention to him. So obviously, when I was live, I'm just reading through news articles that happened in court. Can you give me like an idea of like how the jury was perceptive, like how perceptive they were to Rosie, how perceptive they were to Nick? Like,
I
how
think
like
so like looking at the jury, like Nick's making his argument, and he's talking about, this is the bridge guy. We showed you bridge guy. We've had witnesses come in here and testify. To me, like the jury was trying to keep a stone face, but like you could see like there's just a palpable irritation with him. I don't know, in my opinion. Um like it's because it's regurgitated like over and over again. He keeps regurgitating things. And then like when he's telling you, these witnesses are reliable and good, Rozzy had to counter and say, we just proved that your witness wasn't being honest on the stand. And he had to reiterate that. I felt like the jury was much more engaged while Rozzy was making his closing statements more than I saw like really the engagement with Nick's closing statements. I felt like Rozzy did a really good and effective job of going over the pieces of evidence without trying to like pound it into them. You know what I mean? He didn't go too fast talking. Sometimes they talk about like some people will speak too fast, some people will speak too slow. It was like a very steady, measured like recount. So it didn't make you feel like it was taking forever, but it didn't make you feel like he was going super fast. And I felt like the jury was more engaged in listening, like because they were leaning forward, during Rozzy's statement. There was a guy like he like kind of had his hand on his chin, like how guys do where they like touch their chin, like when they're thinking about something, kind of like that rub chin. He had his hand on his chin there for a second. I saw this older lady. She was in the back, like short hair. Rozzy was saying something and she just kind of like slightly just did like a little nod and then like stopped herself from the nodding. But they were definitely more engaged with Rozzy.
Before I go, can you just tell me how explosive the end of Rozzy's was? Because just reading it like gave me some like heartwarms and chills. Like I just want to tell me what it was like sitting there when he's like, the state is a fucking snake.
I thought it was actually brilliant because like I said, so he points out different facts about the police talking to Brad Weber in the early days, performing a search at his house, performing a search in his garage, finding sticks in his garage. He talks about, the white man, like not really being a thing. He talks about, is it Dan or Dave? Dan McCain, like he's like, we know Dan McCain was at the trails that day. He was on the bridge, like he was at the first platform. He talks about different witnesses like being there at the time, not seeing Richard Allen, everybody, people being active out in on the bridge around the trail area. Nobody has heard any screaming or anything like that. He's like, I want to remind you guys that the injuries that the girls suffered, they would have passed away in anywhere from like a 5 to 20 minute span. He said, but the larynx was not damaged. in this process. So like the girls still would have been able to like scream for help. So I thought that that was like a really interesting point again to make. You know, again, he's like, you know, I want to let you know, like, let's talk about the things that the state doesn't want to talk about. All of these like taboo things. He's, you know, talking about the timeline, the confessions, the let's see, the firearms thing, cartridges, you know, no, that's sorry, that's Nick, but sorry, I'm turning to the page that I got him. So he talks about so they talk about the firearm that they had confiscated from Brad Weber, how that even when they did the analysis on that firearm, that Brad Weber's firearm couldn't be excluded. Um, he talks about, you know, Brad Weber going within like the first or second day after the murders, being interviewed by the police with Officer Goatee. Um, he talks about, it says there was an April 3rd phone call between Steve Mullen and Brad Weber. And he points out that the state doesn't want to share that context of that call that was shared between Brad Weber and Steve Mullins. He's like, what is it that they don't want you to know? He points out about the FBI being dismissed from the investigation. He also talks about the sticks that were laid on the girls were not initially recovered at the crime scene until later. And he said, everything that you guys have learned about this case is the defense. It's us that's been offering up the information to give you context, because without this context that we've been able to provide you, you've basically just kind of been left in the dark to kind of, you know, make a decision. And you can't make an informed decision if you don't have all of the facts, so to speak, is how I took it. He talks about the videos with the 13 months of isolation with you know, Richard Allen being locked away. He has no like human interaction. He's beaten up. He's forced into confessions. You know, he's led around by this leash, you know, thing. He said, you guys need to know these things, the information that we're bringing you, because you need the context. And he said, and once you have the truth, then it's over. He said, these confessions, folks, this magic bullet defense, he said, the magic bullet was the main catalyst for the arrest of Richard Allen. He says they're trying to use leverage of an unspent round. You know, they pushed to get Ari to confess. He said Melissa Oberg, you know, believes that she's never been wrong in a case. He's like, she sat there on this stand and she told you that she's never been wrong. Out of all of the assessments that she's performed, she's never been wrong. He's, you know, talking about junk science. He also talked about not just the cellular device extractions, but he also brought up again about the audio output that was plugged into the phone at 5:45 p.m. And then the audio output that had been plugged in was unplugged from the phone at 10:32 p.m. And then he says, you know, nothing else happens with the phone until this phone comes back on at 4:33 a.m. He said, and you have no information that's offered to you by the state as to how this phone came back on, how that worked. He advised the jury that they should be questioning the credibility of the witnesses, that they have the option to discern whether or not they felt that the witnesses that testified in front of them were credible. He said, that there was so much desperation from the state um, to get this magic bullet and this white van and all of this stuff. He's like, they're scrambling. He's like, they're desperate and they're scrambling. He said, and even something as simple as the information uh, for about the 2016 Ford Focus vehicle, when the jury had asked, how many were registered, he said the state didn't even bother to go dig for that information. He said, in fact, they didn't even bother to go dig for that until you, the jury, asked for that information. Isn't that something that you would expect that during the course of this investigation that they would have been going and actually vetting, the evidence and the information that they're receiving. Um, so they talk about that had ran a search at the Webbers. Again, he was contacted by Mullins. That there was an indication that there was some point a text generated. So like something that was really strange and odd that they brought up as a point to the jury was that when they went to go search Brad Weber's house, like they didn't call him, like they texted him and was like, hey, we need to search your house. So when they were talking about the search thing, they're like, is it really common for a police department to text somebody? And they talked about the fact that sometimes the information, the cellular, like your device signal is not very good. So sometimes it's easier for people to be reached via text message than it would be for them to receive a call. Still, nonetheless, sketchy. So they talked about in 2017 when Weber was um, interviewed by the police. He also was given a deposition and he testified to the fact that he did not normally drive that white van. His normal everyday car to drive was a Subaru. And he indicated that day that he didn't go straight home. He went to go um, service ATMs. Rossi says, the state had 7 years to figure out this case. 7 years. He said they had DNA with a hair strand, and nobody bothered it to test this hair strand until 2 weeks ago. He talks about, is that hens collected 7 years ago. They're still trying to, with the desperation, they're fishing for information, trying to glean internet searches into something that wasn't anything like, he's like movie searches or whatever. So they were fishing, through the internet searches to try to gather information. Let's see, they have, and Rossi said, the state wants you to believe that it was Richard Allen who was the one who made those Google searches. He said, but we have no viable proof or information that it was Richard Allen himself who did make those Google searches. We don't know who made those Google searches. It didn't necessarily have to be him. It could have been anybody who had, access to the device to make those searches. So he says, and then on top of it, not only does he want you to believe that that Richard Allen made these Google searches, he said, but the state claims that they were able to get the results of these Google searches from his email account. I've never seen anybody like the copy of their Google searches go to their email account, but whatever's clever, I guess. So, and then Rossi made the comment that the state, with all due respect, they talk about, the extractions of the phone, he made the comment that Cecil tried to offer you fast food with the Google searches as an absolute desperation. He talks about Dr. Kaur's testimony. He points out that in the deposition, Dr. Kaur had initially said that it was just a bladed weapon that had been involved with this crime, and that after he had his deposition, he said, he later changed his statement to say that he felt that there was a box cutter as well as a sharp blade used in the commission of the crime. He does point out that Dr. Kaur also had 3 meetings with the prosecutor as well, and that there was no supplemental report that was produced. So he said, as far as the timeline is concerned, he said the state's timeline is off. He says that the BG video was allegedly, made 213. And then the statement that Sarah Carball seeing the man in the, jacket was supposed to be between 3:55 and 3:57 p.m. They asked the jury to decide whether or not she was being honest or not, whether it was possible that she seen the man in the tan jacket, because, first the story went from the tan jacket to the blue jacket. So they wanted to make sure that, the jury is deciding whether or not she's a viable, honest person to rely on. Do they trust the things that she testified to? Then they're talking about 232, that, the phone just kind of stops working until it, comes back on, and like there's no functionality going on there except for those headphones being plugged into that aux jack and then being removed, and nothing until 4:33 a.m. He talks about Betsy Blair describing the man that she garnered to be Bridge Guy, describing him to be a man who could possibly be between the ages of 20 and 40. He had poofy brown hair. He was beautiful. He was muscular. He was dark skinned. So, and then he asks, about like the different statements to do with like Shelby Hicks, Daniel Pearson, Sarah Carball, Dan McCain, things like that. So like he's talking about people like not seeing anything, not hearing anything, the times that they were out there, what you would think that, somebody would have seen something, heard something of that nature, so that's basically what that was. And Shelby Hicks had indicated during her testimony that she had received a call from her father that day at about 3 p.m. And Daniel Pearson told them that he saw nothing, he heard nothing. And then they were talking about, Cheyenne walking to the south side of the bridge. They went down to the north side of the bridge, then came back and started walking toward, obviously the exit. They stop and take the picture on the bench. And it's 3:29 p.m. is the time of the picture that was taken. Let's see. He talks about the girls. Yeah, the girls could have lived, again, 5 to 20 minutes with the cuts to the throat. The larynx wouldn't have been severed or whatever. That the state has ignored, evidence of multiple actors. They ignored the possibility that somebody else could be involved. They said could have been, I can't read that word. They talked about Lesenby, that they believed that there could have been, you know, like even Lesenby and other officers felt that there could have been multiple perpetrators using multiple weapons. They believe that the time of the murders happened between 2:13 p.m. and 2:32 p.m. Again, Rossi points out that there was no DNA, no viable phone evidence, none of that stuff. And that Richard Allen, on his own accord, reached out to law enforcement to offer his help and assistance. And that initially, when Richard Allen had spoke with Mr. Doolin, he didn't take a copy of the information. Like, he made no report. There was like nothing flagged at that given point in time. You know, and they don't see anything again until 5 years later when Kathy Shank comes across this piece of paper that's got, you know, this tip narrative on it and so on and so forth. Let's see. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Mom. So he also talks about when the search warrant and the initial interview on October 26th was done with Rick. Hold on. Sorry about that. Okay. So they talk about, you know, that when Rick went in for the interview on October 26th, 2022, they talk about that Rick was very cooperative. He was willing to speak with them and, you know, answer their questions, try to give them anything that they needed. And in turn, not only did Rick assert his innocence, but his wife was also, you know, threatened to be attacked. His daughter was attacked. You know, it doesn't make for somebody wanting to come forward if they feel that not only is there going to be harm to him, but there's going to be harm to his family. You know, that is of concern, and that's understandable. He said that he worked at CBS for 5 years, and he said, unlike somebody that would be guilty, Rick didn't leave the area. He didn't attempt to leave the area because he didn't feel like he did anything wrong. Like, he didn't commit the crime. He said, and then this cartridge ends up at, you know, the ISP lab for the bullets. And then he said Miss Oberg, he was talking about the way that she had performed the testing. So he said Miss Oberg removed the stock rounds and cycled the gun 4 to 6 times, and that is not sufficient as it wasn't sufficient. So not sufficient as feasible firing bullet. It wasn't as feasible as firing the bullet. And overall, they said that her method of testing was like comparing apples to oranges. It wasn't consistent. It wasn't viable. He says there was Battlelands. There was like no marks on the ejector, extraction, barrel, nothing exists. This is apples to oranges, circling, unfired around. And then he wanted to talk about Exhibit LL, as in Lazy Lonnie. And he said that he wants the jury to use their eyes and see that exhibit for themselves. He also points out Exhibit N as in Never Nancy, and that is a copy of the evaluation that was written up by Melissa Oberg. He points out that it's not again, there's no meaning like valuable meaning to the evaluation that she had performed. They talk about this exhibit MM, and it has to do with the video of the Hoosier Harvester store when they took like the screenshots and they're talking about the tire. Remember, Andrea was talking about the tire, and they're talking about like the lighting reflection off the tire, things like that. So uh they just talked about the similar lighting there. Items OO, the exhibit OO was the most notable. It says Oberg, something testimony, Dr. Warren, subclasses characteristics. So they're talking about the difference between the testimony between Dr. Warren, their forensics expert, and Miss Oberg. Matching marks is a really good example, but it can be a dangerous business if you're just putting a photo side by side, and trying to glean the information from that. So he says this is a subjective game. Why didn't the defense have that bullet examined? Or the prosecution have that bullet examined? He says, why is the defense burdened with the task with the burden of proof for a job that the state should be performing for themselves? This is information they should be going after and retaining. He said false confessions in the case were unprecedented. They never had pretrial defense. Um, and they talk about, when Nick had or not Nick, but Rick had the time in between from when he was arrested until he was formally issued representation. So that's something, that they talked about that he didn't have at that time, pretrial defense, walked and acknowledged. They knew that he also suffered from mental health issues such as the manic depressive disorder. And Westcott, the psychiatric doctor, the guy that they had testify recently, you know, he understood that that particular diagnosis is considered to be a severe mental illness, like psychosis is a severe mental illness. They talk about the fact that Halidol was administered to Rick, although he never had the diagnosis of being like psychotic or in that type of position where he would need Halidol. Um, he says you have to remember that he has a serious mental illness, and he was dropped in one of what's claimed to be the most secure units in the state of Indiana, with individuals that are convicted of heinous crimes. And he was immediately placed on suicide watch, stripped of almost everything, all necessities. He had to eat off of the floor. Sometimes there would be mice droppings, ants. At times he would be held in the 8x12 cell cinder block walls with the concrete floors. He had to sleep, in that metal bed piece with his head by the toilet. He says similar cell screens, up top. He didn't get very many options for recreation opportunities. And if he did, they shackled him everywhere he went, box shackles, chains around his belly, blah, blah, blah. And he says, when you're held in solitary confinement, you're not supposed to be held for over the 30-day process. This man suffered in segregation for 13 months. He said, but the state does not want you to see this information. They don't want to tell you this information. And he said, quite frankly, it's insulting. It's insulting to you. It's insulting to me. He said, but even more, he felt like it was more of an insult, even more toward the jury. He says, then they brought Harshman back as a rebuttal witness, and that Harshman indicated that he said that Richard Allen is right where he belongs. He said that the AP may something Walla, and like the reports back and forth, like the back and forth, like he's psychotic, then he's not psychotic. He's psychotic, he's having these states. They talked about that back and forth. And there was a video that the public didn't get to see, but the jury got to see. So it was after one of those Halidol injections had been given to Rick, and they take him to an examination room. And the doctor, like Rick's like head is like slumped forward. You can tell that he's like in a clear canatotic state. He's not like moving his limbs around for himself and things like that. And Rozzy points out to him, and he's like, you said that he, like during this time in your notes that he was good to go, like he was good. And like he's like, but then you watch this video and you see like he's not even able to hold his head up. He's not really able to like move around. And he's like, do you really think that that is somebody that's like good to go, like cured, type thing? Because it really doesn't look like that. So I thought that that was a very interesting point to make. It goes to the state of how he was functioning while they're being held. He says, what we find out about the Department of Corrections is that they testify and say that their job was to do what they had to do to keep him alive by medical standard. He says that they spoke, they spoke about technical levels that were being practiced there that were normally practiced in the 70s. They said, being locked in solitary confinement can not only have a terrible effect on somebody's mental health, but it could also cause like false memories, false beliefs to start to form. He says, then he talks about the confessions. They played the two confession tapes in court. The one where he's on the phone with his mom, and the other one where he's on the phone with his wife. Rozzy specifically asks the jury to pay attention to page 4. And it says at the top, Rick starts off and says, I did it. And the first call was with Kathy, and no, you didn't. And he's like, he said, I don't know. I wish they'd kill me. I'll apologize, and he says, that's all part of like, enduring this abuse and things over time. This person starts to form a false belief, because one time he's like, I think I did it, and then I'm not sure if I did it. I don't know. Like he's really kind of at times unsure as to whether like he really did complete this crime or not. Like people are telling him you did this, and he's secondary questioning, going, did I do it? Didn't I do it? That's a problem. They talk about the iPhone 6S, and they talk about the iPhone 6S having stories to tell. Particularly, they wanted the times of 5:45 p.m., 10:32 p.m., and the 3:43 a.m. to be paid attention to. Let's see. So, when he talks about the confession tapes, he said, notice the difference in significance in the tone of voice with Richard as he's on the phone having this conversation. He said, you'll notice that there is no personality, no feelings, no emotion. He says, it does lead you to come to a simple conclusion if you take the totality of all of the um, issues that were going on at one time into account. He talks about the phone supposedly being dead at 4:33 a.m., but then they found out that the phone really wasn't dead. You know, the initial extraction, they only did the extraction for the 13th. Later on, when Cecil comes back, they end up doing more extraction. Then they find out that the phone really wasn't dead. Somebody accessed it at 4:33 a.m. And they said that a large part of that was the Apple Health app, giving them a lot of information. He's asking the jury to exercise common sense. Talks about McCain. It says 30 feet, half of 60 feet. Oh, the distance away. So they replayed. Okay, so they reshowed the crime scene photos in court today, and they also replayed the video, the BG video today. They played the one where they said you really couldn't see it very well, but then as they started to screenshot, you see the frames, and then they played the enhanced version of the video. So we got to see that again today in court. And he's talking about how the man is like 30 feet, like that's half of 60 feet in like length away from Abby at the time that the video let's see, something about McCain and an elevation change. I'm not sure. Discloses elevation change. It just says McCain discloses elevation change. They talk about the private drive being a viable option for somebody because if they were going to take the girls and transport them somewhere else, put them into a vehicle, the private drive leads directly to the Weber home. Again, he points out that the burden is on the state for proof and that the state wants you to believe the box cutter confession, and he said also something of note is that a box cutter is a tool that is one of the most common tools to plant. He said not one piece of trace evidence has come from the scene. There's no proof that Richard Allen discarded the box cutter in the CBS dumpster. I mean, he didn't mention it, but I mean, it probably would have been worth mentioning that they didn't even bother to try to do a grid search in the area where they felt that, this could have been discarded at. Then he starts to talk again about Dr. Westcott's observations. Particularly, they get to talking about med notes of Dr. Walla and the other like nurses and stuff. So they had indicated like on days, like there would be some days where Rick would refuse to take medication. So like if he had refused to take medication, they would initial their name and then circle it. So like if it was circled, that would be a day that Rick didn't take the medication, but it was just their regular initials. Yeah. So he says that the way that the doctor was, describing things and handling things, he said that the word bizarre comes to mind. That's what Rossi said. The word bizarre comes to mind.
Yeah. I
He
agree.
says a therapist is responsible because they're assigned to speak to the patient. There has to be accuracy within their facts. And then let's see. He's talking about accuracy of facts now with somebody standing on the platform. And then he's talking about Betsy Blair uh, Betsy Blair's statement, you know, and then he says Betsy Blair idea, video, gun rack. And then he talks about, you know, in the confessions that are supposedly made by Richard, he talks about going and buying a 6-pack of beer. He only drinks 3 beers, he says, but the search for the girls, you know, falls in question. Um, he said there's questions about like even individuals like the personnel and the firefighters. He talks about how that even the firefighter personnel didn't show up to start joining the search until roughly about 9 o'clock at night. He said nobody in their right mind thought that they were looking for dead girls, so nobody was doing that. He said, in fact, there was a man, because Pat Brown found the bodies, but he specifically said that there was a guy by the name of Jay Johnson who was a part of the searches who had just walked past the girls' bodies during the search and did not even see their bodies. I don't know how that's possible. Like, for me, I don't know, but yeah, so they talked about he walked past and didn't even see them. So, yeah. Lights. So they said during the search, you know, you could see a lot of lights moving. People were hastily moving their feet. He says, the state's theory, you know, that BG was walking with a purpose is suggesting that he had familiarity with the area. And again, that there was no connection made between Richard Allen and all of that. He said Richard Allen even, you know, turned over his car. They collected his car. They collected samples from the car. Nothing was gleaned there. And they talk about Richard Allen. The defense wants you to, or the prosecution wants you to believe that Richard Allen found God and that it was time to come clean. He says, Harshman's testimony, you know, he's able to identify 10,000 foot view. No one identified, what is that? 2BL, RBL. No one spoke of the DNA, the items at the scene. There's no trace evidence on any of the materials. That Richard Allen's car had been collected and it had been secured and tested, but there was no forensic evidence. Again, he talks about the magic bullet being, and he said nothing is more tragic than the catalyst that landed Richard Allen in Department of Corrections, you know, the magic bullet. He said that the state wants you to ignore even the information about the phone information concerning the times at 5:32 p.m., 10 the 10:32 p.m. and 4:33 a.m. He said, consider leaning to faulty like statements. With the forms of interrogation, he was talking about the different the read technique and all of that stuff, how it's no good. And he talks about that Richard Allen, you know, has no idea what's going on. He doesn't understand why this is happening to him. He doesn't understand why he's, you know, being treated the way that he's being treated in this heinous circumstances. And he went through all of the forms of interrogation, and when he went to go try to help somebody, he was thrown in a cell in solitary confinement, and he was subjected to slow and painful torture. And Rozzy tells the jury somebody should have spoken up. So he was asking for a verdict of not guilty, he said that he can't force them to, say what he wants them to say, but that if you find Richard Allen guilty, that you are basically being complicit in bad things that are happening. So he's encouraging the jury not to be complicit, that change is only going to come when people stand up and they decide that they want that change implemented. So it's up to the jury to make that change, to start that journey of making a change. And that was pretty much the end of that. Um, and I didn't want to talk about Nick's because Nick's just the same regurgitated junk over and over again. So yeah.
What was, how do you think the jury, and I know I asked you this earlier, but for people who didn't hear it. So when Rosie was giving his closing, how did you perceive the jurors?
They were very attentive when Rosie was giving his closing. A lot of them were kind of leaning forward. They were very much listening. One guy had his hand on his chin area. Just, how guys they'll touch their chin and kind of do that rubbing thing. It's kind of like what he was doing, had his hand on his chin, listening. There was a lady that I saw in the back row. She was listening, and at one point I saw her kind of start to nod, but she kind of stopped herself. I felt like they were super attentive to Rosie. They were engaged. And honestly, Judge Gold just looked exhausted and defeated by the end of the day. She just kind of looked up and she just looked exhausted, and she's ready for it to be over. And I don't think it was so much of her trying to be a jerk about this, because she was very calm and patient when she was speaking to the jury today about their jury instructions and stuff. I think more or less what it was today was that she really wanted the jury to have time to be able to sit down and digest everything that was reiterated to them.
Yeah.
So that's what I felt like. I don't think that she was being a jerk about it. I didn't get that feeling or that vibe from her. I think it was more it's been a really, long process, and this is closing arguments. I think that she wanted to give the state and the prosecution both their time to kind of get their stuff out, because each side was allotted 2 hours and I think it was 15 minutes for their argument. And Nick took maybe an hour and 19 minutes, and the defense took maybe an hour and 25 minutes. So it was really important that they wanted to get their final points across, but not hammer it so much into the jury, because if you hammer it too hard, you're going to lose them. And I think that just by the end of it, there was no objections on either side. There wasn't any shenanigans or anything. I just think Gold was okay, I think I've overloaded these people with enough. These people have been overloaded with Nick's statement. They've been overloaded with Rosie's statement. Let them actually digest it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't stay for Nick's rebuttal. They took a break after the state's closing argument, and then after that break, then Rosie went on, and I don't know. I didn't want to sit there and re-listen to it, because I just listened to you regurgitate facts and try to push facts that you've already been called out on during the trial. Your witnesses have already been called out. So I'm not sure as to why you continue to try to push that narrative even after they were called out. It doesn't look good. It definitely doesn't look good to a jury, because they're going to think that you think that they're dummies and that they don't catch what's happening in front of them, and that you're just going to tell them. I think these people are very, very astute. They are very well aware of what's going on. They see what's happening.
Yeah.
And I think that they were super engaged when Rosie says, let's talk about what the state doesn't want you to know. Let's talk
Mhm.
about these things that you need, this information that you need that we've been giving you. Because if we hadn't given you this information, you would have no context at all whatsoever. And you would be left to discern the facts of things. And that is dangerous. It's dangerous when you don't have the information to glean and make an informative decision with.
Yeah, I
So,
agree. I agree with
yeah.
that.
So that's what I felt. I just kind of felt like it wasn't so much, I didn't feel like Goal was trying to be like snippy or anything. I think it was just trying to just let the jury digest what they just heard and give them time to just kind of like breathe. Then they could have a minute, go to lunch, select their jury foreman, and then, you know, go
Yeah.
into the next phase.
So you think she's gonna let the jury just like my interpretation is like she's not gonna be fucking with the jury, most likely. She's just
She
gonna
didn't.
kind of let them do their thing.
Yeah, I think that's how I took it today. I mean, she was like, when she addressed the jury, she was like very calm. She was very like patient with them. And she's like, okay, you know, like I've got to read you the jury instructions. It's my job or whatever. But um, it just seemed like she was more concerned with that, with letting the jury have a break,
Yeah.
to kind of just take this all in. Because when you go over all of it in its totality, I mean, think about just the small minute of information that was shared during this trial. Think about all the things that weren't shared in this trial. Like,
Mhm.
it's a lot to digest. So,
It is, yeah. Yeah,
yeah,
especially for people that aren't like obsessed and been following for years, like all of us.
yeah.
It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
a lot.
So, yeah, so I felt like it wasn't her just being like, I totally didn't get that vibe. I totally got the vibe like she's tired, she's worn out. These people are
Mhm.
tired, they're worn out. They've listened to a ton of information. Now it's time for them to just start dissecting and deciding what they're going to do.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. What do you
Watch, we'll
think?
see.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're good.
So, what's your prediction for Verdict Watch? How long do you think it'll take?
Ooh, I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know. I never want to guess that it'll take like fast or slow because you never know. Like
Yeah.
you never know. You just got to let them do their thing. Um that's I want to be patient as possible.
Right.
It's going to be coming, you know.
Mhm.
Um
Yeah. So not too
I
long.
just no, I don't I mean personally I don't get the sense that they're going to be like going crazy and not be able to decide and come to an agreement. I think they will come to an agreement. And maybe they were just overwhelmed with everything today and they were like, you know what, let's just come back and do this tomorrow.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
I
I
don't
could see
think they're
that.
going to be gone very long personally.
No, you
Um,
think that it'll come back quickly?
I do. I
Yeah.
do.
I'm
Um,
getting that sense.
because I mean, the jury, like they asked great questions. They were very like on top of everything. Um, and it seemed like they were informed in some areas that, you know, that's good so that if it seemed like they were informed by
Yeah.
questions that they were asking.
Yeah.
And that's a plus because you've got information that sometimes is not the most easiest to digest or understand. But if you have somebody who understands how it works, that's a plus that somebody else can like help others to understand.
Sure.
So,
So what about this?
um,
Like, do you, I mean, this is something that's kind of crossed my mind. Do you think people that are more inclined to ask questions, like people on the jury that ask questions, are more likely to be people that are undecided because they want more
perhaps.
information to inform their decision? Because I have a feeling that there's a couple people that are firmly not guilty, and there's probably a couple people that are firmly guilty, and I think there's probably also a couple people that are firmly undecided, and that makes up half your jury. but I have no idea what the other half is.
Yeah, I mean, I just watched and saw like what I saw today, like what I observed. I haven't been in there the whole time. I mean, I have paid attention. Like, I really, I'm wondering if the guy that does all the notes, like the juror notes, like the detailed notes, if they'll elect that one as the juror foreman. That kind of was like
Well,
my
I definitely saw one guy that was taking 0 notes.
his 0 notes.
Th- th-
But
th-
they
That's
said
about
that
the only thing that I'm not big on, like, I'm not trying to intuit like what a juror thinks. Like, I can't tell. Like, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of people like want to
I
take
was
all
just
the
saying,
details,
like the
juror,
fact
but
that he
like I
takes a lot
definitely
of
saw
notes.
one guy that was just sitting there. He didn't do anything. He's just staring blankly ahead. I don't know if he just like ate a handful of gummies every morning and like, but he was taking no notes. He was just kind of smirking, staring like ahead, straight ahead. Like, what does that guy think? I have no idea. Like, I have no idea what that guy thinks. He could be on the side. He might just be like in the middle and just like gonna go along with the flow. Juror
Maybe.
number 11. Juror number 11 was taking no notes. He did not give one. Like, I have no idea what this guy was thinking. He was.
Put him on blast, Fiend. Put him on fucking blast.
No, I mean,
Do it.
He stood out because like of how, like, I mean, he wasn't not like he was awake. He was alert and he was attentive to person, place, and position or whatever the fuck they say. But like like he was kind of there, but like he was not taking any notes. He was not going to take a single note. He's just watching. I have no idea whether that guy's got his mind made up on one side or the other, or is he just in the middle and going to go along for the ride. Juror number 11, dude. He was interesting because of like I feel like I would be paying attention to like very like
I totally feel silly for asking this because I can't remember or not. Are they allowed to use their notes during deliberation, or do they have to leave their notes
I think
behind?
I mean, I think this is pretty standardized against all trials that they can take their notes and they can use their notes, but once they leave, they confiscate all the notes and destroy them.
Let's see. I wish I could take my notes with me if I was on a jury. Could you imagine taking that with you and having it like a long time down the road? That would be awesome. But
a lot of that's they take your notebooks and say,
yeah, say you'll go now.
there you go.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to. I mean, I guarantee that we'll hear from some of these people. Whichever
Oh,
way.
I don't doubt it.
Whichever
I
way it
bet we
goes,
will.
we're gonna hear some from some jurors. I mean, I kind of thought that with Karen Reed, and we haven't heard that much. But like in this case, I mean, I feel a lot more like because there's so much that didn't come into the trial. Like in Karen Reed, everything, but basically everything came into the trial. Like in this case, the vast majority of everything didn't come into the trial. And like a lot of it's the actual evidence. And like, we don't know that, but we know a lot more than the jurors know.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And that's where I think
The
that
missing piece is what investigators is that like, there's been so much evidence in this case collected, like that it's still not seen the light of day. Not in like most of it. Like we got a tiny fraction of what's in this case. But there's lots of things that we are privy to that the jury has not been.
right. And it makes you wonder if after it's all said and done, they'll start looking up information and going, wait, whoa.
Like I mean, if there's a guilty verdict, 100% guaranteed there's going to be at least a couple of jurors that come out and like they're remorseful or regretting how they decided because they just did not receive the information that they needed.
Right. Freckle Joy, no, Nick did not offer an explanation as to the aux cord connection. There was nothing offered as explanation for that.
Pretended it didn't happen.
Highlight Kristen's.
He didn't even say anything about like the aux cord. Brazzy brought it up.
Says what I've been thinking. I'm surprised that Nick didn't say raccoons were plugging headphones into the phone. That's something that crossed my mind. Like, if you're gonna say
That
human
raccoons plugged it in the
if you're
boat.
gonna say human hands, like, hey, you know what? And actually, the defense raised this, like, wildlife. Is there wildlife here? Is there wildlife? Wildlife? Like, hey, state, take a clue. Like, maybe a raccoon plugged the aux cord into the phone.
Yep, a raccoon or a squirrel.
They've got hands. Like, maybe they found a cord somewhere and they just plugged it in.
Yeah, they got opposable thumbs.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah,
That's a good argument.
It's better than offering no explanation.
It wasn't me. It was the one-handed raccoon.
Right, one-handed raccoon.
Oh yeah, they did say that there was like water damage, dirt damage, and stuff on the phone too. Nick said that.
Oh yeah, he said that, but
yeah, he's like there was staining and dirt and water on the phone.
They didn't check that at all.
I agree.
They didn't even check for whether it was water damage to the phone. Why would they? That raises some questions.
I wonder if the iPhone 6, if they could tell the water damage the way that they tell it now, because Andrea made a really good we were talking yesterday morning and she said that somebody had commented in the live stream and they said like on the back of the iPhone when you take it apart there's like this little circle in the back of it that changes color. Do you think it was the same way when they produced the 6X or the 6S? Because remember, like at one point they weren't waterproof until a little couple years
I
later.
assure you that they could have checked whether the phone sustained water damage.
Well, I don't think it did. They wouldn't have been able to take
we
photos.
did not check whether the phone sustained water damage. That's what they
Well,
said.
yeah, but then they talk about opening the phone, taking a photo of the lock screen, taking a photo and swiping and taking photos of it. If it had water damage, wouldn't you not be able to do that?
Well, I don't know. That's not what they said. What they said is they didn't check it for water damage. I heard
they checked it. I didn't know how long
say that.
they
They
had
didn't
those
check it for water
tabs
damage.
there. Yeah, they didn't check it for water damage, but like today he made the comment that there was water, dirt, and things like that on the device. So
Yeah, but he's a fucking liar. This is the problem.
yes, sir.
He's just
I
saying
agree.
shit. Like they didn't actually do that. Nobody testified to it. He's also saying that people identified somebody that looked like Rick Allen on the trails. That didn't happen either. Like you can just say whatever. If you're an attorney, just like it's not offered as evidence. It's just a closing statement. You can say whatever because it's not really evidence. You're not held to it.
It's just vomiting up some things and hoping that it'll stick.
Right.
And I think,
it sounds
Robbie,
good. It sounds fine as a narrative, but like you didn't provide any evidence that like substantiates any of the things you're saying, or at least one side. The one side you didn't. The other side has truth on their side.
I agree.
They're not making up. They're not making up shit.
Now it's in the hands of the people, and hopefully they are ready to go over this. Hopefully there was effective points that they found interesting. And hopefully they'll be the individuals that say enough is enough. We're not going to let this keep perpetrating, and hopefully they'll be a step toward change. It's all you can hope for. And a not guilty or acquitted, you know.
I mean, they need to deliver not guilty. I mean, I'm not sure what's going to happen afterwards, but like, you're not going to get to the bottom of any of this without them.
And listening to the recorded phone calls today, it was so strange, the tone of voice that was used while he was talking. Like it was very, very weird. The monotone was very strange.
Was it like,
But
had you heard anything like that before ever?
no, I hadn't heard that before. Like like he wasn't upset. He wasn't like angry. Like it was just like a flat, like, I did it. And Kathy was like, no, you didn't do that. Like you did not do that. And he said, I wouldn't have said it if I didn't do it. And it was just like, I wasn't sure what to think about it. Cause like it just sat there and I was just like, wait a minute. And I really had wished, like, in my mind's eye, I was like, man, I wish that they would have played it a second time. Just because hearing it the first time, it kind of strikes you and you're sitting there and you want to digest it again. And it's like, you want to be like, hey, can you play that again? But if you say anything, because like today they had really strict like decorum in there. Like if you even got caught whispering to the person next to you, a bailiff would come over and tap you on the shoulder and they would ask you to leave
Did that
from.
happen at all? Because they threatened
No,
that.
it didn't happen. It was quiet. Like you could hear a pin drop in the courtroom today. But
That's the way it was
like,
yesterday. They
but before
put that warning and people adhered
yeah,
to it. People
before
people didn't talk then, but
they issued
hey,
the same
also
warning.
when I was in there yesterday, you know who was talking? The fucking cops. The cops were the ones talking and laughing in the back of the room. It was them.
Yeah, see, I got up and I went outside yesterday and I was like, because I was like, I don't think I'm gonna make it back in. Like they're like, you can line up and try to get back in after lunch. And when they were talking about the 3 rebuttal witnesses, I thought, well, I don't think anybody's gonna be going back in there, you know what I mean? Because they're doing it. So I was like, I'm tired. I'm gonna go ahead and just call it quits. And
Yeah, you sat right next to me at the back of the line when I was number 16.
I know. And you know what I noticed?
You would have gotten cut off.
I
Right
know,
behind,
but
right behind.
you know what I did notice yesterday was I was in my camo yesterday, my green pants, my camo top, and you were in green too. And your pants were the same color as my pants, and your top was kind of like same green contrast as the one that I was wearing. And I kind of started to laugh as I was sitting there listening to Anthony Greeno try to BS me. And I just started laughing because like the thought about that juror that got dismissed who doesn't trust people who wear green or doesn't. I was like just laughing to myself and I was like, oh well, green.
Right.
I don't know. I was slap happy tired though too.
I also had the bones on my shirt.
Yes. And thank you for telling me to be good and not get in trouble yesterday. Thank you for looking out.
Of course.
So I sat and listened to a bullshit or try to bullshit me. So
while I was scooting away.
Huh?
Who said while I was scooting away?
Yeah. Yeah. I finally
and
like
Greeno
just
are
got
getting
so overwhelmed and I got up and I went outside. I was like, I cannot listen to one more like thing that falls out of that mouth. You know, and I was dead serious when I asked him, like, if there's a not guilty verdict rendered, are you going to apologize to that man for the threats that you made to him, the threats that you made to the defense attorneys? And are you gonna, you know, apologized to Kathy Allen, and then he told me that she was guilty just like him because she knew. And I was like, you can't you can't say that. Like that would be like, the serial killer that killed my cousin was married with a wife and 2 children. That would be like saying that his wife knew that he was running around killing folks. Yeah, and that she was just as guilty as him. Like it, I don't agree with
Well,
that.
there's just as much evidence of that as that there is against Rick Allen, which is 0. There's
Yeah,
no evidence of it. Not a fucking thing.
exactly.
And like even the state that knows that because they ain't arresting fucking Kathy because they know she didn't do anything.
Yeah, absolutely. But
You
like when he
think the
was,
state's just gonna
it
like
was.
think that people are guilty and just let them off the hook? No, they're not gonna do that.
Well, and I did
They
tell him, yesterday too that I didn't think that it was okay for him to be in people's space yelling at them that people were murderers and things of that nature. I was like, these people are going through enough. So, yeah, I don't know. Who knows?
I mean, I'm
All
not
I
arguments in the courthouse, but I commend you holding your ground.
Thank you. I if I'm gonna say something, like I will say it. I was trying to be as calm and respectful as possible, though. You know, um, but there's just some things like I'm just not gonna let you sit here and piss down my back and tell me that it's rain. We're not gonna do that.
Oh, you got
So
you got it right. The and struggles with that one.
yeah. Well, sometimes there's sometimes I get mad where I just have to be quiet, and not say anything right away at all because sometimes I can be very, very mean. And I don't want to have to be that mean person. Sometimes you get mad, you can say things to somebody that you might be angry and say it in the heat of the moment and not really mean it like that, but you can't take things back. So you have to be selective and about the words that you choose. So, yeah, pretty much. That's how that one goes. But he kept trying to get me to go outside so he can show me stuff on his phone because he said,
Right.
"I
I
have a
mean,
contract. I
I'm
sold
I'm
that."
not speaking to Anthony in this case, but if someone
Yeah.
invites you to go outside and look at something, don't do that.
No,
Whoever it is, just
no,
don't.
I'm
Don't do it.
good. I was like, I'm good. I'm gonna sit right here and just
I
not
don't care.
move.
Yeah, I'm not even saying anything bad about him at all. I'm just saying like don't.
No. So
You know,
yeah, so it
come out here. I'll come outside and look at this. No.
right. But it was really, I mean, all in all, it wasn't too bad though, being up there. Just people arguing about the line situation, like spacing and getting on lists and stuff. I think that was really kind of like the only hiccup out there. Um, but for the most part, I think things went pretty decently. Um, but they are worried about things going nutsy bobo tomorrow. So they say it's gonna be like the Hunger Games, every man for himself. So I figure I'm not gonna go back up there for the rest of it. I'll wait until the verdict's announced and
Most
yeah.
likely, I don't know if I hear the. I don't know. I might run up there if there's a good reason to.
I gotta return my rental car. So yep. And then that is it. That is all she wrote. But oh yeah, and in the event,
Dark web Peggy's trying to get in here.
spill the tea, Peggy. Where's Peggy?
We're trying to get her. I don't know.
I
Maybe.
am
I don't know, or
exhausted.
maybe we're not. I don't know. It's not my.
I
It's
so I
DB.
left.
It's DB's channel. He controls everything.
Anna Renee said, "Are you exhausted?" I would be. Yeah. I left the night before. I left my house at like almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I got there a little after 4 and I waited in line. I left and slept, came home, and I got home about 1 o'clock yesterday. I slept till 4 and got back up, took a shower, and then turned around and, fed my dogs, took care of what had to be taken care of, and left back out. And I got home, probably about 3 o'clock today. So,
Yeah, I don't like condone what I was doing, but like I do condone what I was doing. Like we, like rather than waiting up late in the morning or night or the day before, like I just walked into the court as soon as it opens and just sat down
yeah,
and
but they were
I
throwing
don't
it.
wait for the afternoon session because like all the people that get in for the morning session don't get in for the afternoon session. All of them, except for the like less than a handful of people.
If you got a line sitter,
If you
yeah,
go a line sitter, which is
but
only Andrea and Hidden True Crime and
Lawyer
Lawyer
Lee,
Lee, and then
they had a line sitter.
maybe Murder Sheet or like just another rando, just
Yeah, I had a
Marv
volunteer line sitter
or
yesterday.
somebody like just like they're less than another one or two people, or sometimes
Yeah.
media people also have a
Media people definitely. NBC and this other lady who works for NBC and WTHR, both she's contracted. They both had a line sitter.
yeah, but they were behind us, right?
Uh
The Dateline
yes,
lady.
yesterday, yeah. Today, like for the list today, the Dateline lady was on one side of me, and then it was me, and then the lady from WTHR was on the other side of me.
Yeah.
But they had got their line sitters. They posted some sort of a thing for the university students. And so they were able to get university students to come over and do line sitting for a couple of them.
University students live in Delphi.
They don't. They don't. They drove here to do it specifically. One of the kids was saying that
They should just go
he's
in there
going to
themselves. Like,
he's
dude,
going to school for media,
dude,
and then
fuck all these media corporations. Like, go in there and be the public. Go in there and watch it for yourself.
yeah, the one kid said he was going to school to, he was going to college for media, and then the other guy said that he was going to school to learn how to fly a plane. So somehow they had they came across a post that was posted by one of their professors, and they answered the post and were line sitters. So
Yeah, I don't understand these people that are like, oh, I'm less valuable than corporation X, like or corporation, whatever corporation. Like, dude, they already have people in there. They're just taking up extra seats.
yes.
Like, fuck WTHR. Like, they already
Well,
have,
that
like, fuck Fox
I
50.
think
They
that's
already
what
have
Mr.
people in there. You don't need, like, 3 people in there. Like, I
Well,
get,
that's
like,
what
you
Mr.
can, I
Sanchez
guess, but, like, I mean, you're
that's what
all
Mr.
you're doing is
Sanchez
cutting out like actual citizens.
Yes, and that's what Mr. Sanchez was talking about this morning. He's like, you have different groups. Like you have, Murder Sheets has 2 people in their group. Hidden True Crime had 3 people in their group. Then you have like other ones, 3 or 4 people in each group.
Raphael was
And he
like,
said,
he was hanging out with Russ at the beginning of the line yesterday, and
yeah,
he vacated, and
yes,
I was number 16 out of 16 because he
hmm
didn't come back to his spot at like number 4. Like,
yeah.
and
And
he
he
shouldn't
said
have,
that,
because like he wasn't there most of the time. He wandered off like
well, he said
99% of the
today,
time, that like he wasn't staying in line. Like, he shouldn't have taken up that spot.
yeah, and he said today that like he would forego his spot. There were other people that were from the media ones like WTHR. He said they had like 4 representatives there, and every last one of them was willing to give up that spot so that there could be more
Maybe finally get
rotation.
that like it's not cool. Like the shutting out the public is not cool in this situation. Like it's not fair. Like the judge is already doing it. If you're acting on behalf, when you already have a representative from your station in there, don't take spots from the public. Like
Right, and
we
that's
need
what
to
he was saying was
there every much as anybody else does.
exactly, and that's what he was saying this morning was that, you know, if each one of these representatives is willing to send in one representative, it opens up more space for individuals from the public to get in. And he's like, and they are the public. The public should be able to come in and should be able to experience the proceedings and know what's going on in here. And a lot of it has been just the same exact sets of people from, you know, all of that. So it hasn't been much of a variety, basically. So he was suggesting that everybody kind of like band together, be willing to, um, you know, just send one individual from your group as tribute. And uh, they asked they broke us up into 2 separate groups. So the first group was like 18 people in the first group, and there was a total of 43 on the list this morning. So they split the first set of us up, lined up by the courthouse. We all agreed and said, sure, we would be willing to do, you know, whatever. But when he went down to the sidewalk people started tripping out. They said that they weren't willing to make the compromise for everybody to have a chance. So
Wow.
that's when he said, it's going to be Hunger Games, every man for himself. And yeah. So I'm like, alrighty then. Yeah. HTC had 3 seats. Murder Sheets had 2 seats. There, you know, then you had like other channels, like even though they're like their own channel, like they all band together and live stream together. But they were all getting him there. They were they were making the list and putting their friends' names on there before they would allow other people to sign up on the list. And Mr. Sanchez caught that yesterday and was like, you can't do that. He's like, that person's not out here to sign the list, and it's not fair to other people that are here that have been waiting to get on the list. Yes, Kelsey was there today. Carrie was there. Becky was there. Anna was there. Diane and David Erskines were there. A sister of Libby's, like they had a lot of family members there today. Mike Patty was there. Doug Carter was there today too. I noticed. I hadn't seen him in days before, and maybe, you know, he could have been in there, whatever. I hadn't heard anybody mention that he was there, but I did see him there today. They had the 2 guys that were in the dark suits standing again next to Rick again, like he had his own little set of Men in Black people. So yeah.
It was weird the other day that those 2 people were standing right next to him like a lot of the time, but at certain points they wandered off quite a lot.
Yeah.
Which I think is telling. Like, is that guy really a threat? No, obviously he's not. you wandered off. Like either you have a station or you don't.
Right. Criminal Network says, what's the proper emotion we should expect from Becky Patty when RA is found not guilty?
I don't know. I'm gonna take her at her word, and she said she wanted to talk about stuff no matter what happened, and
Yeah.
I would love to hear from her if he's found guilty. I give her the floor. I want to hear what she has to say.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I was just about to say she had mentioned that she wanted to talk about things, and she would be glad when the gag order was up. So
I mean I find it difficult to believe that some people aren't going to be critical of law enforcement and have at it Like, have at it, please. Like, I want to hear what you really think, because
You know,
there's
Mike
there's some
says
problems here, and like you should be able to say what you've got a problem with.
the gag order isn't going to be completely up until the complete of trial. So that would be after the verdict is read
Right,
and all that
right.
jazz.
That's why
Mike who said that he doesn't think that the gag order will be lifted.
I mean, if there's a not guilty, that's it. Gag order.
Mhm.
Like, I mean, and there, this has been brought up. You know, Michael's brought it up a lot. The family isn't really gagged. Like, maybe it's been requested of them, but like it's not enforceable. Like, if they have attorneys, like it applies to their attorneys, but it doesn't apply to them. They could speak on it, and like to some extent, a lot of them have. You know, like, or a few of them have. You know, they've said stuff. You know,
I do think that
they're on social media, on Facebook. They're saying things.
I do think that if
If
they
the
have
gag order really
somebody
applied to them, they wouldn't be able to say that. So,
right.
and they wouldn't
Well,
be able to talk to people behind the scenes. Like, there wouldn't be a thing that
mhm.
happens. So it doesn't really apply to them. Like, and that's
I do
fine.
get
Like,
the
if they want to, like on the surface level, act like it applies to them, that's fine. Like, you're going
yeah.
along with law enforcement. But like, once there's a verdict rendered, none of that applies. Like, you do
Right.
you, and if you want to talk. And I'm sure some people do want to talk.
Well, I think when she does talk, that she will have like certain. I think that like certain individuals that she's built up a relationship and a rapport with will probably be the people that she opens up with and shares more with. Honestly, just my opinion. Um, but I'm sure like this has got to be overwhelming for all of them. I did see that Anna like broke down in tears right before the proceedings started today. She cried and she was hugging her mom for a minute. Um and just kind of let that sob out for a minute before everything got started. So, yeah, and just I don't know, like I don't know. The courtroom was super quiet. Everybody like it was louder too today. I noticed that both Nick and Rozzy spoke up much louder today, so you could hear everything that they were saying, like almost crystal clear. It was so quiet.
I mean, I noticed that. I noticed that when I was there yesterday. I don't have a problem with Rosie and Nick. Like, Rosie and Nick, they were speaking up. The person that was whispering was fucking Gull.
Okay.
Like, I think the attorneys are like making sure that they're heard. The witnesses and the Gull, like, it's a problem. It's going to be a problem for the audio.
Yeah. Well, Nick asserted, you need to know if Nick changed the story again. I mean, Nick reasserted, that Brad Weber's testimony about him, um, you know, what he had to say. Rozzy had to point out, like, some of these witnesses, I'm not gonna say I can't tell you like they're straight liars, but he basically is asking the jury to use their logic and their common sense when they're evaluating does this person seem credible? Does this person seem, do you think that you could rely on their statements as something credible? And they get the chance to decide whether or not they feel like somebody's testimony was truth or not. So yeah, I mean, I really don't like I'm just kind of like the jury to me just they seemed like they were engaged listening. Um and I just hope that whatever they do, like they really just take the time to kind of like think about things, digest stuff tonight, and in the morning they really start like getting down to the meat and potatoes of it. So yeah, it's just it's anything goes at this point right now. We're just waiting on an answer. I mean, the hardest part about it all right now is that playing the waiting game. So hopefully, I don't think that they'll be in there too terribly too long to do the deliberations. So Criminal Network said Nick didn't bring the goods. The state's case is garbage. Yes, he should have thrown that in the une fois dube a papier. So
I think we lost Ange.
yeah, she probably is like, just gonna let them talk. Ugh. So yeah. Is there any other questions that anybody has about anything for today? I mean, it was pretty cut and dry.
I forget if you answered it before. Who do you think the foreman is going to be?
I mean, I was thinking the note guy was gonna be like the guy that Andrea was talking about, seemed to be taking a lot of notes. I kind of
Do you
think
know which one
about
that is?
I don't remember the number she said.
Do you know where he was sitting?
I wanna say
Or
she
what he
was
looked
talking
like?
about 8, juror number 8, but I might be wrong. I could be wrong, but she said it was a guy and that he, like, he was always writing, like, she said he takes vigorous notes. And I would think that a lot of the times that they would look to somebody who is in the like, takes a lot of notes and things because they tend to gather more information and, where maybe, they might write down something and catch something that another person didn't necessarily write
What do
down
you
and
look
catch.
like? What do you look like?
I don't know.
Okay.
Because like I said, today was my first time in there seeing like the jury. So from where I was sitting, I could see the back row of the jury box. There was like a guy who he had a tattoo on his arm. He's like a bigger guy. And there was like 2 guys sitting next to him, and then there was a lady. At the front, I saw this chick. She looks kinda young, um, but most of the time, I was just kind of, like, writing, and I looked up, uh, when Rosie started talking about the Miss Oberg being so embarrassed that she didn't wanna submit the photos of her evaluation. I've looked up and I saw the photos and I kinda just saw the jury just really, like, intent listening, and that's when I saw, like, the old lady kind of, like, start to shake her head up and down, and she kinda, like, stopped herself, like, they're really trying to keep, a poker face and not show, like, emotion and things like that, so yeah, I didn't hear anybody gasp. That was something that Gull had warned about today too, like, not only being quiet, she's like, "If you guys are caught talking or, gasping or whatever that you would be gleaned to be a disruption in the courtroom," she said that a bailiff would come around, they would tap you on the shoulder. If you got a shoulder tap, you would need to leave the courtroom immediately, and you would not be
Yeah,
permitted to return
there
back
was
into the
still a lot of
courtroom.
talk with that shoulder tap stuff because I didn't see anybody get shoulder tapped.
Yeah, I didn't see anybody get shoulder tapped either. That was the instruction, that if you get in trouble, you'll get tapped on the shoulder, and at that point, if you get tapped on the shoulder, you're to
I was
exit the
about to go
courtroom.
tap Tony. I was about to go tap a fucking sheriff on the shoulder because I saw some people. I saw some people laughing and talking. They weren't regular gallery people. They were cops. I about tapped somebody on the shoulder.
There were a lot of officers, a lot of guys in
Yeah,
suits.
they're
Like
yucking it up in the back. They're
they
yucking it up.
they have been very heavily guarded with a lot of presence. I mean, even
They need to
last
shut
night.
their fucking mouths instead of narking on people in the fucking gallery. Fucking narc cops.
Well,
Dude,
I
oh
mean,
yeah. Like
even
I don't know. Like I'm sure it's under some instruction from Gull, but like the they're little tattletales on people in the gallery, and they themselves are the ones fucking laughing and talking in the back of the room. And they shut the fuck up.
right. I don't know, but yeah, they had a lot of officers.
Oh, I do know. I saw them. I saw them talking.
And then, like, even last night when the popos rolled up, they rolled up deep as all get out. Like, they had undercover dark SUVs parked. They had canine unit dog things
Yeah, it's
parked.
all show. There's no reason for any of that. They're being weird. They're being weird about everything. There's no reason for any of that stuff.
Yeah, somebody got in trouble outside for drinking fermented apple juice. And they puked on the sidewalk. And next thing
Well,
I
did they
knew,
do
like,
anything about it? Like,
yeah, they
hey,
put the
here you got an event. Did they do something?
they put them in the back of an ambulance and took away the tent that they had showed up that they had,
Oh
you know,
shit! Really?
set up. Yeah,
Oh,
and
damn, I didn't hear
they
about that
said
part.
that they were sick, and because yeah. So I was on live stream and like I was sitting there talking, and next thing I know, it was like whoop whoop. And I turn around and there's like cops coming from like a bunch of different directions. And I was like, what in the world is going on? And yeah, so
Well, that's what you need 36 agencies there for in case one person gets sick.
maybe. So, but yeah, they called for an ambulance or whatever. And then the cops kind of stood around. They stood around for maybe a good hour last night before they finally like dispersed and
Yeah, they're
um,
staying
off.
around collecting their OT. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they
Yeah.
do.
And
I saw a lot of cops staying around, not doing a whole lot of everything, collecting their.
well, the night before, when I was like over there the night before, it was quiet as a church mouse. Like the cops were not like over there walking around. Like last night, they were walking around more. They were definitely more in force walking around last night. The night before they weren't. So um, it wasn't a male that got popped, Mandy Bay. It was a female.
Debatable.
I won't be nice.
I mean, I have utmost sympathy for anybody.
Yeah. So it'd be all right. But yeah, so they were standing out there and they had the clear cup, the clear beer cup that you get from the like a bar, you know what I mean? You go in, you get a beer, it's in a clear cup.
I was trying to tell people, like, hey, the bar's
And two people were standing
they'll
there and they were
give you a
drinking.
to go. They'll give you a to go. Like this is
It,
Indiana. They'll
yeah.
give you a
And
go.
they were standing there and they were drinking and somebody said, "Are you drinking beer?" And she said, "It's apple juice." I was like, "Oh, okay. Apple juice. All right." And I stayed down in my little area and I was walking down toward the end of the sidewalk where I was in my little area and then the popo pulled up. So
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
yeah,
Like, why can't you guys behave yourself?
I don't know, but I could only
It's
imagine
almost
that
like
if
they should just put some like actual rules in place instead of being silly about everything.
but it's worrisome though. Like think about if there had been any more days, like significant amount of days that anybody would have had to been out there, if that incident would have happened. And then they would have taken that back to the judge. They would have been like, nobody can sit out here, at night. So, yeah, it was something. But yeah, they said it was apple juice. And I just believe
There you
that
have it.
the apple juice must have been very fermented. That's all.
That can happen.
Yep, it can. And they have been looking for a reason, Jessica. Exactly. They've been looking for a reason for people not to have, be out there and all that stuff. So,
I think drinking on the sidewalk is reason enough. Like, really.
Puking on the sidewalk, that's a whole other.
Yeah. Drinking, puking, doing whatever doing on the sidewalk. Like, I don't know.
But I saw, the cops come up, and then I saw the EMS ambulance come up, and then when I looked the next time that I had looked down there after the police had dispersed, the tent was gone, and I was like, okay, well, guess it is what it is. So, yes, apple juice goes burrs. So,
Well, that's some good reporting we got here.
well, thank you. Thank you.
That info.
I try. Hey, listen, Noe really went down there, filmed all of it, up close and personal. So I don't know if he put it on his live stream or not, but yeah, I was on my live stream when the popo pulled up. I was on my live stream when somebody got admonished for messing with the list. You maybe hear that in the background too, when they were told that's not okay. That's not fair to other people. You feel me? That's not going to happen. And yeah, so I don't know.
Were there already people lined up for whatever happens tomorrow?
Do what?
Were there already people lined up for tomorrow?
Oh
Whatever
yeah,
happens.
yeah. They were already lined up and had their chairs back on the sidewalk, because they were talking about making people get rid of the chairs too. This morning, that was a subject, and then they were able to, talk to them about being able to leave the chairs out there. And they were just pretty much lining them up, getting everybody situated. Then they had started a list for, the jury verdict list. And they had started, when we had first lined up this morning, they were already trying to get the list together for the afternoon, because normally you've had to, on the breaks or whatnot, you have to run downstairs and get back in line, they said. And so they started to form a list for the afternoon thing. You could sign up on the list, and then they offered the solution of one representative from each group. And then when the disagreement came out and people were like, no, we want to stick to the list thing, this lady came up from the sidewalk and started to walk to the people that were lined up in front of the courthouse and was like, you need to put your name down on this list. And another lady said, well, you can, sit here and do the list all that you want, but we're not abiding by the list. And tomorrow is Hunger Games. And then another lady said, I throw punches. So I was like, okay, it's all right. So, yeah. They said it was the Hunger Games, every man for himself. And they talked about, I guess, in the beginning days, there was some issues, with people lining up outside of the courthouse. And then when the doors opened, people literally trying to barrel each other down to get to the spot. So, yep. That's what they said, Hunger Games. And I said, well, I guess I'm going to go home because I do not want to be tribute tomorrow. I don't. I don't have to stand there for that. I was glad that I was able to get in there, listening to the closing arguments. I figured that when the verdict is issued, I'll hear the verdict when it comes out. So, yep. And then pretty much, like I said, I was the one, I sat in my chair all night outside, bundled up in my blankie. And I was the only one that actually sat out in my chair all night long. A lot of people slept in their car last night.
Yeah, there
They've
he
been
is.
sleeping in
Brad
the
Weber
car,
just
and then
left.
when it gets
Brad Weber, how'd it go? Brad Weber, did you do it? Brad Weber, did you do it?
okie dokie. So, but yeah, and that's about all she wrote. I mean, other than that, it wasn't nothing really eventful happened other than, getting in there and all that jazz. And when I came out of the courthouse, they had already started to rearrange the chairs and people's chairs that didn't belong to people. They started setting them forward for them to come collect their chairs to move it to their own new spot. So I was,
I mean, I was when they said, "Hey, we're not letting anybody line up." Period. And that's the order of the sheriff. I about went out there and tossed some chairs just on the order of the sheriff.
yesterday.
Because that's what they said. No one's lining up.
Mm.
No one's lining up. When I walked out of court and I saw chairs, I about started tossing them because
They've
that's what
been
they said.
putting, oh my goodness. See, and that was the crazy
Well,
thing
of course,
because, like,
it was a lie.
when
It was the cops lying. They said no one's going to line up. What they really meant was don't line up on the stairs.
yeah, don't line up on the courthouse property. 'Cause they've been letting them line up on the
Yeah,
the
they let
handicap
them line
ramp,
up on
right?
the sidewalk.
So
Yeah, well,
yesterday, like when we're getting ready to like have to line up at 7 o'clock in the morning, they were talking about because people were like, "Well, can we just bring the chairs back up here and set them up?" And the officer was like, "Well, that is a handicap access ramp, and people need to have access to that ramp when they try to come and get into court, and they can't really get through there. And it kind of looks tacky for all these chairs to be up here. It looks tacky for them to be hanging around." And I was like, "Tacky? Y'all been doing this for how long now? If you were
I
worried
mean,
about it looking tacky, you shouldn't have been letting it happen in the first place. You got people sleeping
fly
in front
every
of the
other day.
courthouse on a sidewalk. Come on now. If
We have
that
a
doesn't look
commercial.
tacky, I don't know what does."
We have a commercial interruption really
Hey,
quick.
Dee.
Okay.
Sorry, Kane. There's an ad about to
Get
play.
ready for a dream of a lifetime for you and two of your closest non-binary autistic friends. Join us for the first ever annual Richard Allen Innocent Gala at the Richard Allen County Courthouse, formerly the Carroll County Courthouse.
We'll have a one-time silent auction thanks to Max Baker. We'll be auctioning off Nick McClelland's whole ass.
Okay, so we got to go to the other stream.
Okay.
I think.
Peace, y'all.
Peace.